Every day, my Streamlabs desktop just resets all of the registry. My Streamlabs just resets all of the registry back to like some fucking drivers I don't have, and I can't stop it. And it's not something that I'm doing. I don't like. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. There's not something that I'm doing. Let's put it that way. You know, and like the shit's so incompetent. It's one of the worst programs I've ever used, and you see just shit like that all the time, and you know it's just wow. But I mean, it's free, so what can you say? It's like complaining about YouTube. YouTube's free. Yeah, it's whatever. Oh, I'm too low for this. Yeah, I wanna. No, I'm looking at. Yeah, but back to fucking with my macros here. Good to see you, Black. Train Samba. We the Train Samba. We have 5. Yeah. So copy this and bring it down to this. Yeah, but see. Yeah, but. Is it T? I don't know. No, that'll never work. You can't just set yourself to heal, huh? You have to. Wait, no, wait. Oh, no. I totally fucked this up. I don't know what I was thinking. I'm such an idiot. Drain 1. I'm such an idiot. I'm getting my spells mixed up in my head because I play so many different games that. Please? No? Are you gonna. Nope. Please? Nope. So incredibly bad. Oh. Oh, it shouldn't be that hard. Sorry. It just shouldn't be. It's still got its charm, though, the macro system. I'm okay with it. So, macros. Train Samba's good. What we did want is this. Curing, JA curing style. So we go Cure Waltz. Right, instead of Drain Rep, we got Cure Waltz T. Cure Waltz T. Cure Waltz T. So I know Cure Waltz T. Cure Waltz T. But I want Cure Waltz. STAL, but me. Wait, 5. Paste. So then, right, and then we take that's on my 1 bar. Yep. We'll go. It's 6, 7. Yeah, we'll call it 7.
No, you destroy us all.
Yep, there we go. And then now I can just auto fucking heal. You know, that's fine. But
Defend me while I perform the ritual. From the depths of Ash Mountain, Bolreth, I summon you.
Face a nod now, scum. Isdrabor.
Move now.
More coming. Keep them away from father.
Heed my call. Bolreth, I summon you! Destroy the Covenant army! You there! I will cloak you in shadow. Enter the portal and witness our victory!
Cool. Right, and complex macros, yeah. Yep, that's it. That's cool. Auto self-heal, bitch. Auto self-heal. Stupid empty fucking bottles. Ooh, Nord Shell braced. Cool. Nice.
Destroy that thing. Hack it apart.
Ancestors.
Oh, no, I did not. Wow. Oh, wait, yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. I did see that, yep. Good, good. That's good. That's how it should be. No, I hadn't heard about that. I thought it, what I'd heard was that, no, I'm sorry. I'm getting old information with Nosomi screwed up in my head. I remember that Kraken Club used to drop off OWNM Ordell's Cave, I think it was, and then you could also get it from the Lord of Onzozo and message rate limit. What are you talking about? Message rate limit? What? Hit the message rate limit. Whatever that was. Yeah, cute. Okay. Well, that's good that they did that, because they need to. They need to put those in other places. I think Kraken Club should be in KSNM 99. Yeah, like it should be on Zozo, and it should be KS99. Early Bird gets the worm. All those big 99s, you know, the big ones that are like Virtua sized. I don't know why Ab Virtue wouldn't drop Kraken Club Peacock Charm, though. Kraken Club is worth relatively whatever you can get for it, maybe 30 to 60 million. Peacock Charm, I would say, is worth about 1.7 million. They're different items in the respect that they're both incredibly valued, but they're not the same. They're like, one is 50 times worth more than the other, though, too. It's good they changed it because people were a piece of shit. There was like locking and selling and splitting. Oh yeah, I mean, that's Final Fantasy. The end game is. That's my friend Prathan. He's a GM on Wings and stuff. You know, they care about this stuff. Prathan won't put up with that sort of jazz. Prathan wouldn't put up with. Oh yeah. Oh god. On Nosomi, it was so bad. There was so many packet sniffer fucking bots at what's Dragon's Area or whatever that is. Yeah, Dragon's Area, you know, for whatever it is. I forget the name of the boss now. Because I just don't care about those world bosses anymore. I don't value them and I don't care. I don't care about the loot. I don't even think Kraken Club was ever worth $3,000 even back in the day. I've seen items in base games like Pokemon that have more value than Kraken Club. Kraken Club's great. And it's definitely BIS, but it's not the most amazing thing on anything but a Dancer Sam. Dancer Sam's the only thing that can actually, you know, maybe Thief and Dancer Sam are the only two classes that should be using Kraken Club. Maybe a White Mage, you know? That's it. Like, you know, that's a lot, but I mean, that like, there's only a couple classes that can actually use the damn weapon in terms of the web skills in a way that would matter anyway. The whole point of Kraken Club, it's yeah, but I mean, 11 still got the best community out of any MMO. Even RuneScape and EverQuest are more toxic than FFXI. It's like the nicest community, man. Just because these assholes want to dominate their little 1 inch of the fucking of the pond, you know, I'm not so sure we can make sweeping generalization fallacies and mountain out of molehills and one true Scotsman and, like, you know, lumping all of these people in, because I would say for every 30 good people in FFXI I meet, there's like one bad one. I'd say about every 30 or so. I'd say about every link shell or so, there's like one bad egg, maybe one or two, right? And that is far better ratio. Yeah, it's like, well, oh god, no, I've seen it far worse. For instance, okay, I mean, I can tell you some horror stories about WoW if you weren't a WoW player. So, what? Oh, oops, I'm sorry. I gotta fix the macro. Bear with me here just a second. Got two things going on here. I gotta. What is going on? Drain Samba me. Oh, I know. That's like, you remember that thing I talked to you the other day about? The amount of work it takes to do the Asian grind fest that is this game, and that comes across as racist, but I actually I prefer Asian games over English or Western ones. I would say, you know, just Asian grind fest is an accurate assessment, right? This is an Asian grind fest. For every mob that you kill in WoW, this game expects you to kill 50 of these mobs, you know? So, for the Asian Grindfest, it is this game that where, like, notice that Signet has like a 12-hour cooldown. Some of the best NMs are on week-long cooldowns that you can spend seriously 7 days camping there. Not talking. I don't think it's racist. Yeah, it's not racist. It's just like that was. It wasn't my intention to make some kind of racial distinction, though. It doesn't. White people could easily make a Grindfest game like this, and they do. You know. But what was I gonna say? Where I'm sorry, I'm trying to do like 7 things at once here. Bear with me here. Fuck that up. Oh well, that's okay. Still beat him. Why is it so loud? It's like so loud where I'm at. The ambience is far too loud. Yeah, we got like there. We go a little bit more. See, there's like water, and I need to be able to hear the water. See, that's still too loud. It's like still too loud. It's like really fucking aggro. Let's try the same volume my sound effects are at. There we go. So okay, sorry, oh god, I can get off this ship too. I don't want to be on this ship, it's loud. What was I gonna say? I lost what you thought. So the when it takes a day to snag Argus and a week to snag King Behemoth and a week to do Labyrinth, or 3 days to do Labyrinth of Von Zozo or whatever, it's hard for me to keep it all straight anywhere because I just like those realities are so like anathema to who I am that I just don't even I don't even want to remember them anymore. I'd be okay with forgetting all the knowledge I have of all the HNMs in the game. I'd be okay with that. I still value the knowledge I have of the Abyssia ones, but all the vanilla HNMs I could give a flying fuck about. I think they're designed specifically by Squaresoft to eke out the losers in the community that want to say that they're better than everybody else and their entire fucking vibe is their gear and how they lord it over other people because they're better at the game and they have relics and mythics and such. I used to be one of those people in the respect that I wanted the world's best priest gear so I could be the world's best healer. I think these guys want it for worse reasons, which is like, I want to be the highest damage for the parse. I want to be the highest DPS in the raid. I want to be the biggest dick, you know, the biggest Nick Digger in the raid or whatever. I want to be the Kobe DPS is what we used to call it in WoW, etc. But those guys like you gotta take a step back and like examine their motives. They are there to get gear for others and to make others people's experiences better. They're there so that when they're standing around town doing nothing, which is what they generally do with their lives, people can inspect them or check them and see that they have gear that people like me will never get, and never ever get. Not in the 20 years that was I playing Final Fantasy did I pull a Kraken Club, So, like, I pulled other really, really more distinctive things, such as relics. But I don't think I ever could have done the grind for Kraken Club. I definitely did the Gallarhorn grind, and I was working on Warrior on Nozomi. But anyways, where I'm going with this is like those people that want those world dragons, that make the end game bad, that make the sky and the sea and the Apollyon and the Ab Virtue and all that crap. The higher you go up the tiers of the ladder, the less nice people are, and the more likely they are to be using everybody around them as slaves. Think rich white plantation owners, the Nazi Party, the Republican Party. They always have Mexican servants raising their kids and all this other crap, driving their cars and chauffeuring and servanting. The royal monarchy has all these servants like Downton Abbey and that shit. The higher that they want to say that they're better than everybody else, the more they have to turn everybody else around them into slaves to keep the kind of work that is actually not just work, but in our case in the MMO industry, the RNG is so overblown that it's not that the Kraken Club is hard to get. It's that you might make 50 attempts at it at a week each, and come back a year later and you finally got your Kraken Club. That's what's so bad about RNG. So the most fun I ever had of was Abyssia, because I do everything with a small group of my friends. Me too. Yeah, dude. From God's mouth to your lips to my ears, dude. Like, the best time I ever had was in Abyssia. And I'll hit these Final Fantasy players with these absolutes that they don't want to hear. I'll do it to people like Prathan, who are GMing on Final Fantasy 11 private servers and shit like that. Luminaries in the fucking community, but I'll fucking say it to their fucking face. There's a reason Final Fantasy died. First of all, the Abbey Worms were never good, and all these elitist assholes will argue with you on that one all day. They'll be like, nah, it takes so long to get to caps so you can play your class in endgame that you need some fast way to get up. World of Warcraft players do it too. They'll be like, oh, I need to pay $80 for a boost day 4. It's gonna come up right here. You'll see it when I play Dragonflight this month. Not this month, but in a month you're gonna see Dragonflight on my stream for World of Warcraft and stuff. You're gonna be seeing people in the trade chat literally trying to dodge federal felony beefs, trying to sell boosts. This is why, like, the Final Fantasy endgame community, man, they're nothing. You think this is bad? You should try WoW or even EVE, where PvP is the norm, and like the killing others for their money, ganking people for their money, boosting, trying to be the best in the world so you can be sponsored and stuff. Final Fantasy was never ever cutthroat. No Final Fantasy Link Shell was ever sponsored. Nobody ever made world news. Nobody ever made Kotaku as, like, there was famous Link Shells like Kupo and stuff, but never that I was in Kupo. But they'll never be what, like, say Method Guild and WoW is, who all got like $300,000 fucking sponsorships to play World of Warcraft in the heyday of Wrath of the Lich King and stuff, right? So, I've been to the top of this competitive scene, and I'm talking. I was a Gallarhorn bard on Fenrir back when the JP didn't even have that. When back in NA in current era during COP, like right before COP, I had my fucking my full Shire Mantil and back when I was younger and it was easier for me to go at that kind of thing. I had all the time in the world. And I got my Shire Mantil. I was one of the best North American bards, if not the best. I was definitely in the top 5, and I was the top priest in the world for WoW. And this devolved into some kind of bragging thing. But I'm just trying to establish my credentials to make sweeping generalizations about endgame and Final Fantasy or other games, right? And the problem with Final Fantasy is, and to get back to the core point that I was was trying to say is the amount of time it takes to grindcore this game for the RNG and the big loot and the ab hands, cursed hands and Haldates and, you know, Curins of Sods back when that was current, and, you know, the Shire Mantiles and Gallarhorns and Dyna Currency and all this other shit that these guys, like, you know, jizz their pants to even see, right? All that shit is utterly worthless, designed by the companies to keep the people who don't have lives busy, right? And the whole tragic thing about this is, and I was one of them. I was one of the worst. I would say I was one of the top 100 people in the world that they're addressing with that sort of thing. The end game rating, the world dragons, the HNMs, the sea bosses, the sky bosses, the ab virtues of the world, the heroic Ragnaros world first kill was my big, you know, diamond in the rough and all that. My big panacea. But you know, where I'm going with this is because these companies like Blizzard and Final Fantasy and Squaresoft have to deal with the no-lifers. They make a system that inherently turns toxic over time. It doesn't start out that way, which is all that Squaresoft cared about with Sky, Sea, Dyna, Apollyon, Vertra, all these other fucking like endgame big, you know, King Behemoth and all this other shit on Zozo and stuff, right? You're the Kraken clubs of the world. But like Square was like, okay, if you want to be the best Final Fantasy player, we'll put gameplay out there designed at you, but we don't ever really expect to reach more than like 1,000 people with this. And as it was, I don't believe more than 1,000 Kraken clubs went out on Final Fantasy 11 in retail before 2010. I know because they were on, we used to watch them. In Kupo, we used to fucking watch them on eBay for $3,600 US for a Kraken Club and dream about the day that we're going to sell our account, which I did. I sold my first account with my Gallarhorn on it. You know what I'm saying? I sold that account for $1,700 fucking dollars. It had like 20 million gil and, you know, and all the shit. I'm not trying to brag. It comes across as bragging, but bragging's kind of is kind of the subject here. You know what I'm saying? It actually kind of is. Like if you do this your whole life, if you're a no-lifer like me and you do this 14 hours a day, and the only way to distinguish yourself from everybody else around you is your fucking gear, you are a hamster stuck in the big MMO AAA title fucking world where you are a slave to their fucking hamster wheel. And this is every day I wake up, and I don't think it, but it's in the back of my subconscious. Every morning when I wake up, I think, how am I going to resist turning into a fucking asshole today? Because Fortnite, it turns you into an asshole. World of Warcraft, it turns you into an asshole. Unless you play those games for fun, like for Final Fantasy 11, it turns you into an asshole. They all turn you into an asshole. If you want to be endgame competitive, oh my god, Overwatch and WoW turns you into such a fucking asshole. Where I'm gonna put a disclaimer here so you guys can't clip me or use my shit against me or whatever the fuck. But I'm gonna use some foul language here that is inappropriate for Twitch, right? But like there were times in WoW when I would pick a fucking random target on the trade chat. And I'd be like, you fucking piece of shit, I hope your entire fucking family burns in a fucking warehouse fire and then crumbles into ashes so I can piss on the fucking ashes while I laugh at you and piss on your face while you uninstall the fucking game because you need to uninstall this fucking game, you piece of shit. You don't deserve this game. You don't deserve the people around you. You don't deserve the scrub-ass gear you've got. You're a worthless piece of shit, and I need you to unsubscribe from this fucking piece of shit game before I physically beat your fucking ass in real life, right? Many times I made diatribes like this that were 5 paragraphs long in the trade chat and shit like that. This is what WoW toxicity, Final Fantasy toxicity, drug dealer toxicity, MMO toxicity, this is what it actually looks like. I'm the fucking personification of it. I'm also the revolution of it, which is I just refuse to be that person anymore. I just refuse to be that person anymore. I'm the angry gamer. I know I am. I'm the catalyst gamer. I sweep through crews and I bring them to the end game and I bring them to that top gold prize in a year. That's like what I actually do. That's what my job is. You know what I'm saying? And I haven't done my job in 10 years because it's so fucking toxic that I'd rather sit around and grind by myself than be around these fucking people. So is it? It's not. So Blacklist. It's not. It's not just. It's not just the people, and it's not just the game. It's an amalgamation of you, the people, and the game, and what you get out of it. You know, what do you get out of it? I encourage you to ask this question all the fucking time. Either there's two questions that you should. It's kind of like that JFK quote. Ask not what you can do for your country. Ask what you can do for. Ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country. It's that same thing with the community. Now I don't think of it as like, what can these people do for me? I think about it. What can I do for them? And it's a different mindset. But most people go into MMOs thinking, oh, I need a crew so I can kill me a boss and get me some loot. And that whole experience will be fulfilling somehow. When they forgot really why they were playing the game in the first fucking place, which was to have fun. And to most of the truly elitist assholes in fucking link shells, like rich fat kids and shit like that fucked with me, right? Go have that nice, there's a word that fits these people perfectly. It's myopic. Go have that nice little pin drop dot on a pinhead on a white canvas. Myopic little tunnel vision lives. Go ahead, have fun with it. And if you need that to tell yourself that you're better than everybody else, then more power to you. It takes all kinds to build a community. But in my experience, out of like every 1,000 people, one of those people is actually a Kobe DPS. And one of those people, I'd say 1 in 1,000 are actually good DPS. It's especially in places like Overwatch and WoW and ESO, Final Fantasy and stuff. They think they are, but they aren't. And you can tell from the parse right away. Because if you watch parses your whole life like I do, you begin to understand the Kobe DPS is always exponentially higher on the charts. Something like 10 or 12 times higher than the rest of the normal DPS in the fucking raid. So, and you might go through 10 100-man raids before you see another DPS like that guy who's pulling that exponentially better DPS. Because they care enough about the other people around them getting their gear too, so they can get their best in slot DPS gear too. That they don't think about their own. They think about their own performance in the respect that they're perfectionists. And I know several world-class mage DPS that were the best in the fucking world. I know a lot of DPS that are some of the best in the world. World of Warcraft, and I know what it takes to be a beamer in Rust and in a top DPS in a method raid in World of Warcraft, and what it takes. Which is something that 99.99999% of the rest of the community is not willing to do. Every single aspect of all of your execution needs to be polished entirely to the best in slot, highest min-max throughput possibility. If there is a potion that is 17 zones away, a 3-hour journey, as gives you 1 DPS more than you were pulling a second ago, you have to go spend the 5 hours to go get that fucking DPS pot from that crappy mob 3 hours away that gives you 1 more DPS for 10 seconds on that boss, right? The best DPS in the world, they find that entertaining. It's not entertaining. It's horrible, right? The best DPS in the world, they're freaks. They're freaks. They find weird shit, like grinding 2-hour world buffs, for 10 hours a day so you can go kill bosses for 2 hours. More fun. They find grinding the world buffs more fun than going and getting the boss because they know that it's all steps to being the best in the fucking world. I posit that if God who'd want to be such an asshole, to quote Modest Mouse, God who'd want to be such an asshole. I don't really know. It's not me. And that's all I have to say about this. most of the world, I would say, aspires to be Ninja because he is the best DPS on Fortnite or whatever. He's close to it, right? The close to it's good enough in the massive world effort that is video games. Being close to it is good enough in my opinion, right? Everybody wants to be a fucking ninja, right? But the problem with Ninja, oh, you fucking dick! God damn it. Yeah, they're all terrible. It's terrible. Even in Dragonflight, 20 years later, it's still fucking terrible. You have to go do your... you want to hear it? You want to hear it directly? There's a meme that deals with this perfectly. You think Final Fantasy's bad, or that the people who are from Final Fantasy are bad? They aren't bad, right? Listen to what a WoW player deals with the Asmongold rap, right? Yeah, this one's good, but I need the higher quality one, which is, yeah, I think this one, yeah.
You're trying to get a conduit energy, you're out of conduit energy, you gotta wait for tomorrow.
That's really good.
You're legendary, you gotta go back.
No, I don't want the response. I want the actual video, God damn it. Shadow's experience. Yeah, here we go.
Different add-ons that are connected to 5 different third-party sites that then feed you information into an...
Now listen to what he's saying. 5 different add-ons that link you to real party sites. Final Fantasy was a kid's game. Final Fantasy is a kid's game. It still is. Final Fantasy is a kid's game compared to something like WoW. Like literally on WoW, you like literally have, first of all, there's like 6 websites that you need to look at every single day that you play WoW. There's Wowhead, right? MMO Champion. Final Fantasy was it's a kid's game. Look at all this shit, right? Kids game, right? There is the Undermine Journal. WoW, that's the WoW Wall Street Journal, right? For like say Americas and Oceanic. If I want to go see what on my old server, let's go see what on Frostmourne what T-Boo's goes for, right? T-Boo, right? So I mean, like Final Fantasy. One of the things I love about it is look, it's only 100,000 gold for T-Boo. I have 15 of these. 15 of them because I got them cheap. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's the Scorching Straight. It's not the Blazing Long. It's the Scorching Straight. I got like 15 of these, or I did. I might not have them anymore, but I think I probably do. Like, dude, 245,000 gold. That's $40 cash. This item right here is $40 cash, directly $40 cash. But anyways, I didn't mean to get sidetracked, right? Then you might go take a look at WoW standings, WoW rankings. Rankings, right? Well, we're mything and raid progress, right? Mything and raid progress and stuff. And then you might go check in on your favorite guild, right? WoW method, right? We'll go to Icy Veins, right? Icy Veins. You begin to see all of the different shit. World of Warcraft was not a kid's game like Final Fantasy, and I'm not trying to denigrate Final Fantasy, saying that it was a kid's game. It is a kid's game designed for 15-year-olds who play PlayStation 2s. But I mean, and just because it turned into Virtua grinds from neckbeards who are 40 years old doesn't mean that's what SquareSoft designed the game to be. I just think SquareSoft loves us and wants us to be happy and put Virtua in the game so that neckbeards like that have something to do. But I don't think Squaresoft or Blizzard or anybody else, like Bethesda or anybody, really likes this kind of content. I don't think they approve of raiding. I think they liked raiding and they understood what kind of revolution it was and endgame massive stuff. But I don't think it's good for the community. I don't think raiding's good for the community. I don't think Mythics are. I don't think fucking Virtua is. I don't think fucking Dragon's Aerie is. Or Ad Virtue or any of that other shit. I don't think any of this stuff is good for the community. And even remotely. It's like everybody gets to try to be Bill Gates, right? And it creates this terrible. I have to be Bill Gates faster than you mentality that leads to the most toxic, racist, right-wing, shithead, dismissive assholes you'll ever fucking meet. And like, I'm not racist, but I am all the rest. I'm not a racist or a homophobe, but I'm all the rest of it. I'm the most toxic motherfucker you'll ever meet. And I spend all day curbing it back Because, like, to me, it's like a dragon that was unleashed on the world that I had to pull back by its fucking tail. My toxic rage is so fucking powerful after being in communities like this forever and understanding what it takes to be the best in the world, that I have, like, I have sympathy for, Amber Heard, you know, because when you're the target of that kind of goddamn attention, I don't care what happens, it's still not easy. You know, I'm sympathetic to Kevin Spacey, and I'm not trying to condone fucking rape. I'm just saying when you're the fucking when you are the target of their interest all day fucking long, when you are the big man there and you're the celebrity or whatever, they treat you so fucking horribly bad, and the pressure's so fucking bad that I'm surprised all celebrities don't kill themselves at the end of their lives. It should be a fucking trope. For, you know, around the age of 86 or so, all celebrities should kill themselves. In the respect that it would be an interesting trope for, you know, industry trope for celebrities to end their lives at the end of their careers, because it's so high pressure and so shitty. If you're the subject of if you're Mickey Mantle and every baseball player in the world is looking at you trying to figure out how you're the top baseball DPS in the world, it's not fun. You know, and that's the people that we're talking about here in the Final Fantasy scene. And it took me a while to get around to it, but that's the people that we're actually talking about. You know, so let's finish this. I mean, you begin to see, like, WoW was like a lifestyle. It's far more than Final Fantasy. It's definitely, like, you know, like, people really lived for this. It's like people made their livings off of this. I don't think FFXI ever had a successful website. Maybe. No, even Alakazam is down. I mean, it's just different in terms of a lot more people. So it's just weird that, you know, this was the reality that we ended up with. And going back to what I was talking about, the amount of work it takes to, how Asmongold puts it, the amount of work it takes to be the best forces this thing inside of you to look at the other people around you to see if they're putting in this same amount of work as you. If they aren't, then fuck them, shit in their face, piss on them, burn them, piss on the ashes, kick them off the game, uninstall, G-kick, get the fuck out of here. You're not good enough to roll with me. And the reason I'm able to say all that stuff so fast and easy is because I have kicked like 2,000 fucking people from my guild with the same exact conversation that I'm giving right now, where I'm like, if you're not willing to give 100 fucking % like the rest of us, you don't fucking belong here. Peace, see ya. You know?
Algorithm that then parses out that information and does mathematical calculations.
What he's talking about is, of course, WoW rankings, which is the WoW DPS charts, right? I don't even know what the newest is it Noxic WoW meta. There was an old site that's died now. WoW Progress. No, it is WoW Progress. It's WoW Progress. So here we go. So you can see it here, right? So, but I'm talking about recount numbers. What is that? That's the World of Logs, right? World of Logs. Sorry, there's so many sites for an actual lifestyle of this stuff. Warcraft logs, right? If you want to know what the best DPS is doing in the world on the hardest fucking boss, which is Echo, a European horde guild, is number 1 in the fucking world for Mythic, whatever, Sepulchre of the first ones, right? And so we can look at this report as to, like, the actual charts, the analyze, right, and the rankings and stuff. If you look at the rankings for number 1 in the world, you're going to see a warlock here who is living in a mansion living in a McMansion with his 2 wives and his 5 kids and his shifty reality with his nice money because he's sponsored by Razer and all this other crap, and, you know, he's a streamer with, like, probably 30,000 followers and all this other crap and all this other income and stuff. And you know, it's this guy. Here's his YouTube video, right? These guys, stay away from them. They're not good people. If you know, they're not good people. They're like they're the jokers of the world that want to see the world burn. They're not good people. They're
You bigger, right? Boss brother.
Yeah.
You begin to see every aspect of their UI is totally fucking, like, totally. And on top of this, they don't use mods. I mean, I guess they do. He uses mods, but he doesn't use mods for, like certain mods he doesn't fuck with for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe the latency or whatever. But I know all of this. I know how to make this. I know how to make that. I know how to make that. I know how to set that up. I know how to do all of this better. I know how to do that better. I know how to do that better, that better. I'm better than this guy. I started earlier than he did. He's young. He's gonna be 26, right? I'm 40. 14 years ago I was doing this when he started playing, right? Yeah, he's what? He's gotta be a little bit older. I'd say 29, something like that. But he's still 10 years younger than me. I've been doing it 10 years longer than the top DPS in the world. I roll with these kids when I meet them, but I don't hang out with them because they're pieces of shit. They're usually racist, they're usually sexist, they're usually homophobic, they're usually incredibly elitist fucking pricks, the kind of people I used to threaten to, you know, I never actually harmed a living person, but I used to love to threaten bully assholes in high school. I used to be like, dude, if you fuck with me, I'll destroy everything you ever loved, you know? I used to get real good at scaring them. Because I'm bigger than them anyways. You know, I'm bigger than them physically and stuff. But like these people, man, like look at the way he looks. He doesn't look like a happy guy. He looks like a Olympic gold skeet shooter, doesn't he? He looks like an Olympic gold skeet shooter, and it's cool to see focus like this, and some people venerate and respect this crap. But see, like this shit, it means nothing. He got a life out of it, but it means nothing though. In 20 years, it isn't a skill that's gonna take him anywhere. It is if he's good at entertaining, but he's like me, he doesn't talk a lot because he's trying to be the best at whatever he's trying to do, you know? This guy doesn't talk a lot because he's trying to fucking be the best at whatever it is he's trying to do. Yeah, like this is what rating actually looks like. It is fucking the most competitive thing in the history of gaming. At least it used to be. Now everybody just quit and left because they'd rather play Fortnite, ESO, Final Fantasy 14, Final Fantasy 11, and all the older games because they're not like this. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot of these games, like Final Fantasy 11, it is a kid's game. It's not like this. You can make your Final Fantasy is like this if you wish it to be, right? Like I said to my ex yesterday, she was like, why do all the gamer boys that I get into a channel with on Fortnite treat me like shit and are sexist and racist and assholes? And I go, babe, I don't know. I can't tell you what to do about this. I just know that not all of us are like this, and please don't construe our entire gender as all being like this, right? And then I hit her with what I just said, which it's about the same subject, which is toxicity in gaming, right? Which is this: I told her, be the change that you wish to see. That is the core of the core of the revolution that I am trying to lead, and I'm okay if nobody ever shows up at my revolution. If it's only ever me, that's okay. But I'm trying to civilize myself and others in the gaming scene to not be this, to not be this try-hard weirdo shit. This is an example of where were we before. I closed the log, did I? I did. So I'm trying to go to history here. Where's my history, right? We'll pull my history. I can't. It's going to have to be on YouTube. Why do you make this so hard? You guys are so incompetent at what you do. Google and YouTube, I can't wait till they falter and fail because they can't get simple infrastructure right, And they just reach for the stars and they don't ever worry about...
different add-ons.
So and then finally we're gonna go look at all the add-ons and all the websites that the raiders connect to and stuff. There is a reality like that in Final Fantasy. Like, let's do a little social experiment here, right? Let's go look at our Final Fantasy retail Final Fantasy XI retail brethren, and I check in on this community from time to time on YouTube. Pro Jared Wright got hit real bad this year for cheating on his wife, as if that has anything to do with being a content provider. God damn it. I like Pro Jared because he knows Final Fantasy XI. I don't think he's a great streamer, but I think he's definitely a good streamer, and I think he knows Final Fantasy XI when a lot of these scrubs don't. So, you know, it's filters, if we're looking for this month, we'll get about a 3-week long thing.
A new section has been opened up within sortie. A particular item is required to.
So now the FFXI. Oh shit! I have not seen this. Oh yeah, all right. That's the Tencent fight in COP. Is fucking terrible. It's so terrible. This fight's so not fun. It's one of the worst fights in Final Fantasy. Tencent, oh god, don't ever do Raja's Ring or COP completion, because then you have to do Tencent and all the other shit, Sacrarium, you know. You know what they need to do? They need to make the run speed that, you know, retail improved their run speed by 1.75 10 years ago, and they need to do that. If retail did it, I don't know why these older servers don't do it too, because it takes too long. It takes too long. Look how long it takes to fucking walk to just the Signet NPC. It is a 30-second walk to the second, right? 30-second walk to get to the fucking Signet NPC. The run speed is a fucking joke in this game. Like, the only person I ever met besides Honey in the Final Fantasy community that I respected their gear was my friend Demented on Nozomi, who had track pants +1. Track pants +1, right? Better than Kraken Club. And Demented was a good friend of mine, you know? Look at this. Movement speed, 8%. Period. All the time. Anywhere. 8% movement speed. All the time. Anywhere. Yeah, like well, I shouldn't need okay, so what retail did is they gave track pants to everybody who plays the game. Now the run speed is like 10% bigger, which is like, you know, it's like fucking really big. It's like a 1.75% increase or something like that. It's fucking crazy. And so it's you know, it's yeah. This is what's wrong with, you know, double X plus 1 is a 12. Yeah. Like shit like that, you know. Yeah. So I don't like this. They do this because now original monster positions. This is a glitch that is in the Darkstar code that has been around, because I played a Darkstar code, single player Final Fantasy XI server when I was like 19 years old or something like that, and I'm 40 or whatever it was, and I was like 23 or something like that, I think. I played Darkstar in its original you know, original iteration, right? And this particular glitch inside of Monastic Cavern, where there's like 200 orcs here when there shouldn't be. You see it? They're bragging this as an original monster positions before, right? Yeah, there you go. So they're trying to fix this, right? They're saying, I guess they're saying that they fixed it to the original Munster position because this glitch has been a bad Darkstar coding problem for, you know, since I was a kid. Yeah, and so I hate this room because like there's no way you can live. An alliance of 18 people couldn't live through this. This is worse than Dynapools. This is. You know, these mobs, they don't get easier like some of the Dyna mobs where you can just AoE them and stuff. This is like 25 or 30 goddamn coffer mobs. It's gonna slaughter you. You better have an alliance full of black mages. Let's put it that way. So you can't actually kill this. It's just ridiculous when you see it. Yeah, they're all glitched at that entrance. Yeah, that's a Darkstar thing. So that's cool that Horizon's bragging to fix it, but... You know, Blacklist, since this came up, I will say this. The fact that they made a launch trailer is very impressive to me. The fact that it's got 3,000 views is impressive to me. And I believe I will probably crash course Horizon XI just based off that. In the respect that I do wish to call myself a Final Fantasy private server Andy. And I think Final Fantasy private server Andy should probably give it a chance, you know. One of the things they don't talk about with this is when I did it on when Wings was brand new. Everybody levels Thief. Everybody levels Thief. All fucking 400 people on that server or whatever, they're all Thief. All of them. Yeah, I bet it is. Yeah. Is it out yet? Is it out? I don't like this, the Era Camp locations. I mean, I do. They should let you level wherever you... Like, the original game, you can level wherever you wanted to level as long as the mob wasn't incredibly mean to whatever you were, as in, like, Calibri have Reflect for Black Mage and shit like that. As long as you didn't have some crazy effect like Reflect or whatever, you could camp anywhere in the world, which is what Squaresoft originally wanted. But all the camps ended up being faster XP. But I mean, it used to be in Era, you would have in Dunes, there was like 7 camps at the Liz area. There was an XP camp at the Dunes area that was very I'm sorry, not Dunes area, but it used to be very popular to XP camp at Emperor, which is something you'll never see on a private server, but on retail you did because all those guys would kill the flies. They would camp over there on the beach by the placeholder fly, and they would kill the placeholder fly all day, and then the power level could snag the Valkyrie Emperor pop for their friends to come kill it. You know, and shit like that. That's how retail used to be. There was definitely a big camp was right at the zone of Selbina because you could zone, and that was a big deal for like level 11s and shit, or not 11s, but you know, people who like if you were like 14, it used to be a big deal to zone because the RMK was so fucking bad. Or MPK was so bad that it was literally valuable to be close to a zone, even if you were really good DPS party that had no problems with a bard and all that. It didn't matter. People would still run RMT, or I'm sorry, MT, MPK right to your party if they didn't like you. There was 3 camps on the beach where Hippopotamus is. There was 4 camps over there by the wall. My favorite camp in the zone used to be the wall camp, tucked in there by all the trees, just east of where the OWNM used to be in Dunes on Nozomi. There was the Signpost camp, which was a very rare one, but you did see it back in the day. There was the Oasis camp, always had 2 or 3 parties. There was the tree line northwest of the Oasis, right by the OP. There was 6 different camps. There was sometimes even sandbat camps in the tunnel in Dunes in retail. But something about private servers, there's like 5 camps. Every zone in retail there was like 20 camps. Even QFIM had like 20 fucking camps from where the evil weapons were all the way up to the tower and everything in between. It had like 20 goddamn camps, you know. And they were all used. Preview their launcher. Yeah, okay. I will, yeah. So, like, they want to fix this, but they shouldn't brag about it. They shouldn't talk about it. Because to fix it, they would have to get the leveled lists wrong. Oh, sorry. They'd have to get the leveled list. Ooh, one account per player is huge with free character slots. That's huge. I will come to Horizon. I will give it a try. Yeah. That's the main thing. No dual box. I don't do a lot of spoiler and hype. I just like to be aware of it. You know, I like to be aware of it.
That are connected to 5 different third-party sites that then feed you information into an algorithm that then parses out that information and does mathematical calculations into where it tells you how to actually mathematically maximize your artifact power gains on your third Moonkin alt because your guild's trying to kill Sire Denathrius Mythic and you can't raid on your main character because it doesn't do enough DPS, so you're trying to power level your fucking alt and you're trying to get a conduits and you're trying to get a conduit energy, you're out of conduit energy, you gotta wait for tomorrow, and then you're trying to get also your legendary, you gotta go back into Torghast and then you have to get to layer 8, but you don't have layer 8, so you have to buy a WoW token so you can buy a carry to get to layer 8, and then finally you get to layer 8, and you have to buy another WoW token to buy the white item on the auction house, and then fucking enchant the white item on the auction house with the WoW token gear, and then you get the fucking enchant for the legendary, and then oh my god, the legendary was the same piece that you got from the raid, so now you need to get a legendary, so you buy another WoW token for 200,000 gold for $20 again, and then you make a second legendary. Like, this is... That's the experience.
And he's right. Verbatim. Word for word. That's the experience. It is like 80 times what Final Fantasy 11 is to kill at Virtue. It is like 80 times that. Something. At the world top. If you die in my raid on heroic, or sorry, mythic now, but it used to be heroic, or mythic, heroic Ragnaros and stuff, I kick you. I don't care if I've known you for 5 years. I straight kick you. It's such a higher bandwidth play that I don't know why, and this is what people want. This is what people want. I can't believe it, you know. I want to hear it again. I could listen to this all day, because this is what I did for 20 years. He's not kidding. This is exactly what the process is. It's this involved. To be the best in the world, it's...
Connected to
5 different third-party sites that connects through a World of Warcraft mod and tells you what your DPS is.
Information into an algorithm that then parses out that information and does mathematical calculations into where it tells you how to actually mathematically maximize your artifact power gains on your third Moonkin alt because your guild's trying to kill Sire Denathrius Mythic.
I would say the amount of crazy, expensive fine-tuning on what used to be rune forging and then eventually became in World of Warcraft and then eventually became like glyphs and like what's the other thing? It's conduits and stuff and artifact power and legendary artifact power currency and such to get your legendary powered up to think power leveling your relic, right? Your relic weapon. You imagine if you could power level your relic weapon to 8 times the damage that it is when you initially get it. That's just a small part of WoW. And I mean relic weapon as in it took you 1 to 5 years to get it. You know, think legendary weapon, right? Yeah. And so, and you know, so like, and so with all that rune forging and all that balancing and all that statistic balance and all that stuff, right? It's like literally high-tuned world mathematical fucking crazy world-class mathematical shit going on in the background to figure out how to pull 5 more DPS on a boss fight that you're already pulling 278,492. But you might be the world's best. if you pull 248,977, 5 more damage than you were yesterday. You might be the world best if you do that. And being a WoW Raider is the most stressful thing I can think of. I'd rather be a black man in a KKK-dominated prison, think Folsom or Angola, with an anti-swastika tattoo on your chest, and a child molestation beef. I'd rather be that than a WoW Raider at the top 20. It's so incredibly fucking stressful that dealing with the KKK guys in the prison is going to be easier. And I mean that. It's not some hyperbole. I mean it. I wish I could laugh. It's not some attempt to make you laugh or whatever. I mean that in every serious, like, unlaughing bone, non-hyperbolic or exaggerational thing whatsoever. The stress level at the top echelons of rating in WoW is worse than, I would say, an NFL Super Bowl coach. It's more stressful, it's more time, it's more pressure, it's more anger, it's more stress and anger and all this other stuff. I've been there, I don't ever want to go back there again. So if you're wondering why the people in Final Fantasy suck, it's because that's who they are. They're like me. They're like me. Yeah. Yeah, I like killing people, not NPCs. I don't know. I'll do both. I don't care. I used to say PvP is better till the community ate itself, and now I love PvP, but playing with all the people and how they play. Like you can see how toxic this shit is, It's like watching how people play these games now. It's not fun to do. Like watching Ninja quit was really formative for me,
Like the internet.
No. Why did Asmongold's video just get there? I don't know what's worse, Ninja or the guy who had to figure out how to survive Ninja, right? Look at the guy. He figured out how to survive Ninja, the kind of onslaught that the best in the world is going to put up against you. He figured out how to do it. I know because I've done it before in rated RPGs and in World of Warcraft. I've done it before. So... because Final Fantasy PvE is auto swing. WoW is entirely button press. Final Fantasy 11 is fun. WoW is so high tuned and very high requirement, high focus, a lot of key. Okay, on a good World of Warcraft arena player for PvP, you have 76 keybinds. 11 could hope to... 11 does have that many, but it's about the same. Think... You know how you have, you have your white mage macros that go all the way through 10 sets of 20 each, right? 200 macros all in all. That's how WoW is. You would use every single one of these. In WoW, in Arena, you would come down all 10 pages and use every single one of these, all set to Shift E, Control E, Alt E, Alt R, Alt T, Control T, Shift Z, Shift X, Shift C, Shift tilde, Shift tab, Shift Control, Control Shift tilde, Control Shift R, Control Shift T, Control Shift E, Control Shift G, Control Shift blah blah, Shift G, Shift H, Shift J, Shift T, Shift 1, Shift 2, Shift 3, Shift 4, Shift 5, etc., etc. It just goes on, and that's what you need to be a WoW arena player. One of the reasons it's hard for me to keep a lot of friends around me in the video game scene, in the streamer scene, and my Rust players, and all the people who love me, who want to play with me. It's hard to keep them around me because I don't think they went through what I went through. I don't think they've been there. It's hard to say. It's kind of like I went to Vietnam and was a world-class, Black Ops sniper, but you guys kind of sat around Fort Bragg at home and guarded the fridge. And I think they're both just as valuable. I think they're just as valuable. I think that it takes all kinds. They're exactly the same. The soldier, the American sniper guy, is just as valuable as the soldier who guards the fridge because they're all equal. They're all the same. They're all the same value. They're all the same, right? But the guy who guards the fridge cannot relate to the guy who was the Army Spec Ops sniper in Vietnam, John Rambo, right? And sure, the world wants to relate to John Rambo, but the world is not John Rambo, you know. I was the best in the world at something, and it's not some brag. It's actually, I'm actually fairly ashamed of it. Believe it or not, I'm fairly ashamed of being one of the best WoW raiders in history. I'm ashamed of that thing. I don't tell people. I mean, I brag about how far I went with it, but I don't brag about it being like I'm better than you, though. I don't, like, no, that makes me far worse than you. Way worse. Way worse. So these people are like, what do you mean you won't hang around Rust? Well, because I did WoW for 20 years, I know when a game is not what I want it to be anymore. I played 11 for 20 years. I know what a game is that I don't want it to be anymore. You know, I played ESO for like 10 years, played D3 for like 5-10 years, played Phantasy Star Online 1 for like 10 years, Diablo 2 for like 10 years and shit. I've done this so much that I know the difference between me and what the average person who judges me thinks about me. It's kind of crazy. And so I just keep my mouth shut now unless it comes up. I think a lot of these guys like Asmongold, they want to brag, or Ninja, or whatever. They want to brag about cranking 90s. I just want to brag that I was there. That's it. I don't want to say I'm the best. I don't want to say I'm better than you. I don't want to say I'm better than anybody else. I just want to say I was there and call it bragging rights, you know. Look at what this guy has to do. It's hard for a non-Fortnite player. But for like a Fortnite player, you have to look at how really skilled what this guy does is. It's like he knows that there's an impending shotgun blast coming to his head here in the next, not second, but the next half second. When Ninja lands here, right about here, we're going to slow it down, right? And I like looking at Fortnite videos because they blow my mind like this sometimes, right? So Ninja's going to land right here and put a gold 2-shot into the guy's head for between 180 and 270 damage, which is the top health he can have is 250. So he's got a 1-shot lined up here to end this guy, right? This guy knows it, and a half a second before he shockwaves before Ninja enters into a gun-ready state on the ground. Launches in the air. And look at how fast he adapts and starts shooting at him too, which is why he's the best in the world. I'm good at this. I'm good at this kind of knee-jerk shit, but I'm not good at that close quarters shit, right? So, and he warps out. At the end of it, not only did he shockwave into the air, he fucking rifted at the end of it. Now, these are simple concepts that some people could, like, definitely think of to use and think about it and talk about it on their stream and stuff, and how to benefit, how to keep a rift and a shockwave around to get out of anything at all, right? You can see it's endgame, high IQ, non-smooth brain thinking. It's definitely high IQ play here. Rather than heals on his last 2 bars, right, on his last 2 slots, he used mobility escapes like Shockwave and Rift, and he has 3 guns, maybe 2 guns, 3 guns in his bar or something like that, maybe a cloud. And so this guy didn't ever intend on taking any damage in the first fucking place beyond 33, because by the time that, you know, by the time Ninja's gonna hit him for the next hit for 33, the guy's already fucking gone, and he built his entire playstyle based around surviving people like Ninja. You can see it. It's a turtle. But it's like the best turtle we've ever witnessed. This guy literally turtles anything from 1 to 20 people by just straight up leaving combat the way a rogue will cloak vanish or whatever. And at this point, Ninja faux quits. I mean, he faux quit. He went back to it. But you can easily see how Ninja would quit right here, because if all of your targets did this, you would get so angry. And if your reputation and your money and your wallet and your bank account and your livelihood and your fucking your accolades and your YouTube history and your live and people are recording it and they repost it and all this other shit, if all of your shit is wrapped up in being the best in the fucking world and your duo with the other guy who's the best in the world, right? And and this guy pulls this on you, and you begin to realize that no matter how good you were, this guy wasn't gonna die. No matter if you are the best, if you are the number one on the leaderboard, it doesn't matter, and you still can't kill this guy, you quit the game.
Did they rift? What the hell is that? Why is the rift in the middle of the sky?
Look at his face, right? You don't need to show an emotion. You're just so gobsmacked and sick and tired of having your reputation and your playstyle and your shit assessed and pondered over like some kind of NFL team on the way to the fucking Super Bowl or whatever. And you're at this high level of this play. And you still can't get your kill.
Hey.
You quit. Look at him, look, he looks over and he looks at the chat to make sure that the LOLs are rolling, because the entire screen right now is his chat saying LOL, 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 right? That's what he's looking at. Notice he, I'm a streamer, so I know to look for it, right?
Did they rift?
So he's like, oh, well, yeah, that's, like, look, he's very fast. You can see how fast he is, right? So, okay, there's the recognition that his target is long gone. And, like, you can see his eyes go blink, blink, right? When he's like, wow, I did not get the kill on this guy. Watch his eyes. Hey, man! You know? And you sit back and you don't blink and it doesn't matter. He's gone, so it doesn't matter, right? You just stand there and aim at the fucking thing and you stop moving and you're like,
What the hell is that? Why is the rift in the middle of the sky? Ninja?
Can't do any more, dude. Can't.
Notice Cypher responds with this like fear, because they deal with hackers statistically. When you're the best in the world, you eventually deal with so many hackers that you see so much fuckery like Rust that you don't know if you trust what you just saw. Which is why I had to quit Rust. It's one of the major reasons. I had to quit Rust because I didn't know what I just saw until they add. I will not come back to Rust till they add damage numbers, because between projectile invalids from my own bullets and the fact that these guys are pegging 210 meter headshots and shit with no warning, no time, no nothing, just bam, dead. You know, like that, as fast as I can say it, basically. Like, oh, he's running on the horizon over there. I'm talking like over there is a guy on the hill, right? This is how Rust is. Over there's a guy on the hill way over here, way over there. He turns, he sees you, blam, headshot, dead. That's how Rust is. He turns, sees you, blam, dead. Faster than I can say it. Turn, sees you, headshot, dead. From 210 meters. That's how Rust is. It's fucking horseshit, and I won't do it. So they add dungeon numbers, like until they add fucking bullet numbers, like damage numbers to Rust. I won't do it because I don't trust what I'm seeing. You know, wow. And so notice Cypher doesn't trust what he sees either, because he gets freaked out. And he gets paranoid because he's seen hackers pull off the craziest shit before, that he's literally afraid of it a little bit. He's afraid of being dominated on stream and losing 1,000 follows that way. You know, he's a little bit afraid of it. So Cypher asks, why is there a rift in the sky? Because that isn't something you almost ever see.
What the hell is that? Why is the rift in the middle of the sky?
What the hell is that? Why is the rift in the middle of the sky? Ninja, what, I mean, this is how a pro speaks. It has nothing to do with like, I'm better than them, or I got a bigger dick than them, or I do more DPS than them, or I'm gonna crank 90 and kill this kid. This kid's bad, or any of that trash talk shit. It's more about assessing what's going on at the moment very fast and very accurately.
Ninja?
Why is that ripped in the sky? You know,
Can't do it anymore, dude.
can't do it anymore.
What happened?
I'm fucking sick of this, dude. I'm sick of these fucking players spamming Ripticos every single. I've had enough, man. No, I'm not even fucking kidding, dude. I've had enough. I can't even. I'm not even. I'm leaving.
No way.
I'm done.
Yep. Anyways, so we go back to the whole. So what Asmongold is talking about is the WoW equivalent of becoming ninja.
To where it tells you how to actually mathematically maximize your artifact power gains on your third Moonkin alt because your guild's trying to kill Sire Denathrius Mythic and you can't raid on your main character because it doesn't do enough DPS. So you're trying to
I love the hands.
fucking alt and you're trying to get a conduits and you're trying to get a conduit energy. You're out of conduit energy. You gotta wait for tomorrow.
Final Fantasy is no different. You gotta get Thief 75 so you can get a sneak attack and a trick attack on shit, and you know, and the parties will carry you until you have Treasure Hunter 4, and then you go grinding Buffalo Hide until you have like millions and millions of gil like Ninja did. Ninja grinded Buffalo Hide on Nozomi for like 2 years, and he pulled millions. I'm talking millions, like 50 million or something like that. Just because he had the patience to do that, I don't have the patience to do that. After Fortnite, no wonder he had the patience to do it, you know. But anyways,
And then you're trying to get also your legendary. You gotta go back to the Torghast, and then you have to get.
and then so you get Thief 75, you get Treasure Hunter 4, you gotta get Sub Shop for the Thief, you gotta get Ninja to 37. So you get Ninja to 37, but you gotta get Warrior to 17 to get the Warrior for the 37 Ninja. And then once you have 75 Thief, it's time to get a real class. So you pick something like Dark or Samurai or Warrior, and you take that to 75, and and then after you get Matt done at 70 on Thief, and then you get 75 and stuff, and then it just goes on like that. And then you start grinding Dyna currency and stuff, and you unlock Sea, and you unlock Sky, and you unlock all this stuff, you know. Yeah, he is humble. Yeah, right? Like, you know.
8, but you don't have layer 8, so you have to buy a WoW token so you can buy a carry to get to layer 8, and then finally you get to layer 8, and you have to buy another WoW token to buy the white item on the auction house, and then fucking enchant the white item on the auction house with the WoW token gear, and then you get the fucking enchant for the legendary.
This stuff that drove the WoW Raiders crazy, Final Fantasy Endgame does it too. No different. They're almost the exact same thing. What's it take to get, a relic? What is that? 5,600 fucking currency or whatever. What is that? 5,600 runs? What? Or I don't even know. It's less than that, but it's still it's like 500 Dyna runs. That's insane. It's.
And then, oh my god, the legendary was the same piece that you got from the raid, so now you need to get a legendary, so you buy another.
It's more like 1,000. It's like 1,000 hours of Dyna or something. It's like kind of offensive a little bit. Yeah. Like I really want a relic like a ninja relic weapon. Really want one really bad. After I saw my friend Nozomi have one, I forget his name now. Japanese name, forget his name, but he was so good. He was so fucking good. Well, I know how to find his name. No, I want Nozomi. And we're gonna look at about us. Let's see, I'm looking for player age, right? So up here we got Bernie, Oshimar, Icy. I know these people. Kaos, Ariman. Oh, Ariman's a friend. Oh no, I don't know Ariman. I don't know all these people at all. Never mind. I know Icy. I know Zensaku. That's a friend. Oh, right, I'm looking for a name and I forgot. What is it? It's... I don't see him anymore. I thought he was up here, like, in the 7s. Port gas? No, but people know how to... No, I mean, it's been 2.5 years since I left or something like that. I quit a long time ago now. It's weird because, like, I don't know. This guy, I swear to God, maybe he had deleted his character. I think he did. Because I used to look at him on this list. I met him, and he was a relic nin that came into one of our Maripo parties, and he was pulling like 4 birds at once. Right, he was the puller, the tank, the DPS, and he didn't take any damage, so he didn't need a healer. Right, and he was pulling 4 of those fucking birds in Misaru Coast at once and just killing them in under a second, because we had 2 Sams and a black mage anyways. But, like, you know, it was just crazy. It was just, like, it was so fast. Like, I was the bard, and we had a red mage, and we had a black mage, 2 Sams, and a Nin. And, oh, my God, that fucking party was insane. I'll never forget that party. He did triple the damage most people do. He didn't need a Kraken Club, you know. He was... I don't remember his name anymore. It should be here. But when I looked at him, he was in the 7 years... place. Maybe they let him change his name now. It might be Zensaku. I think it is Zensaku. It's Zensaku, I think. Yeah. That's Zensaku. He's Relic Nin, you know? Yeah, that's him. That's him. Oh yeah, with a Relic Nin, with a K-Club, that's Zensaku. And he didn't need a party. He doesn't need heals. You know, he doesn't need damage. He doesn't, you know... I mean, you gotta spam weapon skills every 3 seconds. So I'm like, blah, 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 like that. It's really boring. But it's, you know, it's... Yeah, what, I forgot the warp scroll. Did I did, and that's stupid. I died again, which set me back, but not very badly. That's good. And, yeah. It's a while. Let's look at where I'm at on this list, right? Oops. Oh no, these are the people that are online. So no, my friend probably, that's probably not my friend, but he's one of them. Jeez. I don't recognize any of these fucking names. I would say it's weird because... That's weird because I knew everybody on that fucking server almost. But it's not... None of these fucking names. Pretty much everybody I knew quit. I feel like these people are too invested now. They're like too invested now to quit. Only about, I would say, 50 of these people, see it, have more than a year. Not even. It's like 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. Yeah, it is about, I don't know, you did the whole... It's like... Yeah, the only reason he would stay on that terrible ass server, yeah. I remember your name, right? You were Blacklist, right? I remember your name on Nozomi. I mean, I don't remember partying with you much, but I remember your name. Warrior. Oh, no, never mind. I guess I didn't ever meet you. Never mind. I knew somebody named Blacklist who was on a lot. It's kind of funny. Yeah, we're doing okay. It's... Distractions are hurting my Thief XP, but that's alright. Oh, what those blood coeses. Oh my god. You see these clogs? I don't know if you can. Can my stream see those clogs? Let me move this over. Yeah, those clogs, man. Fucking nuts. Yeah, I haven't done. I never took a melee DPS that high, except for Warrior on Nosomi, and I got my Dusk set for like 7 mil or something like that, and I just wore that. I didn't bother with any of that end game loot. I didn't stock up DKP or any of the other shit. You know, I just wore the Dusk and I was happy. Sorry, I missed what you said. I went to the bathroom. Mything on retail, getting my full. Oh man, was the best. Yeah, see, you know this stuff. Then, yeah, no thanks.
It hurts. Oh, how it hurts.
Yeah, I saw Persona hit. There's also another one called Scorn that I want to play. Scorn looks pretty good, actually. Might take a look at that. I don't know. It's yeah, Persona 5 hit. I wonder how much they in terms of how big this install is. Amnesia Rebirth. Soma. Yeah, there's the score. Oh, the Persona 5. Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah. Yeah. One of the things that scares me about Persona 5 is I suspect it's a walkthrough game, and I haven't done a walkthrough game in a while. I don't know how good that would be for a stream. Oh, that's not even stolen, huh? I don't know what you say. Well, there's like a bunch of games here. Which game were you were saying it's a must play? I thought you were talking about Persona 5, right? Or were you talking about Scorn? Okay, yeah. I mean, like for instance, like I'm sure it. I think JRPGs scare me because if you don't walk through them, you can lose a lot of time there. Yeah, like walk through. Yeah, like as in like I don't know. That's what they used to call it, like game facts, you know, or a walkthrough is like. I mean, you can yeah. Like as in like if you want to get through the game in say 100 hours, you got to probably walk through. Like read it, like watch a guide, you know, or you're gonna end up with a 300-hour playthrough for the same results as somebody who beat it in 100 hours. Yeah. Yeah, you think so? Okay, that's good advice. Yeah. Let's see how much. Let's see how much. Ooh, 45 gigs. God damn it, man. I mean, it's a JRPG though, which is fine. Yeah, why not stick this on my D drive? Why not? Why not? Change your selection privilege settings. Alright, let's get the region going here and the re-raise. The fucking NPC is off the hook, dude. The fuck? Yeah, I mean, like I can't keep all that information in my head. Like I don't know. To me, Persona 5, one of the big things about it hitting Xbox is you know, the achievements. So if it, usually on an achievement single player run, I might actually do a walkthrough. But I mean, I don't know. Might see how easy it is. You know, if it's an open world, I tend to walk through if I can because it's, you know, really easy to lose a lot of time there. What is going on here? Group area. No, what is this? Oh, open. Open. I don't know. Zone. Is it /Z? Zone. There we go. I want to say to this guy who said, silly console peasants join me in ascent to godhood. I want to be like, the only hood you got is your wiener. Damn it.
Should I go ahead? You have brought credit to your house. This is a great thing. House Indoril will always speak well of your actions here today.
No, I'm just kidding. We've won the day.
Our victory is complete. Even now the Covenant retreats. You gave me enough time to summon Bulrith. As Grand Master of House Indoril, I honor you. Bulrith has done its job. The Covenant has been driven from Dalvin's watch. Now to put it back where it belongs, in the depths of Ash Mountain. I'm not exactly sure. I made use of ancient rites and secret lore to wrench him from his cell. You saw the conclusion of my efforts. My able son Garin even now works to return him to his slumber. He will guide your hand. You'll find Garin west of the city, on the slopes of Ash Mountain. I sent a detachment of soldiers with him to ensure his safety. I'm certain he already knows what needs to be done. You've done well here, soldier. You're a credit to the Pact. I'm I'm certain you'll be of use to my son.
Bolreth is one of two ancient magical juggernauts, the Brothers of Strife. Their story is too long to tell now. It is enough that Bolreth is a powerful weapon at our command.
Do you know how long I've been looking for you?
What do you want?
What was this? Oh, come on, man. Are you fucking serious? And I got the XP, but not the regen. Oh my god. I'm on White Mage. Cool! I couldn't get to the fucking through the archaic shitty menus to get a perfect dodge off. That's really fun, really cool. I was on my White Mage macro for some reason. That's really fun. Cool. Oh yeah, I don't like MOBAs. Tried them all. Unfortunately. Wish I did. I liked Battle Royale to a degree, but that was really cool. I wouldn't say I'm going to do a full-blown boycott isometric, but I think anybody still making money, producing, or developing isometric games in 2022 are scam artists. And yes, this goes for League of Legends, Blizzard with Diablo, Amazon Games with Lost Ark, etc., etc. Isometric in 2022 is, I would say, a cash grab scam. Now, LoL is immune from this criticism because they started, you know, how long ago? What, 10, 12 years ago? I think they started right at the end of when isometric should have been, which is why I don't like LoL, right? If LoL had been 3D, like, if LoL was like Smite, I would like one MOBA, you know? But Smite is not like LoL, and LoL is not like Smite, and, you know, the MOBA thing, if it's ever gonna be a game like a gameplay that I do, it won't be isometric. I'll tell you right now. I'd rather play a base game like Smite than like a really super polished game like LoL. Just because Smite at least has some 3D, you know. It's mostly 3D. It's not totally 3D, but it's mostly 3D, and I don't know why LoL couldn't be 3D either. I mean, it can't. When did LoL come out? Like, I got a lot of friends who God damn it. I gotta fix something real quick. I'm gonna hack my Windows. 2009, right? So it has been 13 years since League of Legends was cool. It was really cool first year, you know? It was fine. Here's the newer League of Legends that they were really cool their first year. But here we are now, 13 years later, and you guys are still cash grabbing and store shopping and you know, gamble boxing your League of Legends fucking skins and all this shit. Still selling skins 13 fucking years later. And I think the reward for getting all that money for skins should have been that you introduced 3D to your crappy 2D isometric game. That I wouldn't have found that fun way back even in like 2002, because I don't like isometric. Lost Ark was a turnoff for me. I clocked maybe 2 hours. Before I was like, no, this isometric cash grab scam is so bad that I can't be a part of it, you know. 75 minutes, and I knew. And trust me, this is the lowest game on my list. Everything else here, 20 hours. I mean, I haven't played Lineage 2 yet, but Legends of Arya is one of these that I quit right away, and some of these I haven't even played yet. But any game that I play, I tend to put hundreds, if not thousands, of hours on, you know. 14 hours on Far Cry 1, 55 on Abyssia Ultimate, 4 on... I mean, 75 minutes on a game, that's how you know it's fucking bad, you know. Oh, I know what it is. It's arena brawler, you know? It's an arena brawler. There's only 3 games out there, I would say. 4, maybe. Like, well, no, more like 3. There's like 3 MOBAs with that kind of brawl. I mean, there's only 1 MOBA with that kind of brawling. There's only a few games with that kind of brawling. There'd be WoW Arena, League of Legends, Smash Brothers, and now Multiversus. And that's why you like it. The gameplay is never the same. It's never ever the same, even though it's the same maps. The gameplay always plays out differently every single match, and that's what's so good about it. That's why Fortnite's good. It's never the same fucking match ever, you know. Yeah. So, and I like that. What's the name of this company? Right, it's Riot Games is getting out of the League of Legends scene, and they're going to let MOBAs die, as they should, because MOBAs should have come around in 2001, but instead they came around 10 years later. Had MOBAs come out in 2001, I would be a huge MOBA freak. But I mean, they came out 10 years later, in 2009, 2010 and shit. MOBA was appropriate in the year 2000. It wasn't appropriate in the year 2010. Which is the whole point of why Smite exists. Smite is an absolute, like, troll about how League of Legends isn't really necessary anymore. It's, so, no, am I saying League's bad? No. I actually quite enjoy League the few times that I played it. But would I ever, like, voluntarily pick it up? No. I think League's great. I think it's fun, but I don't think it's my game. I know it's not my game. I'm more discerning than most people, you know. I could try for Doom Widow. I mean, I should try for Doom Widow, but decent challenge, Beatles and stuff. What killed me over there? It was AFKing. Yeah, I must sit. No, I must flee. Oh, wait. I forgot. God damn it. Man, dual wielding games, man, you don't play either one well. You just play either one adequately. But Riot Games is doing a new MMO. Sorry, now I remember what I was getting off. Tencent is now Riot Games, which is weird. And Riot Games has announced a new. Wow, the Riot Games CEO had to step down from running League of Legends. I can't wait for the day the cat is singing to himself out. Where have you been? Been searching all along. Talk about games? Okay. Is it lyrics? Why do you... Oh, yeah, okay. I won't spoil it.
Forgive me, Outlander, but I have enough to deal with. I'm just a simple tribunal priest, and the trouble at the ancestral tomb was too much for even our buoyant armiger to deal with. I have failed Lord Vivek, and left a colleague alone at the tomb. Lord Vivek sent the three of us to seek guidance at the Andrano ancestral tomb. We were attacked when we got there, and our guard was seriously hurt. I barely got her to safety, but we failed to complete the mission Lord Vivek bestowed upon us.
Okay.
Canon Levoul. He remained behind after we retreated from the tomb. I know he wants to get back inside and ask Lord Vivek's questions. But there's no way he can get past the Daedra, or ask the questions on his own. May the three grant him wisdom.
Oh, you know, I never got my coffee, I guess. Yeah, I'm like, why do I feel so slow? I'm like, feeling kind of slow today. That'd be why. Good. What am I trying to do? Oh yeah, turn on my coffee maker and I want some seltzer. What's my water? Okay, sorry I missed what you said. I'm enjoying cold coffee more and more these days. Yeah, me too. I'm gonna have hot coffee today, but I like colder coffee more.
Tarnisser, what's wrong? Someone help!
Ew.
Why, the three? First a wounded armature, now this.
By dawn and dusk, evil creeps through the shadows of my beloved Vardenfell. But an outlander arrives to aid my people, just as I have foreseen.
Those words, what do they mean? What happened? Merciful Azura, the Mother Soul spoke through you. It's a miracle!
What?
Lord Vivek, protect me. That was Azura, the queen of the night sky.
Yeah, it's stupid ass fucking... whatever.
Lord Vivek, protect me. That was Azura, the queen of the night sky. And you, she spoke directly to you, Outlander. I'm surprised the Daedric Prince would risk Lord Vivek's wrath to proclaim a prophecy. But she did say you were here to aid us. The Daedric Prince Azura possessed that woman and spoke through her. I've heard of such occurrences, of course, but to witness such an event... She said evil creeps through the land. I wonder if it has anything to do with what we saw at the tomb. We sought guidance in a matter that concerns Lord Vivek. I received specific questions to ask while Levoul concentrated on summoning his ancestor. The Daedra ruined them.
I am glad that I reached you. That's the goal. I'm trying to have quality time with people, and that's a good quality time thing. The TLDR... Like, I used to write walls of text, you know, TLDR, just totally long, right? Trying to find my backups. Yep. Jesus Christ, this goes on. Jesus. So, wow, you couldn't do it, huh? You don't have the capability. Yeah, no. We're gonna choose another apps here. We're always gonna use the WordPad. Always open it. Hello, fellow. Yeah. So, like, I wanted to say a thing about TLDR here and consequence games based gameplay here. Gotta get my chatty where I can see it again. I'm sorry about that. It updated and now gotta chase it around. There we go. I don't talk much when I do. I do. You know. I know that's right. That's kind of how my vibe is now. I used to just be all the time loud. I'm still all the time loud. I'm drinking coffee, so it's about to get louder. But so look at how long this ends up being. And this is just a free flow thing. But let's read something I wrote. Right. Hello, fellow players, game developers, anyone who shall read this. Beware, it is TLDR, but it is a passionate TLDR. For starters, I very much wanted to make a forum post about this for around 8 years, which was about how long ago I had the epiphany of what I wanted so badly, what I'm going to ask for. When I woke up today, everybody on my server, BlackRock, was talking about WoW Classic in the /1 chat. While I admit I'm ignorant and never played on any of the other private servers that have attempted this, such as Nostralius or Elysium or whatever those communities were called, I thought the idea was good. And the demand and potential profit was tangible in legacy server ideas, and I am of the philosophy now that any content in the Warcraft universe is a good thing that can only benefit the end product. I think the idea of Legacy Vanilla is great, but it is not what I want. Just a tiny bit of personal background. I've been playing MMO since 2001. I started with the game Phantasy Star Online, then moved to Diablo 2, then my first true deep MMO FFXI for around 5 years. Then I moved to my all-time game World of Warcraft in closed beta, then my third, EVE Online. By the way, I noticed the other day, I forgot about this, my ESO account here, I have my closed beta monkey. You only get this monkey here. You'll never see this because it's a closed beta monkey. It's the pet you get for closed beta. And that's one of the reasons I'm playing this, is this stupid little monkey. Then my third, EVE Online. Years passed, and I left WoW and quit competitive world raiding around Heroic Firelands to focus PvP only, and took long breaks on and off the last 3 expansions. I did complete most of the Lore Master Achieves while I was here. I then moved to Terra, FFXIV, D3, ESO, Path of Exile, Mortal, Overwatch. I know it isn't an MMO, but I play it like one. And I find myself back on WoW since the release of WoD, which I loved almost as much as Legion. I realized that may not be a popular opinion, but I liked all the expansions one and the same. They are just new content to me, and the garrison and class hall mechanics were so close to my vision of the perfect sandbox WoW iteration in regards to the concepts of war efforts. But I digress. My point is, I'm extremely happy with the product, but with the announced for Legacy Vanilla servers, I realized I needed to say something, and soon, for there is something at the heart of it that is missing for me. I have a vision to share. I just wanted to join and add my tiny voice to the cacophony. I feel it is finally the right time. What do I want? And I'm sure you most definitely have heard this before from the vets in my community, but I want a consequence-based sandboxy WoW server infrastructure introduced right alongside with Legacy Vanilla servers. However many servers are needed to support the people interests. There are several fundamental things missing for me in the current and vanilla classic visions of what Blizzard believes WoW should be. So I've come here to passionately beseech you to consider making what I ask. It's the Dark Souls player in me, the EVE player, that makes me want it so badly. What do I mean by consequence? Well, to me, they one and the same mean these sort of concepts. Sandbox, high stakes, RNG-based higher difficulty, slower, forced XP grouping, and sociality for success, more deliberate paced, community-driven, immersive content based on critical thinking. I have some concepts and examples, long-winded concepts and examples that I took the time to write. Obvious stuff to some of us, but I still wanted to throw some of the ideas out there. I hope to catch a fire under someone's rear about how fun this really could be. Vanilla's was close, but it was still too frenetic, perhaps, too fast, too forgiving. So here's a list of ideas as I myself see them as important to this idea of sandbox WoW. And by the way, this would include all expansions except the current one, which would be an incentive to keep playing traditional server type as well. Please feel, well, by traditional classic, I'm talking about classic, not traditional. That's the wrong word. Classic server type as well. Please feel free to add or make suggestions. I use the hodgepodge of framework other successful titles I obviously love and play have used. 1. Full loot drop, permanent durability loss, PvP, PvE, and group raid PvE consequences. Notice I made a point here that I should have made more point. I should put permanent durability loss, right? Is a thing that I want in games. Kind of like Rust, you know? Rust has durability on all the guns and the armor and stuff. And everything has a shelf life. I want permanent durability loss in PvP, PvE, and group raid PvE consequences. This means if you die, you drop a lootable corpse, just like monsters on the live version of WoW. This is mainly inspired by sandboxes such as EVE, Ultima, Minecraft, etc., and it works much better for replayability. Everything on this server type is BOE, except maybe quest reward loot. Equipping does not BOP anything but quest rewards. In an effort to make quest rewards very useful and inexpensive temporary workhorse gear as opposed to vendor trash or eye-level hole fillers, right? So like we have all these white items that we want to disenchant or recycle or whatever. But I think the white items are technically the most valuable gear. And this is how backwards ass I think about this stuff, right? The white gear actually in a PvP world has more value than the epics do, especially if there's durability. Because the bad durability loss all the time. Like, you got to be constantly replacing items and stuff. Like, my belt's going to wear out after, say I go out and I grind mobs for an hour, my belt's worn out, right? Take about an hour, so you might get, if you go out and do 3 20-minute sessions and stuff, your belt's broken. But I want that belt. I want that belt to break from all the time, so that you have to craft, right? Yeah, I want the belt stolen, and I want the belt broken all the time, so that you have to craft to get to get to where you're going. So to me, the white set's more valuable because you can go out there with no bonuses or anything. So you can go out into the world and farm, just like Rust, right? We build these crappy burlap sets. And we take an Aoka and a spear out there, and we get what we can get in Rust while we can. And if we die, we don't cry because it was just a white set, right? It wasn't a full epic set with, hero set procs on it and all this stuff. And, and that guy out there in the epic set, he's a big target, etc. But I digress. 2 high experience point loss upon dying, right? Which is, I don't think I even need to go into this part, but I'll say it. This is mainly inspired by Final Fantasy 11. The PvPers should want to come back down to the dunes to level with the PvEers all the time. I think level sync is revolutionary in terms of, I think WoW should have it, but it doesn't. And I think you should have to come down to the dunes or Dire Maul or, the Barrens or whatever. Even as a level 75, you should have to come down to the Barrens and level with your fellow man to recover the EXP that you lost when you died in PvP. And and you better bring the best set you possibly can to get the best XP you possibly can, because the PvE is kind of slow like Dunes, etc. This is what I want out of Ashes of Creation, etc. Number 3, much higher eye level difficulty monsters or mobs past level 10 starter zones than the player alone or even in small numbers are capable of defeating. I love this thing about Final Fantasy, where if you wander around this desert, you might encounter a mob that would take 6 of you to kill, right? And they're right next to the mobs, like the spiders. Spiders to me right now are decent challenge, easy prey to decent challenge, but literally 10 to 20 yalms away might be a sabotender that is incredibly tough, which means that you would need 6 people to kill that fucking. I think FFXI was on big time to what makes PvE good, which is scale PvE. And I don't think you should ever. I mean, you should be able to solo something just like Final Fantasy 11, but I think it should take a really long fucking time. 11 is a better MMO than WoW. WoW had more money and resources to expend on experiments and stuff. Yeah, the leveling process is the best, I think. And the problem is, with FFXI, while it died, is it just reached perfection, kind of. And the minute they sped up any of it with say books were too fast, but they weren't bad. Books are still too fast, though. Book leveling is still too fast. And the problem is, the other side of this is infinity symbol. That, and I'm gonna pull out a Devin Nash Microsoft Paint thing here, and I'm gonna draw. I'm gonna do the streamer thing, and I'm gonna try and provide content to the 1 to 5 people here. Thank you for being here, but I'm gonna pull it out and do some content here. We're gonna pull Paint, right, and we're gonna make. Oh, thank you for the follow, Mr. Mr. or Mrs. Funhouse Gamer, excuse me, Funhouse Gamer. I appreciate this, the follow and stuff. I'm gonna pull out the old Devin Nash Paint. I'm gonna do something here, but I also need to sort of get my character on the way to do something first. So bear with me, like 45 seconds here. But we're gonna draw while I run. I can do this while I'm running. One of the reasons why I love 11. The other game I'm looking for, you should be able to play kind of away from the keyboard, which is technically like only Osiris or New World or FFXI. They've only or Eve. They've only made a few games like that where you can like totally AFK pretty much, but still be doing stuff like running forward or like warping or auto swinging. Auto swing should be the first thing on this list. I want a PvP game that's as good as New World or old school RuneScape or FFXI, where the PvP infinity. Right, and so I'm gonna do a little presentation about this as an MMO veteran who has been doing this for I started. When did I bought Phantasy Star Online the day it came out, and that was my first MMO. So when was Phantasy PSO 1 release date? I've been doing this, let's do the math, right? Since 2002, which is why I feel I have a little bit of experience with this, and I think I know what I'm talking about. Been doing massive games. I wouldn't say MMORPGs technically, but massive, I call them more pigs, right? I could call them more pigs. Not MMOs, but more pigs. They're massive online role-playing games. More pigs, right? Been playing more pigs since September 12, 2002. And even before that, I had Diablo 2. Let me think about that. I don't know when Diablo 2 came out, but, it was, Diablo 2 release date, right? So I've been at it. I'm an old guy. I'm old. Most of the people on my channel right now, except for my fellow Final Fantasy 11 players and such, are probably really young. But I mean, but not all of us are like that, unfortunately. Some of us are handicapped with age. And, so Diablo 2 came out about that same time, that same era and stuff. This is when I started, which was, let's call it, 20 years ago, right? We're going to call it, FFXI came out in 2002 as well. So I came up in 2002 is when my era started. And no, I wasn't the first one. My first girlfriend that I lost my virginity to, little brother, played EverQuest when he was like 14, and that was the first time I ever saw anybody playing an MMO, and that was a good 3 years before I ever picked up even PSO, and I didn't know what MMOs were. So September 12, 2002 comes around. And here we are, almost exactly 20 years later, almost to the day. It's about 20 years in a month, right? 20 years in a month have passed by since I started the MMO lifestyle. And this is what I wanted to write a book called The MMO Lifestyle, but never before had I ever thought I could sell a copy. Because I thought basically being an MMO lifestyle person is worse than being a drunk crackhead bum rapist on the streets. It's like literally lower on the totem pole. At least the drunk crackhead bum probably at least had a job in his life or did something with his life or maybe had wife and kids and a job and all that. The MMO lifestyle person never did anything but play games. And that's kind of what I did, except I also did many other things. Like I was the lead singer in a band. I was a drug dealer and a taxi driver and a Uber driver for like 15, 20 years all in all, something between all of them. I was a cashier for many years, worked at 7-Eleven, etc., like that, places like that, and did a lot with my life. I did very little with my life, but I also did a lot with my life. I would say more so than I was the lead singer in a band for like 8 years. I would say more so than the average, got more living out of my life than the average, I'd say, video game nerd. And so I'm happy with my life, despite being working for 24-hour, for 16-hour days sometimes on this or whatever, and being a no-lifer with no girlfriend, no life, no prospects, no jobs, no skill sets to speak of, or any of that, because I chose the MMO lifestyle over all of the other ones. I would say in return, I'm somewhere here in the center of this after 20 years, right? At the center of this, over a 20-year period, which started in 2002, I went all over the PvE infinity symbol and the PvP symbol. And on the leftist, positive, life-giving, positive force, the arrow goes left in this channel, by the way. I am a leftist, and yes, you will hear some politics here, but I won't ever try to convert you. You know what I'm saying? But I go left on this circle, counterclockwise, against the grain, as I think most people kind of start. I started with PvE, but I think most people kind of start with PvP titles such as COD, I don't know, Halo, PvP, other stuff, GTA, right? Although GTA is kind of PvE, but it's I would say it's more of a PvE experience, sort of. It's not, but it's yeah. GTA is not a PvP game, but it ended up being one. And I would say I would say GTA sort of like is an interesting, yeah, it's like, so I would say GTA doesn't belong on the PvP side. I think GTA sits on the PvE side, I guess it would. But GTA is what I cut my teeth on, right? And I gotta make this bigger. All these fucking, like, how do I make this bigger? Like, fucking stupid, man. Like, you guys are so incompetent at this. Why would you do this? There we go. Like, so, okay, so, like, just scroll this, like, a little tiny bit. Oh, yeah, I don't know. So, PV, I suck at this so bad. There we go, whatever. 2002, right? 2002, so we understand, what we're talking about here. So in 2002, I started on my MMO lifestyle right? MMO lifestyle, right? And I went leftist down this PvE chart. And somewhere in the middle of my career, I switched to PvP. And I quit PvE entirely at this point, right? I'm going to do this presentation in live. At this point, when I reached this point in my circle, I was like, I never ever, at this dead circle, I went all the way around the PvE circle, and I did all of the world rating and the FFXI endgame and the D2 and the GTA, PSO, D2, FFXI. Wow, right? And so, and so at this point right here, when I've done the full circle around the PvE gamut, which is its own world, at the center of which is EGR game rating, right? Rating. And in my experience, anywhere on this circle, you can approach the endgame rating, be from the beginning of your mindset of when you play a game, such as what I did recently with New World when I closed beta tested it. I took a look at going endgame right from the start and what that would mean. And often, right at the start with FFXI, you're thinking about how you're going to get your dust set or your AF set or whatever, and WoW's the same way. How are you going to get your tier sets? From the starting of this infinity symbol, we begin to think, how do we get to the center of the PvE how do we get to the center of the PvE? Raid-bis is actually very good. Well, it's not just Raid-bis, it's Raid-bis, bis, Raid-bis, whatever it is, healing, tanking damage. You're doing it not just bis, but you're also min-max, right? Min-max is a better word for the center of this. The EGR min-max Raid-bis reality at the center, right? Now, we never really got a game besides. I'm sorry. This is a wrong place to put that. We're gonna eraser this, and we're gonna put like, I don't know, like good games like WoW started for me here, and all the other games had it too. But oh wait, no. What is it? Like brushes, tools. I just want like a pencil. Damn it, WoW, right? Yeah. So WoW started for me here in the MMO lifestyle, right about here in the center, but I mean, FFXI kind of led up to it. So I would say that's not true. FFXI started me, so we're gonna put like we're gonna say FFXI did start here. PSO started here, right? PSO. D2, and this is why. So and this is an interesting way. This is Blacklist asks today if I liked MOBAs, and I don't, because PSO D2 came out in 2002, at the start of this was 2002. At the end of this is 2022. So at the start, we start, we start, I know this is kind of hard to follow, but 2002 starts here. It goes all the way around to here. We end at 2022 in the infinity symbol of running the full gamut of MMO lifestyle stuff. And, min-max, etc. So I think I can make the point that I'm trying to make now. I realize it's gotten kind of convoluted, but at this point here was PSO. I started with PSO. And about here, I did FFXI, right? About here, I went to WoW, and I spent far too long, 20 years, on WoW. I played WoW all the way through, all the way through back to here. But WoW started here, but I did quit WoW PvE right here, and I did WoW PvP up to a point right about here, where it started to go, my experience with MMO started to go downhill. And this is my experience. I think this experience is what's kind of happening with the MMO community that I'm trying to help by just being around and showing them that they're not the only people kind of struggling with trying to find a game. And we're going to call this H4G on the side is the big ethos here. Hunting for games. H4G is this whole problem, right? We started here, we went the full gamut. At this point, we ended here and now we're hunting for games, right? H4G, we're hunting for games, right? And that sucks when you've done the full gamut. And everybody's unhappy, and 16 million people. When WoW was at its main phase, right about here was when Wrath of the Lich King and FFXI died right about here, and Wrath of the Lich King died right about here. And and went to Kata, or to be more, I should say, Cataclysm. WoW knew it. They called it the Cataclysm. They knew it was ending. They all knew this lifestyle was ending, and something had to change. So and now I would say it's also more like before I ever went around this side of the circle, I did this circle 50 billion times. So I'm real sick of the PvE treadmill, right? And I get off it. Here and I go down the PvP track, a bunch of times. And WoW PvE died for me here, but I hung around on WoW Arena and RBG, right? Right about here. And I played, when I quit raiding for about 5 years, I did just WoW PvP. WoW PvP, right? WoW PvP right about here. And I this is like a as I go chart. It's not some end. I'm trying to show the process as I think about it on the daily, because it's in my mind all the time. And so, so we come over here, and it's about 2015. So 2002 started right about here for me, and I'm talking about my own experience. 2002, right? 2008, and that's Wrath of the Lich King, WOTLK. Around 2010, well, no, it was more like 2015, right? Right here is 2015 was about when the MMO industry died, and it started here in its full life from 2002 to about 2015. Then the other part of the PvP cycle of the MMO lifestyle started for many in the community, including myself, and went all the way through the WoW Arena and RBGs, right, at 2015, right? I'm sorry, 2015. The game died. The guy here, and but a small amount of time passes here from 2008. I would say the industry actually did die about 2010. But the death knell was 2015. It hung around. We hung around for the afterglow until 2015. And then right about here in 2020, right, we have a revolution. right? We have a revolution here at about 2020. This was about 2 years ago. It hasn't been that long, and then suddenly we became like a I would say a light speed journey from 2015 back to 2022, right? 2022, so you can see it better, is here. Here's where we are, third quarter of 2022. From 2015 to about 2022, we went light speed from games like and this is when COD and Halo and, you know, and all these like original PvP titles and stuff kind of like evolved, and we got our Fortnites. And this is why, Blacklist, you asked, why do I like LoL so much? Because it is an evolved PvP MMO in the respect that no game is ever the same. And that is evolution, right? And so Fortnite, LoL, CODs, you know, got evolved to like, you know, Black Ops and stuff like that, you know, etc. Like Blops, I would say, you know, etc. All the shooters and stuff, right? And these are massive games. So the MMO lifestyle, you know, massive online role playing games. So here we hit Blops at about 2015. We you know, 2015, the right here at the end of the symbol at 2015. We essentially died, and the MMO lifestyle died 2015, right? Why is this so fucking small? Like, can't you make that bigger? Yeah, you're fucking so stupid, dude. You guys can't... Microsoft deserves the top one now. They can't get a paint program right, much less fucking Windows. But anyways, you know, so then, you know, so this is a treadmill, this PvE treadmill I've done many times, and now I'm back at this point right here, where I'm beginning to start to go back around the PvE treadmill again. But this time around, I want PvP in my PvE treadmill. It wasn't there before. FFXI, GTA, D2, PSO, WoW to a lesser degree, though WoW did have that good Battleground, Alterac Valley PvP and stuff way before, you know. We had never seen anything like WoW, Alterac Valley, right? AV was a revolution. And it's a 40v40, or AV IOC was a revolution, right? We saw hints of this side. We saw hints of like the death of an era. We knew we were eventually going to see it when we saw WoW hit you know, its revolution of AV and IOC PvP and Wrath of the Lich King PvE, and they didn't feed into each other, which is why we started heading the other direction around to the death knell. This symbol was only a circle, right? Do you see it? This symbol was only a circle from 2002 until about 2010. So call it 12, right? 2012, right? About 2012, it was only PvE really. We had stuff like Halo, COD in the background on shooters and stuff, but we didn't have PvP done in an RPG game. And also, I'm forgetting a title here that really mattered. Right here we have our DS, which is Dark Souls. Right in the center of it, we don't know why people love Dark Souls and Bloodborne so much. It's because right at the death knell, before we had to begin to start to reincarnate our gamer lifestyle and be happy again and be super thrivey and in a golden age side of the cycle. And I suspect gaming is always going to go like this until we reach our revolutions of whatever it is that we need. And there's other infinity symbols that are working right along the side of this, such as grind and survival, which is like a whole nother, you know, a whole nother cycle that belongs inside of this cycle, which is why we had the survival revolution right when the PvP revolution happened. We had the survival gaming revolution happened as well. You can see these you can see these industry norms, you know, like start to pick up around 2012. The survival revolution started to happen, and by the death knell of it, which would have been like 2020, we had the perfection of Rust. Well, not perfection, but we have the perfection of Rust and an understanding that we need to come back from the survival perfection of Rust in 2020, which has been when Rust was at its best, right? From survival back to the grind again. And this is why I came to draw this chart here today and talk about these things, right? This is inherently inside of this, and these are inherently like their own. These inherently are their own symbol, right? From where we move away from RPGs to shooters to survival to grind fest, right? These are the four things that gamers like to do right now. We have our PvE grind fest and our PvP survival, but we need all of it together. We need all of this together now. And we have some titles looking at this. Particularly, Rust deserves. The people ask me what my favorite games are, right? That would be because they're the titles who fucked around with this, which would be Rust, WoW, and Eve. And you can play different iterations of WoW, like ESO, or etc. You can play different iterations of Rust, such as New World, right? New World deserves a mention here, though I think it's a brief one. It's kind of a parenthesis. In parenthesis, we have New World, which is an attempt to make Rust, WoW, and Eve, and take us back off this, back on chart, right? Back on chart, somewhere in this area of complete collapse of good MMO game lifestyle gaming and stuff. We had to acknowledge that there was going to be another infinity symbol that needed to be introduced to the MMO lifestyle on the side of survival and grinding. That would bring us back to on kilter and on center, so that we could go back into the golden age of gaming again. But we're like right now, we're like right here. And I am Skycat Live. I'm trying. I love this. I'm gonna do a YouTube video. It took me. Thank you, Blacklist, for bringing up the the motivation to come up with what my fucking my actual manifesto. I have a manifesto like any crazy homicidal nut or whatever. I would call it a manifesto, but I always called it the MMO lifestyle. But I don't even know what it is really. But here we are in 2022. We're begging for a return, right? The return here is begging. We're begging. We're crawling through the desert, drinking the fucking sand. You know what I'm saying? Looking for leadership to bring us back in the golden age of and this is why we, so we have our Rust, our WoW, our Eves over here in our survival, and Eve was always here. Eve has always been the infinity symbol. It's the only game that had it, but it's the slowest piece of shit. Fucking PvE slow, PvP slow. It's just slow because they CCP had to do it so slowly to understand how to do this whole infinity symbol, and so did Rust. And Rust is slow, base, janky, die, lose everything, Rust, Eve, etc. And to a degree, WoW deserves this because WoW did try to straddle the PvE and PvP symbol. But the fundamental disconnect here of why Bobby Kotick deserves to lose his fucking job and why Blizzard deserves to lose 9/10 of their fucking stock price is somewhere in here when they knew that they needed to connect the PvP and the PvE, right? PvE, etc. PvP, PvE, right? There's the, you know, up and down, north and side of this chart, you know, this fucking chart and graph that we're talking about here. PvP, PvE, etc., whatever, PvE on top, PvP, etc., left, right, up, down, doesn't matter. It's these symbols that aren't there. And because because Blizzard did not understand the fundamental connection, right? About the PvE should supply the gear necessary to do the PvP. The PvP should allow you to take the gear in a snowball, right? And you should only ever grind in the cheapest set that you have. And this is that thing. This is the snowball. Any Rust player will tell you, any Rust or E player will tell you what is, like, worth their salt, will tell you what a beamer is, which is somebody who can win any confrontation they get into if they have the skill to do it, right? And then, and they'll also hit you with other fundamental concepts, like beamer is a fundamental concept, survival. I'm sorry. I think the idea is to get gear in PvE to then go kill other players in PvP, because getting the best shit in PvE becomes truly rewarding, right? Yes. And WoW had hints of this. Like, on the way to your PvE dungeon, you could get ganked by Horde, but where the fundamental disconnect is Horde doesn't get shit. Honor wasn't good enough. Honor was an experimental system that was good, but it wasn't good enough. Like, it needs to be that you drop your set. And so these PvE Care Bears, right? They don't have a sense of community. They just have a sense of the reason why PvE Care Bears are so poisoned, because they only ever did PvE, is because they never understood the actual group cohesion. They think that the raiding is a group cohesion, or killing Vertra is a group cohesion thing, when God's honest truth, when honestly it's the least that it possibly could be. To command a troop of 25 people to fight a troop of 25 people is so strategically exponentially harder to do than killing the hardest raid boss in MMO existence. That we have this PvP snobbery, right, down the wrong side of the PvE cycle, where the PvPers think they're better than the Care Bears, and the Care Bears think they're better than the PvP because they make things, PvP destroys it. But just like I've seen this chart before. It's been, like, I saw it before in a book series called The Sword of Truth by Terry Goodkind, right? We're gonna pull Terry Goodkind. Magic chart, right? Sword of Truth, Terry Goodkind. Terry Goodkind, Sword of Truth. I've seen this one time before in the Gygax Star in Dungeons and Dragons and stuff, but there's like things that people need to fundamentally understand about magic chart, right? The magic chart, kind of, it's both additive and destructive. So this isn't the map image I'm looking for. I'm looking for a chart of subtractive and positive and subtractive magic, right? But there's magic that gives and there's magic that takes away. And gaming is the same way. There's gaming that gives and there's gaming that takes away. These fundamental things need to connect in the center, or you don't have a complete game. WoW only dabbled on the center of this side of the circle, which is why we wanna love Blizz, but then they failed the other side of it, which makes you think of like Paladin or something. Paladin is at the core of Blizzard's thing. Like, it only produces things, and it only, like, you know, it only bubbles and has the power of the infinite, right? But the problem is Paladin doesn't have infinite. It ruined PvP. It's right at the core of Blizzard's thing, and you'll find this often in other realms of realities. When a genius is at work, they will leave you some indication in the masterpiece of the artwork that they made that they were quibbling about what to do about it. Like, for instance, in the Mona Lisa, you have the smile, and you can see that Leonardo kind of struggled with the smile. It's no different with even, like, say, Blizzard's attempt at World of Warcraft, or Final Fantasy XI's attempt at Final Fantasy XI, Squaresoft's attempt at Final Fantasy XI. They're imperfect because they both embraced PvE too much and didn't take it to the side that they needed to. And then when they did do it, when WoW did do it, and when Rust did do it, and when Eve did do the PvP side of things, when, you know, GTA did do it, and Eve did do it, and all these other things. Oh, am I dying? I can't be dying. That's the main thing. Oh, am I dying? No. Okay. You know, so like, and also these grindfest survival aspects of gaming are not present in the current RPG RPG hemisphere we have over here. Is we kind of have shooters. Like, you don't really have a lot. I mean, survival made its appearance in PvE MMORPGs, but over here we have shooters, and they need to combine. Which is why I always thought here in the center between PvE RPGs and PvP shooters, right? Shoot, right? I always thought we needed a game, like here, over here is shooters, in here we need a game that has shooting and RPGs at the same time. And this is also what the community is looking for. This is what Blizzard is trying to create. This is what AO and then of course we need the return to the center, which right now the only hope that we have is AOC, which is Ashes of Creation, right? Which honestly, you can see it. You can see these hints in the language that they use. League of Legends is LOL because it is LOL. It's an isometric MOBA, which is honestly kind of a fucking it's like a sacrilege. At least I would say Smite's a better game because Smite didn't commit fucking sacrilege. And they knew how good MOBAs were with Dota 2. Why didn't Dota 2 get to have the League of Legends Empire? And why didn't Riot Games step with a 3D MMO like Smite, that actually had the depth that we needed out of, you know, these huge what do they call this, AAA title companies. They do a disservice to the community and the industry and the art form itself. I have these arguments with Disney and stuff like this too, because we need them. They make the best shit out there. Without Disney, without Star Wars, we wouldn't have Disney. Without Disney, we wouldn't have Star Wars, etc. It's that kind of thing. We need these legendary game makers and movie makers and media makers to save our lives and make life worth living. We need them to do it. But it's a sacrilege that League of Legends did their shit in isometric when we so badly needed a PvP 3D revolution. Which I would say LOL is right at the core of this. So you want to know why we like LOL? Because LOL is the opposite of WoW. It's like the PvP endless sandbox that WoW was a PvE endless sandbox. LOL was the PvP endless sandbox, and Eve was trying to be all of it. Eve's right here in the center of it, which is why I don't want Eve to die. Which is why I'll always sub to Eve till the day I die. Eve was right up here in the core of it, and they need to know. I have a friend called CCP Trash Panda. He's a developer for Eve. It brings tears to my eyes. You know what I'm saying? Eve was here in the center trying to save us from this side of the fucking circle for a really long time, which is why Eve, WoW, and Rust were the greatest games ever made. Just per capita, they're also the worst. And I cry when I say this. And so my WoW community couldn't understand why I needed Eve and Rust and FFXI and Fortnite and stuff. My Eve community couldn't understand why I needed WoW and it was quitting for Rust, even though I didn't know Rust existed yet. And my Rust community is brokenhearted that I am leaving now to rejoin WoW and Eve and, FFXI to a lesser degree. I don't think FFXI deserves to be in these three because FFXI doesn't have PvP and PvE at the same time. Rust and WoW and Eve do. So FFXI I would say it's actually not the center of this. It would be FFXI is actually the core of the best. You know, I mean, it's not just FFXI either. I'm using blanket statements. Like, FFXI is basically old school RuneScape. Old school RuneScape is basically Ultima Online. EverQuest was basically old school RuneScape and Ultima Online. And FFXI to me is the pretty 3D version of old school RuneScape, Ultima Online, and EverQuest and such. FFXI has good graphics. If you want to tell me that EverQuest has good graphics, you're fucking wrong. FFXI does. Look, I mean, I wouldn't say this is beautiful by any way or form, but it is serviceable more so than Osiris. And guess what? It's full-blown 3D. Ultima Online, UO, FFXI deserves to be the center of the left side of this. You know, they were the core of it, really. Because they are the 3D, I mean, it would be more so than FFXI, it was EQ. But we have these titles that sit on the left side of mastery of PvE. Yeah, the music, the music is what, okay, this line right here, this line that I'm drawing, this infinity symbol, I'm going to get it tattooed on my arm. Probably with the with the dots. I never knew what tattoo to get my whole life, so I never did it. But this is probably the tattoo I'm gonna get. It's four dots right at the you know it's kind of the Illuminati infinity symbol. With and right here at these points, right here and right here. We know these are beautiful points to be in. Like, it's kind of like a star chart, this symbol, in the respect that we know that it's going to get bad right about here, you know? And it gets bad. And then we're right about here. We knew it was going to get better about 2 years ago, but we're right about here. And then right about here, maybe AOC, and so let's talk about, so we've done the full, so right now in the 20 years history that MMOs have been out, and I'm a historian, and I hope to maybe make some money doing this one day. I'm a video game MMO historian to a degree because I played all of it. I played all the stuff that I thought actually did it well. I would say there's other titles here like EQ that I didn't play that probably did it better than FFXI, but would you play EverQuest when you have this? I mean, I wouldn't play EverQuest when I have this. I'm sorry, but I wouldn't. I think it's better. It's not. They're different games, but they're not though. They're not really. They're auto swingy, old school RuneScape, Ultima Online 3D. They're 3D Ultima Onlines, right? That's 3D UOs is a term that we should use this. FFXI. I never knew. It's not an MMO like FFXI is not an MMORPG like the way that WoW is. FFXI is an MMORPG the way that Ultima Online was, which is kind of like, it's not sandbox because the maps are finite. But every single fight is absolutely different, exactly like LoL. You know, LoL is kind of the FFXI side of this symbol. Until we had LoL's, the depths of LoL, you know, the depths of Baron's chat that was LoL. Over around, like, here we had LoL, and we were like, oh, it's, LoL hit right about here. But we were like, oh, man, you know, in like 2009. And so you can make these predictions about where this is going to go. And if you have any doubt as to whether or not you're watching a crazy man, I need you to take a look and overlook at this. Only a crazy man will draw charts and graphs like this. So understand now, stay away. You know, you can enjoy it. Maybe I'll take you to a good place. Maybe I'll take you to a bad place. I'm hoping it's a good place. But understand you are very much so following a crazy man. Because in my whole life as a lead singer and in my band, I tried to make the connections between spirituality, physicality, mentality, and you know, physically, spiritually, mentally, and you know, emotionally, right? I try to connect all four of those things to many different symbols and ways throughout my life. And this symbol here, this infinity symbol, with the you know, with the RPGs and the shooters, right over here we have our pronounced shooter cycle, right, etc. I could do the same chart for shooters are dying too, right? And somewhere we do the same chart over here. We'll make the, you know, the same charts over here with the shooters, and they need to flow into each other because they're kind of like the shooter and RPG are really like kind of the same thing. They're sort of the same thing, and they need to be an overall game somewhere here in the fucking center or whatever of all these games, you know. And this is this is what we're hoping to head towards. And I'm gonna save this before I lose it. But the MMORPG lifestyle, cycle, right? Cycle. Right, the MMORPG lifestyle cycle, right? You can see it in the I don't know, documents, I guess, yeah. Or no, I want this on desktop, right? So I am currently, on a side note here, I want to cover other stuff that's happening in my life. Me being, do you understand how much time it takes to full-blown beat FFXI, to full-blown beat World of Warcraft? People ask me why I don't want to go back to Wrath of the Lich King, because I did it, motherfucker. I've got every last achieve. I did it all. I don't want to go back to the people. The classic Andes, they never left. Like the classic WoW Andes and FFXI retail people and FFXI private server people that only do endgame rating and all this stuff. They're stuck in their fucking hamster loop circle on the left side of the symbol. To me, they're half a gamer. They think they're an entire gamer, and on top of it, they think they're better than us. All these people on the left side, they think they're better than us, and the PvPers think they're better than us too. But trust me, if you're the one in the center who can do both well, right? Because I've never met a PvPer who could do the PvE well, and I never met a PvEer who could do the PvPer well, except for a few people like Ninja. Ninja's one of them. I'm one of them. They deserve the 50 million. It's one of the reasons why they're so entertaining, right? I sit here in the fucking center. These people sitting over here and here want to tell me that they're better than me. But I mean, how much better of a chance do I have to sit at the center of the balance than you? Because the shooters can't stand RPGers. The RPGers can't stand shooters, and et cetera. And somewhere in the middle they meet, and eventually they're all the same thing, like me. But I mean, they're 10 years behind me. These RPG people. See, I started here and I went through the whole PvE RPG MMO, and I hit my rock bottom in 2012 when I had 2010 when I had my the first 10 of the 20 years. You can see time cycles and patterns throughout this whole thing, and that's how you can tell a crazy man. They're going to show you cycles and patterns in everything that they see. Like an Asperger's person. This is only an Asperger's person would ever do something like this. So I look at the 10-year cycle ends here. I did the full circle of the FFXI, WoW, EQ, old school RuneScape, PvE, chasing. And I quit raiding and I quit PvEing in a pack. I only PvE solo now because I'm like, yeah, this ended up being so toxic and so unfulfilling without the other side of it where I can feel like I'm better than other people because I literally killed the other person. Right? PvP is like I killed the other person. On the other side of this symbol is PvP, and I feel like a superior person at the darkest side of my personality and my my id and my ego and my libido is here at the bottom of my PvP crapulence is where I get statements like, go on, install the game, I'm better than you, you're bad at this game sucks, all these games suck because we're so far from happy that all of the games out there suck, and etc. And I hit this point in 2015 really early. I think most of the people are about a quarter of the circle behind me, and I hit this in 2015, but they're hitting this in 2022 when they see no hope in sight except for AOC, and they're like, how are we going to get back to the golden age, right? And have a good, productive, beautiful cycle, of positive things as opposed to just wanting to kill everybody all the time. And the same is true of the real world. The same is true of spirituality. This spiritual symbol shows up in so many different places, and on top of it, you can see in other places too. Like here, you can see a Christian cross. A true artist will try to connect it all. Here, you can see a Christian cross. You can see the Star of David. You can see the swastika. You can see all of this spiritual crazy. They call this. I'm not bad at this. My best friend does this for a living, so I would besmirch him if I didn't represent him well. It's called sacred geometry. It is here in the gaming industry, just like it is everything else. And I posit that guns are like this, drugs are like this, alcohol's like this, guns, girls, politics, war, it's all like this. It goes in cycles, right? And you gotta understand where in the cycle you currently are. Astrology is probably the only thing I've ever seen that could actually make a prediction about where on the circle you actually are, unless it's a brand new thing like gaming. Gaming is a brand, like video gaming is a brand new thing. It's never been, I mean, it might have been done in the lexicon of mankind's history, but we sure don't have any records of it, you know? So we have the one new thing in my lifestyle. In my lifetime, the only new thing in my lifetime was gaming. So it was the thing that I gravitated to. I think it has more solutions to our social issues and problems than the social issues and problems and actual social people out in the real world do. And there is a wonderful conversation TED Talks about this. I'm not alone. I am not the only person who thinks this. If you look up TED Talks Gaming, you're going to see a few things, but I've always loved this one. I've been watching this video for 12 years. Gaming can make a better world, right? And I have this feeling that when we're right at this stage of the 20-year, it's been about 20 years since we started here. We did the full circle all the way around it. It's about 2022, you know, right about here or something like that. And we're about to enter the golden age of gaming again with something like Ashes of Creation or all the other games that are about to hit the title. Oh, cool, I'm dead. That's really cool. Great, I'm dead. Just lovely. I heard done tell, you know, while I'm on the subject, is Blizzard has a survival MMO coming, which is, you know, probably right along lines of a competition with Ashes of Creation, right? New survival MMO leaks and stuff, and you can see right here at the death knell where the industry fucking dies, and we have Bobby Kotick's and Trump's ruining the world, and society is unhappy, and there's all these billionaire fucking assholes, and all these problems with gaming, and problems with everything out there, and world wars, and all this stupid ass shit happening right here at the bottom, right before the sunrise, right? We're like, this is the darkest, right before the dawn. We're right here in this phase right here, right before the fucking dawn. They call it, there's in astrology, they call it, what is it called? The Age of Aquarius, or Saturn Returns, or what's it called? I don't know my astrology. My best friend knows astrology better than I do, but she knows this better than I do. But it's Mercury retrograde, Mercury in retrograde, or whatever it is. I forget the name of it, but it's a whole trope. We're right at the end of the worst dark ages, right at the end of the Third World War or whatever, and we restart. And I suspect where this connection at the center for the restart of the circle changes the world, and I'm about to talk about that too, is if we have some kind of extinction level event, the social systems that we built while gaming will be what help us understand how to survive the apocalypse, like Rust. This is why my friend Tay is so important. It's why Rust is so important. It's why MMOs are so important. The social hierarchy and the greater full things and what it is that makes MMO gaming so good is what will save the world if we ever have a catastrophic extinction level event. And I'm going to talk about this. Gaming to me is a religion, you know? I'm not the only one thinking about this either. Gaming can make a better world, you know? So, and I love always throwing this fact in. How many gamers on the planet, right? How many gamers on the planet, right? Woo! Worldwide 2021 by region. No, I mean, how many gamers on the planet, right? I don't know why. 3.2 billion. That is half of all the human race is gaming right now. And so I think I don't know what the apocalypse will be, but I think it's going to be this steampunk. If it's anything to be believed, if the apocalypse comes, and I don't think it will, I think we'll have a civil war in America and a bunch of problems with a world war. But I don't think we'll have an apocalypse in the respect that we know better, and the only reason we know better is because of our media. We know what happens in Final Fantasy VI when we drop the bombs on Hiroshima and the cataclysm happens in World of Warcraft and in the real world, and Final Fantasy VI, where everything changes and everything is different and everything sucks. We know this happens. We know extinction level events happen. But what I suspect will happen here is technology will become so inherently, just like Matrix said, the technology will become so inherently important and hard coded even into our fucking like our DNA and shit, in terms of like machines in our bloodstreams and shit like that. I think that that if there is like an apocalypse to happen, it'll be that the tech stops. And if our tech ever stops, then we can't. We get too big and we have too much population. We didn't spread out to the stars. We'll eat ourselves like COVID and we'll become the COVID virus. And I think novel viruses are literally human races that failed. And they devolved into COVID, essentially. That's why everything's so toxic and nasty, and why the word toxic is overused so much right now, and all this other stuff is because, and all these people live to troll and worship money and all this is because we're on this symbol somewhere around here, and we need a reset to get happy again. And right around here, I don't know when this is, but I would say it's probably about 1973 or something like that. And now it's like 2020, and it's been about 50 years, and we're somewhere around like here or something. And we're seeing it pretty bad before it comes around to like a really good time again. I would say, we have a pretty bad time coming, and if we're somewhere around here in the overall scheme of things, and we're headed towards a collapse here, which is what all the financial people are saying, and it's what you can tell with all the zombie apocalypse stuff going on, that's what everybody's scared of, doomsday preppers and all this stuff. They want it so bad they can almost taste it. They want the end of the world, and I don't want that. I don't want a reset. I don't want any of that violence or death or problems. But if it does happen, it'll be because the computers that I'm on here stop running. And then we have basically an extinction level event because we can't even get water at that point. We can't feed ourselves. We don't have the infrastructure to feed and water ourselves because we don't live like in a nice mixture of Final Fantasy 11 and the Matrix. We don't live in a nice mixture in the center. We live way over here in the technological standpoint thing. We don't have our spiritual and emotional selves. We have our mind and our body perfected by technology, but we don't have our spirits and our minds over on the other side of the symbol kind of like balanced, So until we do, we're headed towards a repeat, which is fucking stupid, which means another world war can happen. Gaming is important to the next world war. It might be the most important thing to the next world war, because everything will be credits and gil and gold. Everything will be kills, and it's so shitty. It's like it's a reality I don't want to live in, but that's what they want, so that's where they're gonna take it. And that fucking sucks. So in order to get ready for the world to end, we need to be running these MMOs. The people making the MMOs should almost have like a global or national agenda ushered on by somebody like the Illuminati or the world governments to make these games good, because without the games I don't know how we're going to do in the apocalypse. I'll tell you right now, the apocalypse scenario trainer is the MMO lifestyle. If you can't make it off of crabs on the fucking beach all the way up to we'll use an MMO meme about crabs, right? There's an old MMO meme that I really love. Crabs with the crabs, right? Level 1 MMO characters, right? like pull this, right? Level 1 MMO characters. You're on a beach. You're fucking naked like Rust. Everybody wants to say Rust is a bad game. Rust is not a bad game. Rust is one. I think history will say that Rust was a victor and it was necessary and it was one of the better games ever made. So no, do not show notifications to Reddit. No, do not sign into Reddit. Level 1 MMO characters, right? This, if you can't do this, you're not going to have a good time when the apocalypse, when war were declared. You're not going to have a good time unless you can do this. And I think the MMO players are the ones who are going to be the best chance of survival. They're going to need to be able to pull a living out of the fucking sidewalk, kind of like Fallout, you know? Like literally from corrupted, decayed, destroyed roses that they synthesize into rose petal lacquer to make the sugar perfume that they wear to date a girl on a Saturday night that they see every 18 months because the world's a war zone, and get her pregnant to keep the population going. Or etc. Like I'm using extremes, but I mean like this killing crabs as a level 1 MMO player. It is the core. It is the greatest realization about life that I think humanity has come up with, which is that everything is a grind, and if you don't work hard, you're setting yourself up for a higher mess. So sure, you could be Trump and try to go be the highest office in the land without ever killing a single crab. Right? To me, like in politics, in order to be president, the first thing you would have to do is read the Constitution. That's the one thing he hasn't done. So, this is why we hate Trump, is he never killed a crab, but he gets to roll with the Virtua crowd. Fuck him. Fuck him. He's the worst type of elitist there is. You got carried, you got boosted. Your daddy's money paid for all your gear. And you got boosted to the highest fucking office, the highest DPS role in the fucking land, except you never actually fired a shot and you're still level 1 and you're pretending to be a level 75. That's Trump for you. You want to sound leftist and politics and abortion and all the stupid shit that gets into it has nothing to do it for me. You want to hear a gamer assessment of Trump? It doesn't. I think a right winger could say the same thing. Trump sucks a lot. I'm talking 50,000 fucking bags of fucking dick, like the fucking asshole who just stalked me all summer, right? Trump sucks 50,000 bags of dick specifically because get like me, get up here, get off the beach. And, I mean, you like. Trump's that guy on the beach who never auto-swang forever and is asking for gold. That's who Trump is. He's a lobbyist who sat on the beach at the start of, World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XI, and he steps outside town and he never swings once, and then he gets handed 50 billion gil, all the relics and all of the fucking gear in the land, and then he gets told to save the world, and instead he just gave us cancer and AIDS, or, well, to be more accurate, COVID. So this is that problem, and so we're, and now I believe I reached a place where I can continue on with, with my frankly crazy diatribe.
I'm Jane McGonigal. I'm a game designer. I've been making games online now for 10 years, and my goal for the next decade is to try to make it as easy to save the world in real life as it is to save the world in online games. Now, I have a plan for this, and it entails convincing more people, including all of you, to spend more time playing bigger and better games. Right now...
Notice... the fundamental disconnect between me and the EVE, WoW, Rust, FFXI, PSO, GTA, DT, FFXI, WoW, all those people want to be part of one community. I want to be part of all of them, like Gandalf. And these are things you'll hear me say every day. I'm never going to sit on only Rust, and I'm never going to accept your judgment of me because I don't play just Rust. I'm never going to accept I'm never going to accept your judgment. I could give a flying fuck what you think that I don't only play Final Fantasy XI or don't only play Final Fantasy or EVE or any of these other games. I play all of these titles because of what she just said, and I'm going to repeat it so that you can understand.
next decade.
My goal for the next decade.
Mine out for 10 years, and my goal for the next decade is
to try and make it as easy to save the world in real life.
Try to make it as easy to save the world in real life
as it is to save the world in online games. You can do this. If you can start a party to go to Gideus to get 18 people to level 10 in 10 minutes, you can start a party on the streets to form a revolution to take over the government and install a cabinet made of gamers. Because I think gamers should be running the fucking government, not fucking right-wingers or left-wingers.
It is to save the world.
Fuck politicians. I want gamers running the fucking government. You remember Balthazar in Neon Genesis, right? Neon Genesis. This was a really beautiful idea. I don't even want gamers running the government. I want computers running the government. Computers can't be corrupted unless the maker wants them to be. You know, Neon Genesis, consult your iRobot and your Isaac Asimov, etc. But I mean, the Evangelion said this best about politics and stuff. Balthazar, right? Balthazar was a really cool idea. So the Balthazar is a computer comprised of Sele and two other machines in the Neon Genesis Evangelion anime world, where I guess I need to pull the wiki for this because there is no videos about this. If I wanted to be a famous YouTube streamer, I could be, because I see niches where I don't see videos all the time that I would like to see a video for. The video that I would like to see, you know. YouTube is a great. Wait, no, I'm trying to actually run wiki for Balthazar, right? The Magi, right? The Magi system are a trio of multi-purpose supercomputers most commonly seen being used to aid NERV in their effort to defeat the angels across the Evangelion franchise. What they actually really do is they run the world governments. The computers are 3 different computers representing left, right, and probably up and down. I don't know what but they're basically like left, right, and the center. So they're always fighting each other. Left, right, and the center, all 3 of them, right? And so the 3 computers provide this perfect balance of government, you know, that cannot be corrupt. And what's wrong with governments is the governments in themselves aren't bad. There's no reason to hate a government. The government's there to try and help you make sure that the potholes are paved and the schools are paid for and all that. Governments are not a bad thing. The corruption of governments is the worst thing in the history of mankind. Worse than, you know, world wars or any of that stuff. The corruption of world governments is what's wrong. What is the mankind's dirtiest sin beyond the actual cardinal ones like murder and rape and all that stuff. So when the governments became corrupt, like I want a system of gamers, right, running like I want peaceful and warlike gamers running the world. Yeah, it's a scam of the banking system now at this point. The governments are so far from leadership. I know because I'm a real fucking leader who took my people up and fought those bosses and went to the end and beat it all. And I know because I've led 500 people before. I know what leadership actually looks like. And it's not Trump! You know what I'm saying? It's not Biden. I don't think those are leaders. I love Biden or whatever, but whatever. I don't think he's a leader, though. I don't see him leading. I think he's trying to fix problems that world governments should fix, such as infrastructure and shit like that. But I don't see a revolutionary leader there who would walk through every dark crevasse of this land, drinking the sand like his people, until the leadership provides some kind of resolution to the horrible problems that are plaguing our society right now. Like violence and isms and such. So these people are not leaders. Right and left don't enter into it. Right and left don't enter into it. These guys are not fucking leaders. I could do it better with my eyes. I literally would bet my life and everybody I've ever met, and I'm dead serious about this, I could put on a blindfold And I would bet not just my life, but the lives of everybody I've ever met, all at once on one big grand bet, call it the big grand bet of the universe, that with a blindfold, I could run this government better. I can run this government better specifically because I'm a gamer. I was taught how to do the hive mind, kind of that Asian sensibility of, of the greater good. Not communism per se, just the greater good. The greater good is what the government needs to worry about. That's not what they're worried about. They're worried about money and war and feeding the kids and all this other stuff and infrastructure and all this other stuff. But all they really need to do is the lesser of two evils. That's it. And they're never like that. They want to make some political statement about abortion or whatever. When the greater good would just be to, like, I don't even know what it would be, but it would be splitting the issue down the center or something. Exactly how most good judges, they split the issue down the center and they satisfy both sides. I don't know what that is. It's something, but it never should have been abortion's illegal or abortion's legal. It should have been somewhere in the center, where it's like both illegal and illegal, right? Which is kind of what we have now. Abortion is kind of the best thing it's ever been. It's kind of illegal to just go get an abortion, right? I don't want to talk about abortion, though. I don't know how... But anyways, the right and the left poisoned the well. I want a gamer that's thinking of the greater good, which is the middle of the balance of the issue. Always. And you want to know how a good gamer thinks of things is they can argue both sides of it, or sometimes all three. They know how the tank thinks. They know how the support thinks. They know how the front lines think. They know how the DPS think. They know how the people in the back lines think. They know how all sides of the problem think, and they tend to think of it from both sides. A good master debater like me is going to argue both sides of it and be like, I am not in a good master debater. I'm talking one of the world's best like me is going to tell you right away that I will lose every argument that I ever get in with you. I will lose it. Specifically because I'm going to argue your side of the story just as well or better than you as well. And that's what it takes to run a good government. These guys want to talk about, I want to push my agendas. And the lobbies bought us and all this other crap. When it should be, okay, why is it legal for a politician to lie on camera? A gamer never would have done that because they would have known about the fucking fallout. You know what I'm saying? The fallout for... The Fallout 4 of lying on camera. Like in 2022, you can't get away with it. You get fact-checked by 7 fucking billion fucking people. Like, you can't lie on camera. They keep doing it. They shouldn't be able to. They shouldn't be able to lie on camera. They should go to... I'm talking about the FBI is sitting there on... Every time a politician in America, anyways, is speaking on camera, there should be a fucking FBI agent with cuffs and a bunch of guys with ARs over there on the left side of the screen that you can't see. They're aiming the gun at the guy's head. I'm talking at Trump's head. And if he fucking tells a lie, and I'm talking every statement in the State of the Union is fact-checked before it's delivered to the public, right? By every fact-checker in history to make sure that the State of Union isn't some fucking fantasy and lie that the politicians tell people to get them through an election year. I want to see actual fucking solutions. Get them the fuck out of here. And I don't have some fucking bias about it. The only people I've ever met who are dead set center are gamers. And dead set center is what we need now. We don't need like we don't need left or right or any of that. We don't need gun control. We don't need gun violence. We don't need either. We need something in the center that's balanced. We need center. I don't know, a centrist or whatever. I don't know what you would call me. But it's like a fucking centrist. And I want gamers running the fucking world governments long enough until we have a fucking magi that'll run the world governments for us because the proper computer is done the right way. Your cell phone cannot cheat against you. It doesn't have the AI to do so. My cell phone... Where's my fucking cell phone? It's in the other room, of course, which is the barrier curse trying to block everything that I do. But my cell phone is in the other room. But my cell phone cannot plot against me and steal my money on out of my bank account. Only humans can do that. And this is why I want my cell phone running the fucking government, not goddamn Trump or goddamn Biden. Either one. I don't want either. I want these systems gone. And I want to reset it all. And until they understand that fundamental thing about all of it, unless you're like oh, I'm so right wing, oh, I'm so left wing, and all this, I think, oh, Jesus Christ, if you're bragging about that being that far from being centered in the balance, You're an unpleasant so-and-so. Mr. Unpleasant so-and-so. Well, the people who brought us Planned Parenthood are eugenicists, but that's a pretty big topic. The people who brought us Planned Parenthood were feminists. I have actually had a discussion about this with I literally, when I was a taxi driver, I won't say what town in Pacific Northwest Washington, but there's a very famous spa about 20 miles from where I live. And one day I picked up a nice lady who and it's going to sound like bullshit, but it's not. I've had several famous people in my car. Like I had the lead singer get in my taxi one time of a band called Black Alicious. You know, I've had some famous people get in my car. And one time I met the chairman of the board, chairwoman of the board of Planned Parenthood, and I had like a fucking 22-minute conversation with her on the way to the fucking airport. You're not going to believe me, but this is the God's honest truth. I put it on me and my family and all this other stuff, but but where this went is I asked her why, like she told me who she was and where she was going, and I was like, oh man. And she was like, how do you feel about the availability of contraception? And I was like, I don't like contraception, I don't like abortion, I don't like these things, and I wish we could find a better technological way to get around them. But I think without them we could have very bad problems that sort of paint us into a corner in the respect that we should be looking at how and I didn't say it as well as I'm saying it now, but I was like, we should be looking at how to remain open-minded about this, not closed. And she was like, absolutely. We started this organization. Well, she didn't start it, but she was running it. She was like, they started this organization so that women had a choice. That was it. And some of the, like, as I remember, what she said was half the board was right wing. You wouldn't believe it to be so. But she was like, you would be surprised. Half the board of Planned Parenthood is right wing. And just because you don't, just because you're a right winger doesn't mean you're necessarily a Christian or right for life or any of that stuff. And you'd be surprised, like half that board was chosen for Planned Parenthood because they are conservative. They wanted the balance of the board to steer which way Planned Parenthood went, which is often the case with almost any board that runs anything. Is you want balance of gender, balance of political, or spiritual ideology and all that stuff. You want balance, right? And she was like, so now we struggle with this thing where they want to take away the reproductive rights of women, but for us it's this non-issue where they should have just never like taken away the choice in the first place. And she was like, I don't want to fight Roe versus Wade anymore. That's where they drew their line in the sand. Like, and I forget what she said now. I can't remember verbatim what she said, but it was an interesting conversation that I wanted to remember, and I tried to remember it. Like she mentioned that half of the people she dealt with were right wing. Believe it or not. I know that sounds fucking crazy, but she was like, half of the people at the executive structure up at the Planned Parenthood board, at the board of Planned Parenthood and across the nonprofit infrastructure is right wing. And I was like, Jesus Christ! And she was like, yeah, and you would be surprised, Like, you ever seen I trolled the worst racist. I think I pranked the world's most racist man. This is the chairman of the board of the KKK. He lives in Kentucky or some shit like that. Population of.
You're confident. I'm confident, man. No, I'm not.
You've seen it. It's okay. So you remember this part where he has a cordial conversation. You know who this guy reminds me of? You know who he looks like? Is the nice brother on Better Call Saul. He's about that age, same as the actor. He's
Nurse? Nonce? Nurse? N-O-N-S. Nonce? So nonce? Nonce? Yes.
Nonce.
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 That's not reasonable. So you did an interview with them?
This is not Hitler. This is not a KKK guy with a white hoodie. If a real Hitler was there, You can see some of the right wing has been co-opted by basically, and so is the left wing, by the way, has been co-opted by straight up fakes who are faking it to make it, including this guy. This guy should be unwilling to step foot in the same town as this black man, but he's just phoning it in to get his votes or his money or his lifestyle or whatever the fuck. I don't think he's any less. I would say he's about as comfortable to be around this black man as he is his own dog. And this quote unquote intolerance that they're so loud about and all this is actually a very small part of a lunatic fringe of these entities like the right and left, or the Antifa, or the Proud Boys, or any of that stuff. I think a very small percentage of these people are actually very real and hardcore. I think most of it is an act, you know. Oh, I love this. This was a great video, yeah. So I'm talking about, like, this guy is acting. A real racist would not have been willing to enter the room with him, much less talk with him, or be civil with him. So either the realities of his job have forced him to be so careful about what he says to people of other color around him, or he will be sued 200 times, which might be the case. You know, I don't know. Or he just actually doesn't bother the other people of other color don't bother him at all. Because that is he is curt, and he is not interested in being friends with this man. He is racist, but he is not intolerant in any way or fucking form. And this is the leader of the fucking KKK. And this is the choppy, screwy, scurvy world that we're living in now, where the worst of the left and the worst of the right are actually the worst of the left and the worst of the right, but on opposite sides. And think double agents, you know, and liars. You know, it's sort of weird, you know. Anyways, I got off on kind of a tangent here. I wasn't trying to get off on. We're gonna finish the whole gaming can change the world thing, but you know, anyways.
In online games. Now, I have a plan for this, and it entails convincing more people, including all of you, to spend more time playing bigger and better games. Right now,
bigger and better games, not worse. You know, so like it's weird that I'm on these old titles, but the problem is I didn't get to play these old titles when the masterpieces in these, like the masterpiece in ESO's genre is WoW. And I would say FFXI is the masterpiece in FFXI's genre, or FFXI is the genre in PvE. I mean, I don't know. These are like, they're all the same game basically. I would say FFXI is different in the fact that it's an auto swing PvE MMO, and this one isn't. So this one's a theme park. This one is more of an auto swinger. I don't think theme park and auto swinger can exist in the same place, but I don't know. It's sort of weird. I don't believe in a right and a left dichotomy. I think it's just a system to keep people arguing with each other to stay focused on bigger pictures. Yep, that's right. So I mean,
spend 3.
Yeah, so this is the crux of what she says in the first 45 seconds is the takeaway of what we need to make about this. But she was like, forming a company and forming a party in MMOs,
billion hours a week playing,
are basically the same process. To get a party together of 6 to 10 to 20,000 people is you got to start somewhere. You got to make invites. You got to get us synced up. You got to get them talking and networking and in the party chat, talking with each other and getting them out that door to go do something, right? That is. That is more powerful than all of the military technology hardware advances that we've made in the last 100 years. The concept of building a party of 200 people to go get something done, like freeing refugees from some kind of bad situation or something like that, like the army does, right? It's better to send 200 super skilled experts to do something than it is to send 200,000, because the 200,000 just stick around with their thumbs up their butt and eat chicken. You know? And this is something about gaming that is going to change the world that we just don't know about yet. Forming a party is intrinsic to stopping World War.
Online games. Some of you might be thinking, that's a lot of time to spend playing games, maybe too much time, considering how many urgent problems we have to solve in the real world. But actually, according to my research at the Institute for the Future, it's actually the opposite is true. 3 billion hours a week is not nearly enough gameplay to solve the world's most urgent problems. In fact, I believe that if we want to survive the next century on this planet, we need to increase that total dramatically. I've calculated the total we need at 21 billion hours of gameplay every week. So that's probably a bit of a counterintuitive idea. So
and it's some random number she just made up too, because you can't quantify solving problems because you don't know what the solution is. You don't know how much man hours, money, time, or effort it would take to cure cancer until you cure cancer, because we've obviously thrown a lot down that cancer, down that cancer well trying to figure out what the fucking cure was, and and we don't know how long that might take or how much time, money, effort, or years. So, this 21 billion hours thing is a complete fantasy. She never should have engaged in it on this TED Talks, because it's not scientific at all. It is junk science, what she just said, and I wanted to call her out on it. 21 billion is some fucking made up fancy number that has nothing to do with math at all, because we don't know how long it might take to cure cancer, stop AIDS, or end world war, end world hunger. We don't know how long that might take. That might be thousands of years.
I'll say it again, let it sink in. If we want to solve problems like hunger, poverty, climate change, global conflict, obesity, I believe that we need to aspire to play games online for at least 21 billion hours a week by the end of the next decade.
Now, she can't laugh saying it. I can't laugh either. It's weird. I live on so far on the other side of reality now that, a lot of people laughed at that. Not me. Not me. I want you spending that time.
No,
I want to be the guy you put on in the background while you clock 18 hours a day gaming, because it can't. Maybe that's what leads to the apocalypse. I guess I don't know, but I mean it's I want more, not less. Everybody's like less gaming. I'm like more.
I'm serious. I am. Here's why. This picture pretty much sums up why I think games are so essential to the future survival of the...
This look, there's only one other time that somebody gets a look on their face that's this happy. Look at this. It's that moment of the epic win. I love this face. You can't emulate it. It's a really powerful face. You don't see that often. This kid just unlocked his greatest fantasy, right? Which is getting better at the video game that he thinks is more fun than anything else he's ever done except sex. Which leads me to the other thing I was going to say, which is only an orgasm can give you this kind of dopamine-filled aha moment, epiphany. Only an orgasm gives a human this kind of pleasure, right? Which is why I think gaming can, will, and must make a better world faster rather than slower. Before, I'm talking yesterday, it needed to be doing that.
The human species. Truly. This is a portrait by a photographer named Phil Toldano.
I love this picture. It's actually genius. You don't see a face like this every day. It's hard to see. His mouth is puckered because he's surprised, but it's a whole multi-billion faceted emotional wheel spinner of ecstasy here on his face. It's not pure ecstasy because he's got some surprise and it hasn't landed yet, and the smile hasn't broken on his face yet. It's that surprise, epic win moment when you begin, and it's very rare. It happens when you realize that that you will no longer ever have to worry about something bad ever again. It's like that moment when somebody hands you a $50 million check, like Ninja, or you meet the love of your life. Or you only ever see this a few times on a human's face. It doesn't happen every day. But gaming causes it a lot more than almost anything else except sex. Sex will make you have this look on your face because it's that moment right after orgasm when you're surprised by how good that feels, right? when it shouldn't feel that good. You know, it's just that good, and it's the same. It's almost an orgasm face, that oh shit epic win moment. And gaming gives this to us on the daily. You know, and I don't know why we shouldn't chase it. And I think a lot of people would say if every human on the planet only played video games, this world would suck dick and would end. But I would posit that I don't think so. I think the more that we sit around gaming and improving our social infrastructures and figuring out how to solve our hive mind problem, or the hedgehog's dilemma. The hedgehog's dilemma is a really bad problem that the gaming community is suffering from almost the most, short of, I would say, well, no, I mean, really, the gaming community is suffering from the most. But here's another Neon Genesis Evangelion thing, which is we're so scared of other people that we build this defensive mental armor. And I will use a quote that I used with a friend of mine. I don't think I have. Oh, I don't have my messenger program, but I said this perfectly the other day. Hedgehog's dilemma, right? Where we're so scared of other people judging us because of the toxic judging that goes on in this society, that we'd rather be alone all of our lives That's the music track, but I want the Hedgehog's Dilemma down.
The Hedgehog's Dilemma is a metaphor describing the challenge of intimacy. It goes something like this. You're a hedgehog.
The cure of the Hedgehog's Dilemma, it has not occurred in the real world yet, but I think it could happen in gaming, and I suspect it'll happen right here when whatever game that we're making ends up being the best game ever made, and some game developer comes up with the solution to the Hedgehog's Dilemma, which is how do we get humans to go out and want to talk and be with each other and would rather be with other people than with themselves. And you can see it's freshly on the minds of the community right now, very badly very powerfully on the community's mind right now. If we go to community, we go to YouTube and we go to gaming and we explore, you're gonna see some videos about solo MMO stuff, solo MMO stuff. Like, why do people play MMO solo? 5 days ago, Josh Strive Hayes, you can tell it's on his mind. It's on all of our minds right now, because what we're all doing is we're playing MMO solo, and we're doing it in such a way where we don't even need a guild or an alliance. We're working so hard that we're totally self-reliant on both FFXI and ESO and all these other games, that I don't feel I need another person, right? I don't need help. I don't need killing. I don't need loot. I don't need any of this stuff. You know, why people play MMO solo. Willie, I think, is a way underrated streamer who I think is extremely fucking good. But let's see what Willie had to say about this, because I haven't seen this video, and this is very in the core of what I'm saying. So but I would like to finish the thought, however, before I go do that. If we're here and we're about to be here in the end cycle of like Golden Era left, Dark Ages right, and we're about to go back into the Renaissance of Golden Age here, and we're at this stage of MMO growth. The solution to the Hedgehog's Dilemma is something to do with the looking for groups system, but it's not the looking for groups system. It's somehow providing the incentive to make people want to go be with each other, right? And in real life, I always thought that was drinking and drugs and partying always made people want to go be with each other. Like when I became a gonzo druggie and I chased my druggie lifestyle for like 15 years, I would say I was not alone for 14 years, something like that. Every day of my life, all day long, every day. I might have been alone on the bus or something like that, or maybe sleeping. But like overall, during my waking hours when I was a druggie, I was social with everybody always, all the way around. And that, I would say, I don't know why drugs would be this thing, but it is what it was. And it was made communities stronger because we were all doing something illegal. So we felt like we were all part of some secret club, and we were. It still are. Part of a secret club where the government was hunting us, kind of like, like we were outlaws because even just having drugs could get you thrown in jail, and it still can. And the prohibition's the worst thing that's ever happened to America. Worse than Civil War, Vietnam, World War I, or World War II. It's taken more lives, I think. I think the Prohibition's taken more lives now than all of the World Wars combined. And I think Prohibition is a worse topic. And I realize how black and whiteist and sort of alarmist thinking that is. It's absolutionist, and it's not my style. It's dealing in absolutes, and only Siths deal in absolutes. Drugs. Anyway, drugs are what it is. But if we go back to this cycle here. If there's some revolution to be had in making us want to play with each other in some game like FFXI, I suspect we need Ashes of Creation needs to be a survival grind fest with exactly half PvE to fund the PvP push. Socially to be powerful enough to kill mobs with 6 people. And when you're killing mobs with 6 people, you eventually have Overwatch, where you have to fight another 6-man party who's trying to kill the same mobs that you're killing. Think FFXI with EVE Online PvP and Ashes of Creation, where past level 12, just like FFXI, the perfect 6-man PvE XP experience is FFXI. So we take it, we chop and screw, and we borrow from it. Yeah. And we chop and we screw because we've done it before. We've seen it with EQ, we've seen it with Osiris, we've seen it with FFXI, we've seen it with, to a lesser degree, WoW, and we've seen it with PSO and FFXI, etc. Diablo 2, Diablo 4, Diablo 3, etc. Whatever, all the Lost Ark, etc. We've seen it before. We've seen good PvE games, but they're imbalanced without a good full infinity symbol of PvP. We have a fundamental lack. So then we see the taste of the community leaning towards grindfest and survival and MOBA and battle royale BR. Over here on the PvP side of things, trying to balance the sheer boredom of the grind that PvE is. And PvP is excitement, PvE is prep. It's like the symbol is like you prepare and then you expend. You harvest, you log and you mine until you cloth craft until you have the gear to go out of town to go kill the PvP people with the kind of good engine that Fortnite has and Rust and WoW and Overwatch, and that's what AOC needs to be. And it won't be AOC, it'll be a couple of years beyond that. Maybe Blizz will do it, somebody will do it, maybe Final Fantasy will come up with a survival MMO or something. I don't know what's going to happen here, but the race for the survival MMO prize, and I want to say this somewhere. I want to say the race for the MMO survival prize is the recenter of the balance back here to the center, where we can have the best of the PvE world and the best of the PvP world meeting right in the center as we go through a golden age, and then eventually we come up thirsty for something else again, like VR. I think the revolution we need right now is survival, and I think the revolution after survival will be VR, somewhere around like 2034, somewhere around there. About 10 years from now, we have a revolution of a combination of VR and this perfect survival PvE, PvP MMO. And that's the evolution of all of this. And then eventually we have Sword Art Online. It will be in 2077-7, but I think we're moving faster than you might think. I don't know, man. I would say 12 years is my guess. I think it's a lot faster than you think. I think it's slower than some people would say and faster than some might think. I think some people might say that we're 20 years away from Sword Art Online. I would say 12 years away, specifically because VR MMOs exist and have been successful.
Hello everybody and welcome back. As always, I am Mateo311 and this is your channel for everything VR related.
I know, but imagine a cyberpunk. Well, you know what I want is I want what's the best mix of guns and RPG I've ever seen? I want I want a Borderlands PvE PvP MMO with the world of Rust / New World / old school RuneScape with the engine of Overwatch. And I don't want to lose these things, so I'm going to say them here. Right, MMORPG lifecycle. I saved the picture on my desktop. So, right, so let's go down and throw some other... If something's familiar, then something is wrong, right? Procedural generation is part of this revolution. VR procedurally generated MMOs is what Sword Art Online is, I would say. So we skip down and we start a new thought along this Devin Nash profound statement like thing, right? So I want a new revolution in PvE / PvP MMORPG survival with Tarkov's guns. And what's a perfect example of medieval weapons? I don't know what it would be. The crafting system of, I would say, Tarkov's guns and WoW's melees. Overwatch's first person execution and Fortnite's third person a camera solution, a hybrid camera solution. I'm gonna make this bigger and make it bigger, right? I'm trying just spitballing, right? A hybrid camera solution to satisfy both play styles happening at the same time. same time like Fallout, like Bethesda games. No, one of the things I think is revolution about ESO and Bethesda games is this. It's this zoom in, right, first person zoom out. But I think also it needs to zoom out so far that you're essentially like an EVE Online Battlefield, you know, kind of thing with a massive scale thing, right? The arguments between third person and first person is really interesting. I think Skyrim and Cyberpunk become much more immersive with their first person nature. I want both. I want both, right? I don't care. I want both, and I want both seamlessly at the same time. Yes, I will die on that hill. I want both, right? There's a severe video game development problem with camera issues, and that needs to evolve into something exponentially better. We have not even seen an inkling of it yet. It has not been invented. There is no such thing as a good video game camera until VR fixes that entirely. Shooters suffer from real-life realism target recognition problems, where in real life you would know, you would very much be aware of someone being 12 feet away, whereas in video games, the insufficient camera technology makes making a technically perfect FPS impossible. I would say RPG suffer, well, makes perfectly FPS or RPG impossible, really, because because we don't have good cameras, we can't have good shooters. There's this thing about it, if you were playing paintball, and you were at a paintball course, and some guy's like 12 feet over and back to the right in a corner inside of a room, because you're a human, you can hear it, you can think it, you can even maybe smell it, you can taste it, you can sense it. That is inherently missing. Sixth Sense, inherent target recognition is inherently bad, and until it is fixed, we are playing kids' games. Yes, even Tarkov. Yes, even Eve. Yes, even Rust, I don't know, etc. Yes, they're like, even the Sims are so woefully far from actuality gameplay. Actuality, right? Like what? Like realism, actuality gameplay. Realism, actuality Gameplay is the most fundamental part of this hypothesis. I'm just going to leave a note here, right? Okay, realism, actuality, gameplay. Where, like, if you take a headshot, you're fucking dead. It doesn't matter if the headshot's overpowered, because if you have the perfect camera, you know the guy's there unless he full-blown did stealth up to you 15 minutes ago and sat there for 15 minutes and hid in a bush and then finally did execute his kill or whatever. It's not like, you know, it's not like there's this fundamental connection with target recognition that we could never do well in a shooter yet. And I'm sorry, I missed what you said. Yeah, most games are mostly just using 2 senses to detect where people are sight and sound. Yes, and yeah, in most games, and I'm gonna literally try to immortalize the comments you made here, because it's extremely powerful what you said. You said it, and I think the best way that you possibly could say it. And side note, right? I'm gonna leave a side note, right? Right, I'm gonna quote you on this, Blacklist one and only. I'm gonna quote you on this, because that is actually pretty much it. You have like sound and sight. You don't have taste. You don't have ESP. You don't have. Yeah, there's like 6 senses, right? We call it the 6th sense. I don't know if everybody on Earth can agree that ESP exists, but I believe it does. And I would say, especially when you're in a shooting situation, you have an ESP sense of what a deer's thinking. I think you have a sense of what your opponent's thinking. You remember the sniper fight in Enemy at the Gates, or the sniper fight in Saving Private Ryan? Those those scenes in those movies were extremely powerful in the respect that I would say that the other 4 senses that those snipers are using, such as smell, sense, even the vibrations in the air, the ESP sensing of trying to read the opponent's mind, the psychological aspects of it, some of that is in gaming, but not the target recognition stuff of like, I'm a human being and I know there's a living being like 22 feet away from me over to the right about to take a shot at me. In video games, that's a straight up question mark. You might have a sense that someone's there at best. You don't know that he's there. You don't know what he looks like. You don't know what he smells like. You don't know what age he is. You don't know how old he is. There's all these other details and stuff in gaming that are missing. Blacklist one and only. Sorry, I've got to quote you here. Sorry, I'm just trying to do 50 things at once, right? 50 things at once. Blacklist one and only. CCC. So we go blah blah blah. So da da da. And then definition professor statement, right? Sight and sound, right? Blacklist one and only. You don't get that in games. Same concept. You don't get that in games, yeah. So VR will fix this. Yep. So, we're going to leave this on the side because it is. Because I couldn't have said it better. I'm not going to steal your quote. You said it better. It is basically 2 senses. It's like 3, I would say. It's like 3. It's the 6th sense in a different way, because it's psychologically preparing for what it is that your eyes visually are seeing, and it is your sound, it's your hearing. But you can't... You can't taste, smell, or like, you can't peripherally see with a video game camera perfectly yet. It would have to be VR. And if you think about it, even in like how our perspectives are in real life, you only really have like what, a 180 cone of like, maybe about, it's like what, like 170 degrees or something like that of vision. Anything behind you, you can't see. But the other 5 senses that you have will tell you that they're back there. And I like, and even when VR hits, it still won't have smell, and that will be incredibly inferior. And once they have smell, I would say we basically reached EVE Online proportions of technology, and we're okay. We're doing good. We're not kids anymore, you know. I want both. I want first and third person, right? Yep. There is severe camera issues, and things evolved to something exponentially better. We have not even seen an inkling of it. On a side note, we have not even seen an inkling of a good camera yet. So that needs to happen. It needs to happen in like the next 4 years. That's a revolution that I demand out of the industry itself. If you want to make all these billions of dollars, you need to make your games less janky, and the camera is the first place that you start with that. Second would be your menus are entirely bloated and shitty and totally archaic. And I would say, you know, and there's this element of you. Okay, I want to talk about something I am doing right now that may not be so obvious to my stream here. But if you notice, I'm going to put my keyboard where you can see it. And I am currently playing ESO right now. And I don't want to make the picture bigger. I think it's big enough for you to understand what I'm saying. Notice that when I fight something in ESO, I gotta find a fucking mob. I should have done this before I moved the keyboard. But when I'm fighting a mob in ESO, there's an Aelid, right? I'm gonna go fight this Aelid, right? So notice that when I fight this Aelid, my left fingers don't leave the WSAD key, the shift key, or the space bar. My fingers do not leave that. Watch this. I am fighting just as well as I would if I was leaning back and I wasn't trying to show you what my hands look like. But I am doing all of my offensive. There's too much bloat in the abilities. We don't need 35 abilities. Too much bloat. You know, and I mean, I've been talking about this with other, you know, with other papers and stuff that I've written. But like too much bloat. Too much bloat. There's too much bloat in the abilities. And there's a revolutionary and there is a revolutionary fundamental thing to understand about this. There's too much bloat in the abilities, right? I'm trying to type as fast as I can talk about it, right? There's too much of bloat in the abilities, and there's a revolutionary fundamental thing to understand about this fundamental problem, which I think goes very deep. Scientifically, which is movement with left hand action with right hand, right brain. This PvP survival RPG-esque 3D survival flavor of RPG combat that I favor over everything else, right? This I'm doing right now. I am doing this with one hand, and it is my right hand. This is something fundamental that that the retards who make all these games I don't know how they missed this. I don't think they did. I just think I think that it feels too foreign or is too experimental. But left hand, WSAD, crouch, jump, you know? Movement, left hand, action, right hand. And so games like this that are keeping that non-bloated ability thing, like you know, New World, I thought it was abysmal that it only had 2 or 3 abilities. But really, the industry norm on I need my light for this, I'm terribly sorry. The industry norm on mice should be this. Right? Somehow missed, and I need to emphasize the word missed, right? I'm going to follow it through. Somehow missed, right? In the respect that I don't think they maybe I don't think they did. I just think that it feels too foreign, too experimental, too out of the box for them. But here is what they missed. You aim and attack at targets with your right hand with the mouse. Aiming and using abilities need to be on the mouse, not the keyboard hand. It sounds crazy. It's this little thing, but it's a big thing, you know. If you aren't using your mouse for, and so like you can see my mouse now. I'll pull it up. It's a G604. Show a better picture of it, right? Well, here I mean it's right here. I could just pop the engine that runs with it. I'm not saying this is the best mouse ever made. I'm saying it should be the industry norm. And if you notice, there's 6 buttons here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And I would say mouse roll up and mouse roll down makes it 11, right? So I mean, it's a lot of stuff going on over here. There's 6 buttons here. Also, I had to make a point about this. Movement with left brain and modifiers, not attacks. Right? Not attacks, only aiming attacks right at. So anytime that you're hitting the 2 key at something that you are, I would posit this, and I believe this, or I wouldn't say it. Let me find a target like this bull net, this Betty Netch, right? These things take a little while to kill. It's a good example, but let me make sure I'm all copacetic to do this because I'm all over the place, right? Yeah, so I got my attacks on my right hand. I open with my dot. I start wailing on the Betty Netch, right? On my left hand, I've got my roll, my crouch. At no point does my right hand, does my fingers ever leave my WSAD key. At no point does my pinky ever leave my shift key. I don't like the control button. I try to stay away from it. And the space key, right? Because that, you know, and this is something fundamental that the game devs should have understood but didn't. And I know because they went 20 years trying to put all of your PC keybinds. Console doesn't suffer from this. I mean, it kind of does, but this is something that they missed, right? It's like, you know, there's too much bloat in games like World of Warcraft where you have 35 fucking abilities and you have to use Shift E, Shift R, Shift F, Shift 1, Shift 2. Final Fantasy 11, Shift 8, Shift 1, Shift 4, Alt left, Alt 6, Alt 3, Alt 2, Alt 1, etc. All that stuff. As we get better at this, we begin to understand that fundamentally attacking and aiming are right hand, right brain things to do. And in the background is your movements. Yeah, fuck that. I hate having, you know, I hate having 30 buttons in anything. And they bloat this shit. They bloat a lot of this shit way too much. Like, you open a pause menu in a single-player game sometimes, and you're like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? Like, what in the literal fuck? I could spend easily 3 hours here dealing with my inventory. Speaking of which, back to Devin's watching. Yeah. And so this is something fundamental that needs to change for, I mean, this is a profound statement on the side. I think I pretty much closed this subject and I can close it. This needed to be said for me, and I needed to verbalize it because this is something this is something, you know, that I practice in. So right now, the survival gaming revolution that I'm stuck in, that I can't stop, has started to meld into my MMORPG obsession in the respect that the survival PvP MMOs, oh yeah, also, there was something else I should have said about that, about weapon choice. Weapon choice is a left-hand thing, shouldn't be a right-hand thing, as so many games put scroll wheel as weapon change. A lot of people do use scroll wheel for weapon change, which is really bad. It's a bad thing. It should be on your left hand. Weapon changes. Anything that doesn't have to do with interaction between your weapon and your spell and your eyes and your target, which is all right hand stuff, you know, and this is something that I'm going to step to YouTube with eventually, you know, eventually. So it's you know, it's something I think about a lot. So, but now we're done with the side jaunt here, and we're gonna talk about the rest of this paper that I wrote. High experience point loss upon dying, etc. We all know about that. It takes 5 people to kill 1 mob beyond level 12. That's something I think that is actually somehow, I don't think Squaresoft it was aiming at that being perfect. I think they just fucking like got it perfect, right? And it's okay to put 85 heroes in one game, or 85 specs. Let's get 40 jobs with 40 jobs, right? With 20 sub jobs or whatever. You got 80 different combinations or whatever, just like Final Fantasy 11. And you make it okay to level to 12, like level 12. And back then, they couldn't make a good quest-based experience that was really fun to level to 12. But I mean, like, do we need all the bloat that between level 12 and game and XP gameplay? I don't think so. But at level 12, you should be forced to go join 6-man parties, and those 6-man parties should fight other 6-man parties for the camp, and the camp should, and that's your world PvP. You don't need any more than that. You don't need anything the new world does. You don't need Alterac Valley. You don't need battlegrounds. You don't need arenas. You don't need any of that shit. You just need a 6-man party duking it out with another 6-man party, and being forced to lovingly communicate and lovingly look after each other, because then they face a bad 5-minute run back and a pain in the ass durability loss on items that they like, that they made themselves. You should never, ever, ever drop gear. I mean, never, ever drop gear. Never, ever drop gear. Why do MMOs drop gear? I hate loot, you know? I hate loot. I'm going to reopen that whole Devin Nash thing here, and I'm going to make another really crazy fucking blanket statement. I both hate and love loot, right? I hate it when gear is dropped. All gear should be crafted. Unless it is stolen. No loot pools.
No charge to have a look.
Do you know how really outside the box this shit is? All gears should be crafted. No loopholes. No shared loopholes. Excuse me. You can see that the community is talking about this stuff. Like New World, you can't steal a chest from somebody. You can't steal a mob from somebody. They cannot get less XP for hitting the same mob that you hit. Why can't we all hit the same node? Why can't we all hit the same node? Terra did this, and I don't know why other people didn't pick it up. It was fucking genius. The more people on the node, the better the results, right? We can't all hit the same node. Why can't we all hit the same node and get exponentially better? And why can't we farm together in groups of 100 or less? There's all these fundamental complaints that I have after doing this for 20 years that I see that I just think are so stupid that I couldn't have built the game with those things in the game. I don't know how Blizzard did it. I don't know how Blizzard did so many mistakes. I mean, they made the game, so they made the genre. They didn't make the genre, but they perfected the genre. They just didn't But there's all this other stuff now that you would never ever see. I don't know. Some of the stuff you did see back then, like for instance, it's rare in Final Fantasy. It's really fucking rare in Final Fantasy to get loot that's worth wearing off mobs, unless it's an NM, right?
Finest orc merchandise.
Why aren't all MMOs procedural? What's another really big complaint one? Why? I know. Why can't we get that's what I was thinking about too, Blacklist. Why can't we finally get
I have many fine goods.
a good procedural rare spawn system? No set places. No camping, just hunting. Exponential payouts. I'm talking legendaries, you know? With procedural Borderlands-esque random affixes that can blow your fucking mind. Do not balance procedurally dropped rares, epics, legendaries. If I play the game for a year and a half and I fuck around in the Cow King level and I come up with a shotgun that fires 680 pellets and each 680 pellets fires 680 more pellets and the 680 more pellets fires 680 more pellets, and basically when I fire the shotgun it one-shots, but then I have to wait 13 seconds for the reload and cannot switch the weapon out, then so be it, right? That sounds like a epic weapon with a flavor text from WoW. But what I'm talking about is a Borderlands gun procedural thing I'm sick of cookie cutter fights. Eye level. Might have different procs. It's the same person, basically. With a procedurally generated loot affix system in all items. No player should ever have the same spec, tier bonus, affixes, gear, eye level, or anything comparable to anyone else. Random breaks MMOs, we know. Break it anyways. Remove the item with durability loss, right? Durability loss on everything. Not just death, right? And that way, so no matter what, you might have that nice shotgun that one-shots and everything in the game, including the last boss, but has a 13-second reload and, you know, can't be used in PvP because you're basically just worthless for 13 whole seconds while they just wail on you, right? And, you know, and so you only use it in PvE, and if you use it in PvE, you can only use it maybe 30, 40 times before it breaks. And then you never see it again for 2.5 years. Or not it again, but some gun with you know, the sandbox approach to maps and items is far superior to anything theme park has ever done. Named items that always drop the same stats for every single player is the most boring thing ever, right? There's all these things that Ashes Desecration has to do that they won't, but I'm hoping that he'll make a, you know, I'm hoping that he'll make a, you know, foray into it. You know, I'm hoping he'll make a good attempt and at least get us closer, because it's like it's kind of like space flight. MMOs are like space flight. It's why they call it launches. We have to stop being so critical of companies who are at least trying. It's toxic to the devs. If someone talks shit about your life's work, that album you wrote, you tell them to eat 5,000 dicks, 500 dicks, and I think most software devs just grin and bear it. You think playing the game is hard. Try making it. So, now it's gonna record these things. Some of this I do want to record. I don't seem to be doing anything on Final Fantasy. I need to embrace one of these fucking games, and I'm on top of it. I'm still working on this, which is it takes 5 people to kill one mob. Past level 12 in any good MMO, it should take 5 to 6 people to kill a mob. Yeah. Very, very strong emphasis on essentially mandatory XP party grouping at an early low level all the way through to endgame rating, PvP or world PvP. I think the theme park should be 40 different class combinations all the way up to level 12 and make the first 12 levels really, really fun, like WoW. But then at 12, which and you reach it after about 3 days, say after about 12 hours, I would say no more, like I would say about 20 hours of gameplay. It ramps up though at level 12 where you have to have 6 people and yes, you can get killed and yes, they can take your armor, right? Make the loot procedural so it's more profitable, and then make it so you can trade the loot for XP. Make it so you can trade. Make it so you can trade PvP loot for XP. That way, a 6v6. Battle for an XP camp out in the wild is very bitter. Very unpleasant. But extremely XP profitable and gear profitable. If people want XP, they will forego PvP for camp, spot domination, and spawns and rares and such. And they shouldn't, you know?
Open for business.
And snowball gear profitable. Example, right? You go out to the Crag of Dem in a level 13 party. I missed what you said, I'm sorry. Make like decent people get into XP or materials. Yep, it's perfect. Decent too, yep. Want to kill... What's good because you can't kill... Your tank doesn't have good fire resist. Bring resists back. And the bombs, right? You go to where you suspect bees might procedurally spawn by some, you know, what, Rolling Berry Fields. Or windmills.
Finest merchandise around.
At the sheep is another party killing gobs. You set up 3 different groups of two.
No charge to have a look.
Healer tank, and 2 rangers. The 2 different tank healer groups hit from west and south, trying to blitz their tank before he knows or something, right? The 2 rangers kill their white mage and their RDM. Blitz works. All 6 of you live. You get the kind of rush you get from victory royales or successful raid counters or some such. Everyone talked because everyone mattered. When the other party is slain, they all drop white sets, but the tank had a nice green fire resist set. You take the fire resist set, put it on, and you guys start on gobs.
Finest merchandise around.
The other party maybe can't rezone for an hour. I don't like revenge PvP. I want actual organic homegrown PvP. Shutting them out of the camp for an hour.
Finest orc merchandise.
Maybe. That kind of thing. Just kind of putting it out there. That's the kind of vision that I see. Right at the top, I want to put, another thing is gear swaps giving almost infinite gameplay, getting gear for all kind of situations. I don't like the gear swap system at all, and I think it's complete and utter claptrap, and I don't want it, and I still don't like it. You'll never see me use a gear swap macro outside of Bard. You ever tried to see what it takes Lady Gaga to change her costume wardrobe for something like the Super Bowl halftime? You ever tried to change armor in battle? You ever try to take your gloves off? How long that can sometimes take? The armor system is ridiculous. And I think it should be left behind with the death of Final Fantasy XI. Being able to switch your armor so that you're suddenly Bis Ava on a Pally. You're suddenly a Bis physical damage taken, negative physical damage taken white mage. Suddenly you're a Dex rogue and then you're an Agi rogue when you're firing the bow and all that. Nope. Play your lane. I hope that system dies. I totally disagree, and I'm terribly sorry. Can't be switching armor mid-fight. Maybe switch guns mid-fight. Switch weapons maybe. But armor? Why would you take your pants off in the middle of a fight? You know? It's not a good premise that. I think Square kind of knew it. And I think I honestly think it's kind of it's along the same lines as that Vertra thing where they added in all those world dragons to keep the sweaty neckbeards happy who play the game too much. That whole gear swap thing. That has to do. It's the same thing that WoW does with like epics that have different different procs and stuff on them. So you have to go get 3 sets of different gear for 3 sets of different specs with 3 different expected crit sets or whatever, crit damage, spell penny sets, that kind of thing. Those are cool. But I just don't. I think it's all cool. I don't think any of these systems should technically be removed. But why ever would you be able to change armor in combat? It doesn't fit realistically. It doesn't fit thematically. Hold on. I want to Hadouken this samurai. But hold on. I got to take off my pants and my shoes first, so that I might crit him a little bit harder. It's a bad system, in my opinion, and it's an RPG system that has never been copied. I don't think, You can't switch armor in WoW. You can't switch. I mean, I don't believe any other RPG has ever done that except Final Fantasy XI, and I think it's one of their worst decisions. Sorry. Not only that, but lock style and all the problems it has where it blinks you when you change your gear is incredibly fucking toxic to the entire 33% of this game that likes healing. Right? Incredibly toxic to us. Do you know how many thousands and thousands of tanks I've lost over fucking retards tank blinking? Like switching their gear mid-fight? You know how many thousands of tanks? You know how many thousands of hours of my time I've lost over that? The gear swap system is the most retarded thing in RPGs almost ever. Ever. If you even really think about the realities of it, if you were to try to emulate it in the real world. It's kind of like Fortnite's boxing. So many Fortnite players would be so pissed at me for saying that Fortnite boxes are bad. But trust me, Fortnite boxing is so fucking mentally fucking retarded, it's almost as bad as that gear swap shit. I'm fighting a big dragon who just breathed Firaga 4 on me. And, hold on. Let me switch out to my negative 2% physical damage taken shield now. Real quick, rather than swing this weapon, because, I got, fuck, I have the wrong pair of pants on. Hold on. Let me take my pants off, guys, while I fight this dragon. It doesn't work in real-life premise. It doesn't work in engineering. It didn't work in execution. And I never abused it. I never thought it was good. I've never, ever in my... you want to know something about this? I have, 1,400 days played, and I still don't know how to write a gear swap macro beyond instrument changes. And I was considered the best in the world. Not only do I think gear swap's bad, I also think it's entirely unnecessary. Entirely. I think the loot's entirely fucking unnecessary unless you're main tanking Kieran, main tanking, Sky Gods or HNMs, or main tanking Ab Virtue, or you have some kind of RDM or Black Mage heavy fight like Dyna AoE farming and stuff. But overall, I think basically a Black Mage, a gear that it bought off an auction house, could do just as well in Dyna as a Black Mage who spent 5 years just getting the best of slot gear that he possibly could get. And the gear swap, like this gear-dependent shit that the PvE Care Bears get up to, is sort of a little bit sad, and I don't mean to like paint you in that box. I'm just saying it's a little bit incendiary to me to try to push the gear swap system. It's a really, really bad system. like the worst any RPG's ever done almost. Hold on, I'm face tanking this goblin who's doing 100 damage a hit, but I better take off my shirt and my pants and jacket now. I better take off my pants and jacket now. That's literally what I used to think about the Final Fantasy gear swap system. And I realize that's incendiary, and I'm sorry. But, and you're not here for hot takes, but that's my hot take on this. I think gear swap system is one of the more retarded things I've ever seen in an MMO. Sorry. No. What it needed was... Look at this. It's 10 job abilities. All those things on the gear should have been in this list. Instead of switching out to your haste set, right? Just give Monk a haste ability. Instead of switching haste set mid-fight and not losing your TP, which is something else I never ever could figure either. I thought it was such cheating. How come you don't lose TP when you switch an armor set, but you do lose it when you lose a weapon set? Isn't that kind of cheating? Because you could go into the fight, like technically, like in, like naked, and then fight the HNMM for 99% of their health bar, and then finally switch to your best in slot gear set for warrior or whatever for the last 1% of the fight, but you still tanked him naked the entire fucking way. That doesn't really make sense. It's sort of weird. It's like I don't know. The gear is weird in this, and I don't want to emulate the gear swap system. Now, I'm not saying stats on gear should go away. I'm just saying, why would you be able to do that in combat? Now, I would be okay with some kind of some place in the center, meeting you in the center of what it is you value about that gear swap system, and say that maybe we could take our rings off, maybe our helmet, maybe gloves, but all the rest of it, I would say you got to keep on. I still think it's dumb. If you're a mage and you have 16 different caster rings, and you're fighting, a skeleton or whatever, and he's melee chopping you, and you're a mage, you can't take hits, right? Thick black mage. Why would you ever spend your time going ring, 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 ring? I'm thinking about the abilities that I want to use on that black mage. Or I'm sorry, on that warrior or whatever. Yeah, it's a warrior on a black mage, right? I'm thinking about what I want to do to the warrior. I'm not thinking about what ring I'm fucking wearing. I'll tell you that. Well, yeah, but why would you be able to switch them in combat? You can see why no other MMO in history has ever done it. Why would you be able to switch that in combat? In EVE, you can't go switch your sets outside of station. In WoW, you can't switch combat mid-combat. You can't switch armor mid-combat. No RPG's ever done that. So yes, it's a valuable system. It obviously worked for 20 years. I'm not saying it's a bad system. I'm just saying I don't like it. And I think it's totally a really silly system if you examine the core of the roots of it. If you're in a Dungeons and Dragons scenario, and you're the mage, and your homeboy paladin's got like 2 goblins and an orc, you don't go switching gear around mid-fight. You're casting spells on that orc, You're not switching your gear around so the spells you cast are faster. That's an Asian grindfest thing. I think you would only ever see it in some place like Final Fantasy XI or, you know, it's not bad system. It just only belongs in this sort of game. I don't think it belongs in any other RPG. It's very stupid to be switching out armor mid-fight. I mean, yeah, maybe your gloves. But why would you do that? Also, the other thing is, the premise behind it is kind of silly. Why would you do that? How long would it take, first of all, to take a set of gloves off? I mean, they kind of do it pretty well here. It's like, it would take a bit to switch the gloves out here. Gloves, you know. I could see what they're trying to do with it. It's not a bad system, but it's... Yeah, from a real... It was sometimes the fun... Yeah. Now, as for fun aspect, I still don't like it. Because all the work that it's sort of cheaty, kind of like a paladin bubble or a god mode cheat. All the time it would take to don this armor would be significant. You can't just stance armor in any reality. The same way that the Fortnite boxing is bad. You can't just stance armor instantly in any reality. It would take time. Really crucial time that you wouldn't really want to lose, you know? In a real battle, you know, even in an Asian grindfest thing where the battle's really watered down, so it's just like, you know, a 10-minute auto swing fest. Even then, you still wouldn't really want to spend your time swapping gear. Unless it exponentially gave you some kind of... I don't like this whole specialized BIST gear slot stuff. I want to see the Borderlands random system with good affixes that are overall combat sets that you can't switch mid-combat. And I think you could switch a weapon with, like, you know, a 3-second delay, which is what Fortnite and Amazon or New World is. It's like a 3-second delay. This game, it's like a 3-second delay. 1, 2. Oh, you won't do it, but 1, 2, 3. About, you know, yeah, not about 3-second delay for. I mean, for weapon switching, that's okay. Armor switching, I'd say taking a pair of gloves off is going to be more like 15 seconds, you know? Even in a non-fantasy, I mean, even in a non-fantasy one, it doesn't really make that much gameplay sense. Because you would be switching out, it would never be, I somehow switched out my shirt, my gloves, my rings, my helm, and my boots all at once. It would never be like that. What are you, suddenly naked? Are you Harry Potter? Did you go, naked Yosa or whatever, and you're suddenly naked in under a second? It's so reality breaking that it's a premise I don't think belongs in gaming. I'll just say it. I don't think it belongs in any other. X2. I don't know. I never played X2. I mean, I played it, but I never beat it. X2. I don't know. Wardrobes? I don't remember. I know it's not common. Because it's not good. Yeah, I know. Final Fantasy X2. Yeah, you're talking about 10-2, right? Yeah, 10x2. Yeah. Like, I don't know. I don't remember that game well enough to remember. But, was it? I don't know. Was there a wardrobe system in 10-2? I didn't play the game. I didn't think 10-2 was good. I didn't play it a lot. Yeah. Yeah. Like I bought. As I recall, I played 10-2 for like 4 hours, and then I never ever thought about it or even touched it. I never touched it again, much less thought about it again until today. I mean, it comes up when I talk about Final Fantasy, but I mean, 10-2. I'm sure it's good. But I don't think it's probably very good, you know? I think 13x2 was really good, for different reasons. X2 wardrobe system, I mean, you can see... You know what I'm okay with? is classes. I would be okay with instant switching classes, a la what's that game? Genshin Impact, right? Where on your D-pad or on your number keys 1 through 4, you have a different character or a different class on each pad, and you can switch out to your Dexava Thief, and you can switch out to your, like, you know, your Dexava. I don't know, man. It still seems unnatural to me, like you're not paying the hybrid tax. Why should you be able to get haste for TP build, crit, and crit damage multiplier on a Seda with Dex all in the same second? It's never been a good system, and I'm going to stand by that. I'm sorry. I have this element of my personality where I want to appease people, but I actually am not. I'm going to die on this hill. Unfortunately, I do not believe the gear swaps. I've never thought, like, okay, day one Final Fantasy 11. I thought, gear swap, and I never used it outside of Bard when I had to do it for all of the instruments and stuff. And what else? That's it. I'll switch. I'll put on like an MP regen for my ginger cookie macro. But I like, since day one, I have severely I'm not gonna. It makes me seem disingenuous to you, Black, and like I'm basically just a flip flopper or something like that. So I'm gonna back my guns on this one. I've always thought the gear swap macro system, or the gear swap macro gear set system in Final Fantasy 11 was deplorable at best and one of the worst mechanics ever. And thinking back, like, it took me thinking about the past. I'm going back to my vanilla Final Fantasy days when people would look down on me for not using it, and I still think I was better than them. I actually think the mechanic itself lowers your DPS parse. I'm not kidding. I think it's a bad mechanic. I think it's in your head. Whatever you think that gear swap shit is doing to you is in your head. If you check the param, if you do check param, what is I'm caps. It's check param, right? Wow, what is that? Is it all one word? I'm sorry, check param me. Yeah, there we go. So we check our param here. Here we have primary accuracy, primary attack, ranged accuracy, ranged attack, evasion 196, defense 93, right? There is things like Seda, where a dex, and also like Bard's songs, where yes, I'm aware, but why would a tank ever be able to take their clothes off mid-fight? You gonna see it? Not clothes off. I'm talking about change, switch, whatever. Why would a tank or anybody else really just be able to just go? Hold on, guys. You ever try to change clothes? It takes about 2.5, 3 minutes. It's not a fast process. It's not a combat process. It's kind of like saying, I want to be able to drive a car faster in melee combat or something. It's really weird. They're totally unrelated things. Changing clothes and combat are so unrelated. It's kind of like saying, I don't know. I'm struggling with coming up with good metaphors for like this, but I think it's a shaky premise at best. And I'm glad that no other games picked it up. And I'm also going to cite that as my reason for. Yeah, I don't believe any MMO in history outside of FFX. I'm talking about MMO. I don't care what single player games do. I'm talking about MMOs in history. No MMO in history has ever copied, or any RPG, I don't think, really. For one thing, Final Fantasy 11 came out before Final Fantasy 10, didn't? Or no, was it 11? No, that sounds dumb, doesn't it? When did 10 come out? I don't even remember. I thought 11 came out first, but I guess not. FFX release date, right? Yeah. When was FFX, right? 2000. No, it was about a year before, but boy, they were like a year apart from each other. What sequels in the Final Fantasy are a year apart from each other? That's kind of crazy. But so, I mean, they released at the same time. 10 and X were made at the same time. They didn't copy each other. They were made at the same time. You know, they weren't like one did not influence each other. They were both basically in production at the exact same time. So they were. I probably thought that this gear swap system was good, but I would posit that if it was really good, everything else Square did, everybody else ripped off really bad. You know. But I don't think this gear swap system is going anywhere. I don't think it'll ever go anywhere. I think it was a bad idea. I got stuck on something. I think it makes you into those people that we've been talking about. I think the need for that gear swap shit turns you into those people that you don't want to be around. The gear swap problem is at the core of it. That toxicity that exists at the end game level in FFXI is directly proportional to that stupid-ass gear swap min-max shit that is entirely unnecessary, entirely not based in reality. So, by the way, so we were talking about check param here. There are certain things, like, and I'm a good Final Fantasy player, so I'm going to back up what I'm saying here. It is a shaky premise, Gear Swap, and I'm going to say it, but you're not going to like it. I don't believe Gear Swap does shit, because the check param does not reflect it. Now, your stats up here do. So if you have gear that pumps one of these stats, I would say that it's hard to say. A ninja with Gallarhorn buffs, such as Dragonfoe Mamba and Sheepfoe Mambo. Mambo, it's the evasion song, right? If you, I'm sorry, not the evasion song. If you stack March, excuse me, if you stack March, Haste, Speed Belt, and whatever the fuck else, your recast timer is like 1.7 as compared to 2.4. Did you really need that 0.7 against Kieran? I guess maybe. But do you begin to see where that gear swap shit directly leads to toxic leadism? It's that little tiny bit. Doesn't matter. The Sam with no gear swap shit standing next to the Sam with all the gear swap shit is going to do lower on the parse, yes, right? But the amount of time and the reality and the toxic demand on your time and your effort to get a yin yang robe so that you can stance out mid fight or whatever is so toxic that it took you 16 hours to get that yin yang robe, and many tries and begging people and begging friends and all this stuff, when you could have just not got the yin yang robe. I guess we see fundamentally differently in terms of the gear. I don't think that fucking gear swap does anything for you that you necessarily need, unless you're on such a fucking razor thin fucking margin that you're a fucking endgame ab virtue asshole anyways, right? So yes, the gear swap was good, and this is another thing that they know, right? Only about 2% of the whole community actually sees that endgame shit. It's mostly just levelers and social people and people trying to play the game while it's current and all this stuff. Not that many people stick around for the Kieran, aftertaste, or the Ab Virtue aftertaste. Not that many people stick around for that. It's usually like 2 to 5. They estimate it's like 2 to 5% of the endgame community on any MMO are the people who actually care about that shit. The other 95% don't use gear swap at all, I would say. I can't remember the last time below level 65 in recent memory where I saw somebody using a gear swap macro. So on top of you, like on top of it, I'm saying there's other elements of how ridiculously pointless it is to even worry about it. You know, that it sort of offends me. So I just never bothered, you know. It's not though. It's not min-maxing though. It's not min-maxing. It's like a 10% gain. On what, though? None of this stuff has been current for 12 years. Yes, back then, yes. Gear swap macros all day. I wouldn't have begrudged them on when COP was like current and stuff. But I mean... and, you know, you're on World First, Ab Virtue. I think Gear swap is necessary, yes. Otherwise, I think it's actually a joke. And I'm going to stop being negative about it. How's that? I'm going to stop being negative about it. I think it's actually a joke. And I think it's an inside joke that trolls a lot of people that don't understand themselves. To me, Gear Swap, man, like, I keep this... Okay, I really dislike Summoner. Like, I keep this stuff hidden from my Final Fantasy friends. But I came up on Fenrir where it literally was unacceptable to play. Unacceptable as in you couldn't roll Dragoon or roll Summoner without literal verbal harassment all day from nice Final Fantasy people trying to tell you that it would be better off being stripped naked in level 1 than trying to play a dragon Summoner or Dragoon, right? Now, my opinion about Dragoon changed drastically. I think now it's one of the best, if not the best, DPS in Final Fantasy XI. But in the conjoining 14 years, my opinion of Summoner has not changed. I think Summoner could easily be removed from the game, and nothing bad would happen. I think it signifies nothing. I think it's an entirely bad time sink waste so that somebody can call themselves min-maxer. Sound familiar? Like Gear Swap. Right? This is the incendiary side of me that I almost never show people. And I'm going to back off now at this point. I apologize. I'm not trying to be incendiary. But I think people who actually like Summoner are bad. And I think people who actually like Gear Swap are bad. And I'm just going to say it. And I've always thought this. For like 17 years I've thought this, and I've never acted differently. You won't catch me using a Gear Swap macro, and you won't catch me playing a Summoner or a Paladin in either WoW or fucking... Final Fantasy XI, and I went further than everybody else on both games, and I have the well, I don't have the account anymore because I'm locked out of it, but I have the proof on both games. I have the proof on WoW. You'll see it in a month here when you see my achievement score. I did not need Gear Swap macros or bad classes or self-inflated values of things. Like, I don't see how Gear Swap min-maxes you. All it does is make you focus a lot more. The mob dies in the same 38 to 57 second window in any party outside of Sea, Sky, or Apollyon, or Dyna, right? And, like, what are we min-maxing for? Building TP? I guess, for Samurai, I could see some Gear Swap there. Monk. I could see doing it against my will for the min-max reasons that you cited. I could see that, but I would do it unwillingly and unpleasantly and be unhappy with it. I have taken Monk to 75 4 times, and I never used the Gear Swap. I have spent 10 million on Monk 4 times, and I've never used the Gear Swap on Monk. And I was always top DPS in wherever the fuck I was. I mean, this Gear Swap thing, I hate to say it, but to me, that's like drinking the Kool-Aid. That's an RPG thing that's just not based in any sort of reality, be it real reality or RPG reality. It doesn't work. It doesn't buffer you. It feels fun, but it's not. I think it's a totally hyperbolic kind of what's that called? It is a placebo effect, and I don't think it's reflected even in the check params when you do it. On top of it, I don't think what you think is happening is even happening. On top of it, I mean, this is a conspiracy theorist approach to this, dude. But I don't think Gear Swap works. You want my honest opinion? I don't think it does shit. Dead set honest. And I've never met a Final Fantasy player who would agree with me. But I still think that. I've never seen a Gear Swap macro making any fucking difference. Never. No. Yeah. Nope. I disagree. I think you placebo affected that in your mind. I think it's the same exact RNG with a 1% more chance. That's it. 1%. So, yes, if you gear swap out, you might have a 1% more chance to get that, to try and land that, you know, that slow. Yeah. You know, Divine Magic is one of those ones that I always thought was pretty good for gear swap, but what are you swapping out for? What, I mean, other than MP regen and divine healing skill, right? That's a big one. I'm sorry, mind itself for heals is interesting in the respect that, did you know all of the cures have a cap? That is very low. All of the cures have a cap. Cure 6 has a big fucking cap. And there's been times in Final Fantasy's history where you could do more things with Cure 5 than you could Cure 6 due to all the gear and shit. Trust me, I've been a white mage at a big level. No, I never used the gear swap macro on a fucking white mage ever. You know what I'm saying? The only time I could ever justify it was Bard and, God, what else? Like the Ginger Cookie macro. Because I literally thought it cut your DPS. It slows the delays on your swings. Are you thinking about that? You ever think about how the blink is a combat animation that is 1.75 seconds long? The blink itself is like literally 2 seconds out of your 6. It's. I mean, I could just go on here, but if I'm making you uncomfortable, I'll stop. But I mean, I could actually rail on this. There's a reason why I think what I think. I think you swallowed that Kool-Aid with gear swap macro when I actually literally think it costs you DPS. And I'm dead serious. It is not reflected in the enmity. Nope, because yes, but why would you ever be able to wear a PDT gear set with O-Chain, right? And I never did this on Ninja or Warrior either when I tanked, you know what I'm saying? Why would you be an O-Chain Paladin with the ability to switch between negative PDT and what it is you mentioned, and I like the Spirited. I don't hold it against you, by the way. I'm not trying to say things to piss you off. I like you, Black. You know, we might have a fundamental disagreement here, but I still love you, brother. It has nothing to do with you. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying what I think, which is that entity gear. Why would you ever make a choice between negative PDT and enmity if you can't keep the hate? You're doing something wrong, like you're swapping and forcing a blink issue that slows your delays down, or some such. And it comes like that. I look around the community of the people who hang around the private servers, right? 20 years later after Final Fantasy, and I can't think of one that uses gear swap, except like all those endgame people, you know, that farm the world dragons and stuff. I don't think I know of any player of the 3,000 that I've met on the 3 private servers and stuff. I would say 2,900 of them don't use gear swap, and I don't think I'm alone. You know, you don't see it. You can go all day, 5-6 different parties. You're not going to see a gear swap macro go off, short of outside of 75 content, because nobody cares, nobody likes it, and nobody uses it. You know, unfortunately. So yeah, that Mimax thing, it's good. It's good. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying for what its purpose is, it serves well. But I think there's some things about gear swap that I've never been certain about. Like, for instance, this blink is what they call a combat animation. I don't know if you've ever been a Dark Souls player, but when you get down to the fucking frames per second and the frames of a combat animation, this is a seriously bad combat animation. Look at it. 1, 2, 3. It's like 2 seconds. It's 2 whole fucking solid seconds where you can't be targeted, you can't target, you can't do anything at all. It like literally removes your ability to use a macro. It has all these nasty side effects to it. It like literally breaks your global cooldown. It interrupts your delay on your auto swing. It does all of these other things that I'm just not so sure about, buddy. Which is why I never worried about that gear. I never worried about that gear swap. Can we agree that Final Fantasy is a good enough game where we can play it however we want to play it? But, you know, if you want to go down how far I actually do believe this, I think I did better in my 20 years without Gear Swap than you did with. And that's confrontational, but I'm a confrontational guy. I'm terribly sorry. But I bet I parsed better numbers my entire career without it than you did with. And I believe what I say when I say that. Sorry, but I mean, I am one of these Final Fantasy nuts who did clock 1,200 days, you know, and that's the I mean, I believe I've all and what I'm saying is what I said 10 years ago. On top of it, it's not like I'm coming up with this now and changed my opinion or whatever. I believe this to my heart and soul 20 years ago or whatever, and I still believe it now. I think Gear Swap's one of the worst things in any RPG. Isn't that weird? That's so weird. Yeah, I know. I'm not judging on you. I'm talking about, I bet I kill more mobs over a 20-year period without Gear Swap than you did with. I think it literally is what I think you may misunderstand the point I'm saying. With this 2-second combat animation literally adds up to hundreds of thousands of minutes in the end. And I'm not joking you. So this little combat animation thing, I definitely have killed more mobs than you. I can put it that way. It makes sense. This combat animation, I think you underestimate how really bad it is. It chunks into your actual, what they call, and I'm like a world best raider and stuff, so I'll hit you with the actual terms here. Your throughput is lower with that Gear Swap, and I can prove it mathematically. It might take me a week to do it. And I don't like challenges like this, but I can prove to you mathematically that you have less throughput with that Gear Swap macro. I would stake my entire career on it. I know it for a fact. Because the combat animation, it's there. That's a loss that I don't have that you do. You know what I'm saying? That definitely is worse than what you gain by Gear Swapping. Just saying. I'm just sorry. The RPGs are what I'm good at. You know what I'm saying? I know a DPS loss and what causes it, and what makes it with the best rotations in history and all that stuff. And the first thing you do is you don't GCD yourself. This is a GCD. It is a literal very bad DPS loss. Believe it or not, you want the best in slot gear that you can get. And this is how all my friends in Kupo approached it too. None of them gear swapped either. That's the best link shell in history, dude. Not a single one of them except the tank used or the bards used gear swap macro at all. Specifically because you want the BIS slot item all the time. You don't want to be swapping out because that's the word for this in the RPG scene, in the MMORPG scene, is called uptime, right? You have less uptime if you are gear swapping all the time. A lot less. And how this and a Final Fantasy player would never understand this because you aren't shooting and I find a lot of self-deluded stuff in kind of drinking Kool-Aid in the Final Fantasy scene, in the private servers especially with this, right? Where they believe that the direction you were facing affected the crafts or stuff like that, but it's not though. It's just RNG. And so I'm going to back up what I'm going to say here in a different way. The difference between the lowest gear two things I want to say. The difference thing, you can download now to call Equip Viewer. It shows you the animation real time. The blink animation is long, yes, but the gear swap so isn't that long. You can also stop blinking direction, don't affect crafting. Nope. Yep. Though I do believe on retail anyways, I do believe time of day and moon phase do, but I don't believe the direction does, no. There's all this stuff that the community told itself over the years that I disagree with, and so I'm the outlier, you know. But I didn't know anybody in the top guild and then the top link shells who didn't. Like my friend Allie, she didn't use gear swap macros, and she's the most experienced Final Fantasy player I ever knew. She knew every mob, every boss in the game, everything, all of it, all of it, every last bit, every last boss, every fight. She was so good. She's the best raid leader I ever had. I can't think of any good Final Fantasy players that use gear swap macros in a serious way. For two reasons, specifically because of the animation lock thing, and then also I don't think the stats are actually reflected. I think they're just reflected in your mind. If you look at the check param, there is no difference here. There's only a few stats in Final Fantasy. There is strength, dex, vit, agi, int, mind, charisma, attack, defense, right? and then your delay and your check param will show your primary accuracy, your primary attack, your ranged accuracy, your ranged attack, your evasion, and your defense, right? So roughly about 12 stats and stuff. None of them have to do with haste. And you cannot prove that haste actually exists in Final Fantasy XI. And that is what I'm positing you, Black. I don't think haste actually exists. I don't think it actually improves delay. I think you could pull out a fucking stopwatch and there's occasionally attack twice exists and such, but I don't think haste is. Yeah, timers, yes, but I mean, like, but swing, yeah, I don't think swing time is affected and stuff. So I mean, so yeah, I know. Yes. So I posit you this, like, it's weird. Why should the Nin? Do you hear the cyclical thinking? I didn't change what I think, and I'm going to hit you with the same argument again. Why should the Nin be able to switch stance between Ava, negative PDT, recast time, and what else? I don't know. Say if he wants to run Ellie Wheel, intellect gear. Why should he be able to do that all in the space of 5 or 10 seconds? It's so much that you're talking about there. I mean, it's not a good system. I mean, sure, use it. It has advantages in some ways, but I don't think it. Okay, here's the other thing I was going to say here to make my closing argument here, because we're getting off on a tangent here. If you take two alliances with equal skill, one with BIS gear and gear swap macros, and one without, right? And you put them up against the same Kirin and the same Vertra, I believe the difference would be roughly about 50 seconds. It's not 4 minutes faster or whatever the fuck you think it might be. Your min-max, it's 1%. It's not, oh, the fight's 37% faster because I have 37% recast speed. It's not like that. It's such a little effect on it that even worrying about it and focusing on it is not conductive to a winner's mentality where you have to have that gear for your gear swap macro. I don't believe that's what a world's best player would think. I don't believe it would be. That's not what Kupo thought. That is not what Sinstar thought. You know, it's essentially, basically, I would believe one of the world's best Final Fantasy players was a very good personal friend of mine. I don't think they thought that. I don't think it's EVE Online suffers from this too. You can go and blow 5,000 hours and $5,000 US cash on 1%. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what time or what it does for your own personal edification or any of that stuff. It's still 1% and means nothing. It doesn't affect the boss kill time. It doesn't affect anything. That's what I'm trying to get at here. I think the difference that it makes is in your head. I think the boss will die generally about the same fucking time. I don't really, and that's just me, The only people I ever saw that could out DPS me, I couldn't prove it because they had relics. On my warrior, in my dusk gear, Homom, none of them could beat me. Stance dancing or any of that other, gear swapping, all that stuff. Like, I don't think that is true. I mean, I've never thought that was true. The gear is good on a 1% basis, same as EVE Online. The gear is good for that 1%, but everybody usually meets around at the end of 99, though. It's all the same, really. It's why the gear never mattered in this game that much. You can play this game all the way through with whites. It doesn't matter. You're gonna pull about the same negligible fucking, parse, Yep, I know, and that's ridiculous. They should be. That's a whole different subject. That's Squaresoft just, what? But yeah. So sorry about the vitriol. I don't like nothing personal, buddy. I realize like, and I understand that I've never met like. I realize that I'm the jackass idiot spouting my retarded shit. I realize that I'm the one doing that, not you, because I've never met a Final Fantasy player who agreed with me. But I mean, I never met anybody except Sinstar who went as far as I did either. So I mean, not even Honey did. So I mean, like, you know, so it's sort of like from my angle, I see it a bit differently, which is that gear swap stuff. I can't think of I can't think of a reason to do it. I'm trying and trying. For bards, you need it because you know. But I mean, I don't know why. Okay, on a melee character, why would you ever switch out of your dex gear? Why would you? Okay, and this comes from a friend of mine. I can quote him. That's like my friend Beasteroo. Why would you ever switch out of dex gear ever? You cannot hit the hit cap. There's no such thing as a hit cap in Final Fantasy. So the best in slot gear for all of you have an accuracy set, and that's it. I still see it black and white like this. I think you guys have always thought this gear was so good when it's not. It's like it's nice bonuses and stuff, but I've never agreed. I've never gotten the loot boners that you guys do over this stuff because I don't think it makes much of a fucking difference. Like relics do, like for instance, another whole song for Bard. That's a huge difference. Minstrel's Ring is okay. Minstrel's Ring is stronger than most of the majority of everything that Bard has, including all of its mirrors and relics and stuff. You know, do I switch that ring out? No. You know, that to me is the best ring, so I keep the best ring on. But that's not what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to say what I was really trying to say here on the second part of my argument, which was that if you spend 5 hours in Sky, people with gear swap macros might come out of there 4 minutes and 4 hours and 50 minutes. 4 hours and 40 minutes, but the difference that you think it's making is so negligible that I worry that you might have tricked yourself into drinking your own Kool-Aid that it's fun. When actually, and I've been arguing with Final Fantasy players about this a lot, when I would argue that it's actually the opposite of it. The requirements that it takes to get that gear to fucking gear swap in the first fucking place is so time intensive that you gotta wonder if you're having fun doing it. And if you are, more power to you. Right, and then you do all the gear swap macros and stuff, and you pull 1% better parts than everybody else. Why? Is it for your own personal edification and pride? It is, yeah. Yeah, so like, but my thing about this, I'm on a 75 thief. I'll switch out for TH4. I'll use gear swap. I'll use gear swap on TH4 because I have to. But I resent that I have to because I would never, ever take my dex gear off. I don't like Eva gear on Thief, even though I'm forced to use it all the time because there is no dex gear on Thief. Not for a long time. You have to run Eva gear on fucking Thief. But like it's fucking stupid. If I could, I would put dex, and I would leave it like that, and I would never gear swap out. Specifically because accuracy is the best stat in the game for melees. You know, and we can go about this if you like. Let's take a look at somebody else who thinks like I do, right? And I'll show you the actual math of it. Nasomi DPS for Dummies, right? Is a really great little. Why am I pulling a bunch of videos? Oh no. No, DPS, or DD for Dummies, or whatever. Yes, DD, I can't remember. It's like DD for Dummies, right? Damage thing 101 on a light read, right? So, by the time that you do this, your gear, it doesn't mean shit. And you can't convince me different. Damage rating, damage number, F strength, C diff. I'll link this if you want a better, more educated look at why you're wrong. You know, you're wrong. There it is. You know, have fun with it. You're wrong. You know, straight up. It has that gear swap shit has nothing to do with what actually, you know. I know. Okay, good. Yeah, like has nothing to do with it, man. That gear swap shit. That's like it's a placebo fantasy, and that's where I'm gonna stop talking about this. Yeah. So at no point does TP Yeah. At no point does TP fucking like how fast you gain TP have anything to fucking do with it. It's your accuracy and their F strength and the vit and all that stuff. That is what actually affects how long it takes you to kill that mob. Has nothing to do with that gear swap shit you're doing, you know? This is not the same thing. Gear swap does not improve these things or have anything to do with it. It is not reflected in your check params. I think it's entirely... Yeah, but okay, now, so we enter into the argument here. Sustained versus weapon skill spamming and what their good balance is. And I would say still, Dex is the best stat for all melee. All melee. Because you can't. You can't be the best DPS on the planet without full dex. All that other gear swap shit is entirely... Now, I mean, you could buy it with accuracy. Like, for instance, even then, I don't think Peacock Charm outdoes most of the dex gear in the game. This is why Homam and all this other stuff is preferable. The parses are weird. I would say that you are correct in the end. I'm not saying that I have some superior point. I don't believe that I do. I'm saying that it's the same in the end. It works out to be like a 10-second to 10-minute difference. Depending on how, like, whether you're looking at it from a fight engagement or a... My core point is you can spend all that time being a gear swap god with all the good gear swap gear. I'm not hating on that. I really actually respect the people who have the time to do that. I do. You know, I don't diss on my friends. You know, it's not like that. But it wasn't for me because specifically, like you have to pick and choose what your approach is for this particular for this particular equation. The core stats here, right? Strength, Dex, Vit, Agi, Int, Mind, Charisma are actually how your damage is eked out. So plus to attack is like, you know, it's attack is an interesting thing here. You know, after all, oh well, gotta sorry, this guy was Rocksteady. Sweet. Why am I telling myself this great little chat system? Excuse me. Hit rate would look like this. So, you know, actually it's first priority cap before anything else, right? Before anything else. And you can't get it all. So why would you, like, if you are TP, if you are switching out to fucking TP gear that doesn't have min-max dex on it, you are wrong. Why would you ever switch off the dex in the first fucking place? You're wrong. And I'll argue with you like I'm, you know, up there with the world's best raiders, because I am. You're wrong. You're actually wrong. Like, parsing, sure, you might chart those meters if you're playing your best and you're on a SAM and you've got all these web skills and you got all the work done and you got your biz set and all this stuff and you got all that gear swap for haste and TP gain and all this other stuff. Yes, gear swapping does give you a superior parse on the chart. But did the 10 seconds to the 10 minutes that it saves matter? To anybody but you. And I encourage you to take a look at how long did it take you to reach that state. Was it worth your personal edification? Rather than just stacking decks off the auction house and getting the same numbers 10 minutes later. You know, and I'm talking about an overall philosophy, kind of, you know, it's sort of weird. Like, and this was my attitude with becoming the world's best in WoW too. If you play cookie cutter with all this gear swap shit, with all this min max, and you have the same spec everybody else does and the same gear, and you execute the same perfectly, like, you know, scripted fucking, you know, viewer macro scripted, you know, macros, gear sets and all this stuff, and you're perfect at it, you're gonna pull higher numbers, yes. And to that I say, I tip my hat to you, sir. Are you going to do it faster? Is where I start to have sort of a, You know, I have a serious qualm about what it is that you're kind of pushing here, which is to be the min-max, you know, god that Square wanted you to be, which is getting all that gear swap macro stuff. I get it. I think that's what Square wanted you to do. I think you're playing the game how you wanted to. I think it was incredibly catastrophic to the amount of time that you spent for what you got in return, which was a few seconds to a few minutes. For the days, the weeks, the months on end that you spent camping that shit, paying out social obligations to. And this is why I don't think it's better. I've never thought the gear swap gear was better, you know? I've never have. And in the end, I think I was richer. I did have more things, more relics and all this, because it is sort of like it's a mindset thing. So sure, play min-max. I'm not hating on you for doing it. I'm saying it's barely like a feather tickle. It's like a barely feather tickle. It's not these large percentages. It's like 1% at best. It's not super amazing. The difference between 6,600 and 7,200 is a lot. It's the same thing that you just said, right? The difference between 95%. You know, you said it's like 10%. Yeah. Yep. So my thing is, the time that you could have saved from not worrying about that was more valuable than the 10% that you got. And right here we get into a slippery slope fallacistical argument on my part, not yours, where I have to defend it with a slippery slope statement, which is fallacistical and sort of full of fallacy here, which is that, I'm going to make the statement though, because it is kind of full of fallacy and slippery slope and stuff, which is that that time could have been spent better somewhere else. And that one is a argument full of fallacy, and it is a bad one, and I would like to retract it. But I mean, I'm just gonna say that's where my mind went. However, is the time could have been spent better somewhere else. The time that you spent earning all of that gear swap gear on just Final Fantasy XI, I feel you could have dominated 7 other MMOs. And is it better that you gear swap macro Kool-Aided yourself for 20 years on Final Fantasy XI and spent 1,000 days doing it? Or that you just, you know, threw on the gear you bought from the auction house, have fun with your friends, and then went to go play a different game, right? But that's my point of view, not yours. See, now, that's, okay, now I stand corrected and I'm wrong. This statement that you're making here is the best one that you made, right? And it is the best one that you made, right? I have a lot of fun. See, now I don't have fun collecting that gear. I consider it a nightmare. You couldn't pay me. If you were like, Skycat, you want to go get a home am set? I'll pay you $5,000. And I'd be like, no, sir. And I mean that on my heart and soul. If you were like, and I don't even have $1 in my bank account. If you were like $5,000 to go work on a home am set, I'd be like, no. Sorry. So we have a fundamental, you can see therein lies that fundamental difference between you and I. I don't find that shit fun. I don't find camping fun. I don't find sitting there waiting fun. I don't find getting outclaimed fun. I don't find getting yelled at for my parts fun. I don't find that gear fun. I don't find that gear swapping fun. I don't find anything about it fun. So we do have definitely a very big difference in that. But I like differences. I think it takes all kinds to make Final Fantasy great, truly great. And without your type of people, the game wouldn't have been good. And without my type of people, the game wouldn't have been good either. You know, it takes all kinds. We can easily, you know, we can work this one out. I don't think it's a like even an argument really. I think we agree to disagree because it's kind of, you know, it's incendiary and it's a lot easier for you to prove your point than it is for me. You know, to say that gear swapping is actually detrimental. I don't believe that's true. I can't say it with 100%. Conviction. I can only say with about 99% conviction and 1% doubt that you can't calculate what being that min-maxer could potentially mean for your career if you get pulled in an LS like Kupo. Yeah, if you where you could win the argument, I would say I'm gonna win your argument for you, right? Is socially the value is higher to be the min-maxer because the people there along with you, they want you to do the most that you can do, and this is how rating works. So I'm misconstruing some arguments about min-maxing. I think we do see eye to eye on that respect, where I want you to min-max and I want you to gear swap. I just don't think it works. I don't gear swap, but I want you to gear swap because if it means that you do a better parse and you have a better uptime on shadows and all that stuff, and you know it does, then obviously it does. And so, you know, but I just I've tried with gear swap and I've never seen a positive result. Except for Bard. That's it. Bard and Ginger Cookies. That's about it. It's the only time I've ever seen it have the throughput worth the time for the fucking animation lock or the amount of time it takes to get the gear or all that stuff. And so here I am repeating myself again. I'm sorry. I'm going to stop. If the gear is what gives you joy, if the writing the perfect scripted macro is what gives you joy, then you are correct. I am not. You know, that's the bottom line here. It's not about correct either, but you know, like I can see the point though. I think you're actually more right than I am. You know, if it makes you happy, you are doing the right thing. Not, you know, and if it makes me happy to not do it. But I can not do it and get to the same place or further than you, so I win. What's that line from god damn it, it's Vice City, right? Oh yeah, we never looked at that either. You know, see, oh god, I can't think of anything worse. At this point in my fucking streamer career, even like people could offer me real life money donations that I need very, very badly, and I would still say no because I just don't think it's a good use of your time. I don't think it ever has been. And I think if we look at this thing this abomination that I drew earlier, right? This thing, right? I think this min-max raid bis min-max reality over here on from the PvE chart that you hear Care Bears spout a lot. I think I fall too far on this side of things where I've honed them in white sets enough both in shooters and RPGs to feel like on the on the PvP side of it, you know, the PvP side of it, that gear, I think it's this Kool-Aid that you drank. And I think you tricked yourself. No, it's just me. But if it gives you joy, guess who's right? Right? Guess who's right? You're the one who's right. I'm straight up wrong. I mean, I like being wrong, honestly. I know because I do things that give me joy all the time that aren't min-max either. Thing is, your shit is min-max. Like I think you have the superior point in the respect that not only are you min-max and you're doing the best parse there, you're also happy. So I mean, isn't that kind of like, you know, yeah, like you know, if you're happy, that's what matters. I think you had a superior point in the end, Black. But that's a really beautiful thing to me because I didn't expect to lose this argument. I went into it thinking I could win it, or I wouldn't have spent the time to do it. You know what I'm saying? But I think you're actually right. I think you had a superior point in the end. Why not be min-max and happy, right? The only time that you wouldn't do that is if you're unhappy being min-maxed. Anyways, I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. What a fuck. This is my artwork now. This is the closest I can get to artwork. It's kind of fucking weird. Yep. That to me is the best reason to do it. You know, that's why I was like, you win this point. If you're doing it for your own edification and personal opinion, you are immune to my point, which is that why did you spend the time? It's obvious why you spent the time. You're immune to that argument. It's that it gave you joy, right? You want to follow through like a debate, you have the solid ground. You know, you have the win there because it is a debatable thing unless you get joy out of it, and then it isn't. You know, it's a debatable thing till you're getting joy out of it, then it isn't. Then you have a good enough reason to do it. You know. Money? Come on, money. Oh, no money. That's not too good. Talk to Gary and
You there. How would you like to do something worthwhile?
Oh, yeah, I'm here, but I need to go to Davin's, yeah, to go to the, Thieves Guild. Oh, it's my time to pay my horse to... I dislike the horse, stamina kick. It was bad a long time ago, and it's bad now. It's...
We raise fine horses in Devon.
Dead. That sucks. I hate it when I run out. Next month I'm not going to do that. I'm going to buy 4 canisters and that'll last me exactly, yeah, right a whole month. So I'm going through about a canister every 7 days. That's not bad. That's a lot better than my pothead friends. You know? I used to watch them run like 1 a day. Into the fence. So...
Today, we are going over the best VR games by genre as of June 2022. Now, this video will include options for PC VR, PlayStation VR, and the Quest 2. I'm also throwing in future titles to look out for, and this year I'm also including some mods too. Now, I'm sure to miss a category or one of your favorite games along the way, so please let me know what it is down in the comments. Now, this is going to be a long one, so there are, of course, links and timestamps down in the description. But before we jump in, this video was brought to you by Kiwi Design, my favorite website for VR accessories. If you're rocking a stock Quest 2, I highly recommend you update to their Elite strap. It's much more comfortable, supportive, and won't suddenly snap on you. If you're a PC gamer, they have an excellent pulley system. If you work out in VR, they sell some controller weights. And there's a variety of other accessories, from cosmetic changes to simple stands. There's a link in the description if you want to check them out. And don't forget to use discount code Mateo311 for 5% off and to help support this channel. Okay, so let's start this video off with the story-driven single-player experiences. And taking the top spot is easily Lone Echo 1 and 2. Jump into a stunning world. We have MMOs. Zenith is currently the undisputed VR MMO champion, and there is a ton of content for you to check.
Welcome to Elfheim Online. Hello, Mika. Mika saw, Mika sup. Alright. What's up, Robert?
You know where we're supposed to go?
I have no fucking clue. I just got in here. I legit have no idea how to use controls or anything yet.
Bro, all I figured out was I can hold these. That's about it.
Oh, so you're a blade master. Are you a beater?
This what we gotta do?
Oh, we got some enemies here. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, let's go.
Oh my god, you don't have a torso. What happened to your body?
Disguised toast? Oh my god, it's disguised toast?
What happened to your body? You needed to boost up your speed, huh? Needed your speed attributes.
Egler, can you take a picture of me with disguised toast?
Yeah, come here, come here.
Disguised toast. Do Among Us? Do Among Us? You're sus? You're sus? He's sus. He's
Buddy
sus.
Among Us? Are you a mage? Teach me the ways, Mr. Mage. How do you do the summoning with your gestures?
Why do I summon? I can summon?
I think if you're level 1, you don't. Are you a DPS mage or support mage?
I'm a DPS.
Gotcha. It depends. I don't know if you have a spell right away at level 1. Do you know how to bring up your menu?
Yes.
Okay, so bring that up, and then that little fire symbol next to the chest, that's gonna be your skill menu.
All right, bet. Yo, and kind of a noob question here, Lion, but where's the logout button? I don't see it.
So, your pizza?
Right. Logging out. Hey, Kirito, total noob question, but how do I log out?
Are you serious, man?
Come on, man, it's nerve gear. I can't alt F4 this
Sorry, I had to do it. I had to do it at least once.
Gotcha.
It is what it is.
But no, like seriously, where's the logout button?
Toast.
Yo, G-Max, are you the guy who was looking for that disguised toast? Were you the one who wanted the selfie?
You the girl that I talked to on Tinder, who said she was ready to crumb?
I mean, I don't know if that was me, but I mean, we can maybe make some work out. You feel me, G-Max?
We could, for sure. Okay, here's my address. Just get a pen.
Ready to crumb?
And this is where my journey begins. I set off to this nearby field I had found to go and slay some goblins.
Fuck, I gotta send that to my... Fuck, I gotta fix something here. God damn it, stupid ass Microsoft Store. I'm gonna send this. This is gonna be funny. It's gonna be funny. Yeah, like, what the fuck, man? You gotta install this? So fucking stupid, man. Let's go. No. How do you not have Messenger on the fucking, like, Windows at this point? Oh my god, why is this taking? This thing's like 10 megabytes. Or whatever. It said, like, 70 megabytes. So hurry up. Yeah, like, what? Yeah, there you go. Oh yeah. I could easily just die to that fucking goblin again. God damn it. Doing so many things. Open. Access to stored credentials. Fuck, did I aggro? I did! Oh, God. Why does this goblin do so much damage so fast? Like 500 damage in under 3 seconds or whatever. And like, oh, no, bind. Oh, I'm dead now. Well, alright. Let's fight this. That's real fun. Dick. Fire 2? I'm gonna die again. I can't stop dying. Why am I getting killed at the outpost? Fucking private servers, man. No, you never get killed at any outpost in retail, and then, fucking private servers, man. Like, I think of outposts as pretty much the only place on the map that doesn't have a mob inside of 5 feet. But no, here. Damn it.
Only to figure out that this was a public event that I had just started.
Event started? Wait, what? What did I start?
So me, as a level 1 with no abilities, no
Cool, I lost all of the work I did today. That's so fun. So fun! Hey, cool. Yeah.
So I fought.
If I could focus.
That I had. My gauntlets did very little damage, but maybe if I just focus on one enemy at a time, this might just be possible.
What is this? I got chips?
But then, the unthinkable happened. One of the first people I met in the game ends up stumbling upon the same event, and this was just the beginning of a beautiful friendship.
Hey, what's poppin', brother? You wanna help me, Mr. Blade Master? Ayo, wave complete. What does that mean? Oh, shoot! Watch out behind you!
This was honestly all that we needed. Just a little more assistance from someone around my same level. Both of us were level 1, both of us were trying to figure out how everything worked, and both of us had absolutely no place in this world.
Yo, you're running pretty dang low there, brother.
But to my surprise, me and Robert were able to take down this event.
What?
Together, we felt like we could accomplish anything. So we made the executive decision to team up.
This looks
there might
fun.
be some quests maybe up in this town that I'm gonna go and check out. See if maybe I can get on some other quest. Because I guarantee we can probably find some different types of enemies.
Where we're going to?
Just right in this town. I assume there's gotta be some there.
So I climbed this little silo and glided over to that village to see if I could spot anything. And sure enough, there were a few low-level enemies. But luckily, I was getting pretty close to ranking up to level 2.
This gives me like freaking Log Horizon vibes. Do you want to help me take out that big enemy up on top of the hill there? Right after this guy?
After defeating those enemies, we then proceeded to fight the mini-boss.
I'll try to aggro him. Get out of there, get out of there. Easy stuff, let's go. See, there's a chest?
Yeah.
Hey, let's go.
And we found this chest as a reward.
Ooh, okay. How do you open this bad boy? You have to hit it?
Yeah, you just you shoot it. Yeah.
Ooh, okay. Have you already grabbed this one or what?
No, I just got it. I got some leg guards.
Give me some XP. That's about all that I got.
Man, look at my new drip.
Yo! Honestly, your drip levels are like way too heavy, brother. I got some potato chips earlier. What do I do with those? Oh, there's another enemy. Oh my! Yo, you good? You got hit mad there, bro. Sweet! I finally leveled up to level 2. Let's go.
But now with my level increased, and Robert's as well, we...
Hanging out with your... The hedgehog's dilemma is a metaphor describing the challenge of intimacy. It goes something like this. You're a hedgehog hanging out with your array. That's what a group of hedgehogs is called. It's a cold day, and you're all searching for warmth.
Fuck, man!
Naturally, you
Be
start
serious.
grouping together. As you get closer to the other
How many
hedgehogs,
times am I gonna die to
you
this
feel warmer.
motherfucker, dude?
But something else happens. You start getting pricked. So you back away again. But of course, then you're cold. The dilemma is this. What do you do so you can stay warm and also not be pricked? This puzzle was created by Arthur Schopenhauer and later used by Freud to reflect human relationships. As they describe it, we want to be close to others but are driven away by their unpleasant qualities. The proposed solution is this. We find a middle ground. We get close enough for a little warmth, but not so close that the pricking is unbearable. It's kind of a pessimistic view, isn't it? In fact, it's almost funny to read how unbearable Schopenhauer describes proximity to another person to be. He says, their many unpleasant and repulsive qualities and insufferable drawbacks drive people apart. It sounds like a guy who really did not like people. Still, I like the hedgehog's dilemma for a couple of
There's a big difference between sex and love, and they're talking about affection and love and, you know, belonging and
reasons. First, it articulates that being close
I have
to
nothing
people
against prostitutes. I like prostitution. I got no issue with it. I just don't think it's the solution to what he's talking about, though.
Always easy, which is what makes the metaphor appealing. Second, it's an opportunity to engage with an idea rather than merely take it at face value. A short animated film called Henry does exactly that. It adapts the hedgehog's dilemma, but ends on a happier message. The main character is a hedgehog, Henry, who gives hugs to other animals, but has to stop because his quills hurt them. But the story ends when the hedgehog finds a turtle, whose shell protects him from Henry's quills. It takes the hedgehog's dilemma and gives it a positive twist. Maybe it's a matter of finding the right person to be close to. I like the additional bit of truth that this story adds to the metaphor, that who you are close to matters. And there are more insights that can be drawn from the hedgehog's dilemma with a little more thought. Specifically, we can think about ways it doesn't do a good job describing reality. No metaphor stands on four legs. In other words, there's always some way in which a metaphor is dissimilar to what it describes. For instance, are the challenges of getting close to someone really like being poked by quills? Say a friend comes over to your house and leaves a mess, or talks a little too much about themselves without asking how you are. That kind of unpleasantness is more complex than physical pain. For one thing, you have some control over how much it bothers you. You can try to understand that they didn't realize they made a mess, or were simply going through a difficult time and wanted to talk through it. Alternatively, maybe those things just don't bother you. Or maybe your appreciation for this person as a friend drowns out these things. In other words, we can be inclined to, or even practice, being close to hedgehogs without letting their quills poke us quite as much. That seems to be something Schopenhauer struggled to do. But there's an even more significant difference. Being close to someone is not something you should do for your own gain, and their flaws something you should put up with as a cost. There's a different connection between relationships and flaws. Caring for someone despite seeing their flaws makes your love for them all the more admirable. And being cared for by someone despite your own flaws makes their love for you all the more meaningful. So yes, sometimes we might feel like we're hedgehogs, but luckily I think there's more to our warmth and quills than meets the eye.
I don't think he said anything at all. It was nice to have him retell the whole... I feel quite the opposite. I care about women a lot. I don't need affection, but I like it. That's good. Hey, right on, right on. I'm in a place now where I'd be okay if I went the rest of my life without being married or with a girl. You know, I'd be okay with that. It wouldn't be amazing, but I'd be okay with it. You know, I used to care a lot more. I really don't care anymore. Like, I think it's gonna be good no matter what. So it's good to look at it from, you know, eyes wide open. Level ranger. That'd be so fun.
Check out. Well, personally, this game wasn't for me. Many MMO fans are enjoying their time, and they just released a huge update. So if you wanted to fly around a huge open world, titles starting with Boneworks. Whenever I'm introducing someone to VR, and they've gone through the basics and they're looking for something more aggressive, I always throw them into Boneworks and let them just fool around with the physics and weapons. It's an excellent experience, easily up there with our next title.
Why couldn't a woman ever do that? No reason why they can't do that. We'll see. Where are we not stacking here? Okay, there we go. Dark. Hey, dark's good. Wind, dark. Gotta do inventory on both characters. So annoying. Yeah, am I full? Yeah, I'm like pretty much full. I'm not full, but... I love several people unconditionally. Like, if it's part of it is like is your are you at peace with yourself? I'd be okay if I died right now. I don't want to die right now, but I'd be okay if it happened. I'm at peace with myself. You know, I'm okay. So unconditionally, like it's sort of weird. Like it is. It's hard to tackle that one. People.
Try not to worry about it, Morty. You're a good kid. And there's not a premium on that right now, but you'll be getting girls inappropriate.
Sorry, please proceed with your story about banging my daughter in high school. I'm not sure you want to take romantic advice from this guy, Morty. His marriage is hanging from a thread.
My marriage is fine, thank you.
Jerry, it's your house. Whatever you say it is how it is, but I think a blind man can see that Beth is looking for the door. I barely have a reason to care, and even I notice.
Come on, Rick, don't talk about my parents like that.
Listen, Morty, I hate to break it to you, but what people call love is just a chemical reaction that compels animals to breed. It hits hard, Morty, then it slowly fades, leaving you stranded in a failing marriage. I did it. Your parents are gonna do it. Break the cycle, Morty. Rise above. Focus on science.
Break the cycle. Rise above. Focus on science. I shouldn't have shown that video. I could get banned off YouTube for that. I gotta watch that. Man, I went all over the place today. It's good. Dinner soon, I think. Yeah, open that. I want to open that. I want you to... no, wait. I want you to go... Like, look at that thing I just downloaded. What? No. Oh my god. Go to downloads, and level 1, oh, I want to save images, level 1 MMOs, yes. Yeah, but this is sort of dumb. It's not the... Yeah, open with paint, you bitch. There we go. And then, set as desktop fill tiles, center fill. We must save the file. What? Did we do this? I don't know. Yes, we did. Yes. I love this shit. That's good enough. It's a man beating crabs. Come on. It's so random and weird. I missed what she said, I think. I missed what she said. There we go. I've been downloading files. I've been here. Really? Oh, that sucks. Money.
Welcome.
What's in the bank right now? Oh, it's mostly food. So we go, I don't know, just dump it all. Do it all. My inventory's full. No, deposit, you idiot. Oh my god, I thought I sold all that crap. What? Oh, wait. I want to go to, like, the vendor.
No, I understand. If you change your mind, I'll be here.
Do you know what they'll do?
There we go. Cool. 500 gold right there. 500 membrane. Sort by value, please, like I told you to do. How much many pellets of stamina? Pellets. Okay, so let's go back and try to die to this gob again. That seems to be right there. It's so stupid. Wait, I wanna,
no.
I want you to sort by value like I originally told you to do. Yeah, there you go. Stupid. Sweet stingy tea, tonic. Oh, just don't have the room. Don't have the room, man. Inventory problem, man. Wow. Why did I die that many times for no fucking reason? Like, why did that happen? It's too bad. You just stay there or stay where I'm at and not move.
Welcome.
Well, that's better. Oh, cool. I got one of those. Yeah, I did. Damn it, man. I don't know. I could just,
Welcome. Welcome.
Withdraw. Wait, what do you mean withdraw? I think Green is level 7 tinctures. Hunting stoves, good normal to fine. Radiant, apples, cranberry. Oh, send it to me. I want a PS5 so bad. Specifically for my TV in my living room, or my bedroom does not have a device, and that's sort of annoying. It's a smart TV, and it's got all the, like, you know, the Netflix stuff, but I would love to have a gaming system in there. I want to buy a PS5. I think that'd be nice. It'd be fun. The controller, they got a new controller. I want that controller. It's $200 though. Yeah, now, what is that in there? That's so fucking stupid. Why is it in there? Let's see. Are you sitting on armor? You are. You're fucking stupid, dude. What? Yeah, I want that controller. It looks so good. Yeah, you can just spin out the fucking... Pull out the sticks and all that stuff. Yeah, it's fucking sweet. I don't know, man. I want those. Soul gems. Yeah. So what happened to all those soul gems, though? Like, isn't that kind of... I don't know. Oh, well. 8 spots. Gotta... Oh, hey, there's something. Oh. Oh, I already know how to make that? Okay, so... I don't know. I'm gonna sell that, I guess. Twisted nose ring. Oddities, wardrobe accessories. Because when it was torn from the muscle, sheets contribute on to oddities, wardrobe accessories, Cheshire type. Okay. Well, ginkgo, fingerless gloves. The fuck? I had all this stuff. I don't know. It's not too good, but it's, you know, it's alright. I'm gonna sell the... Oh, nice. Oops. At least it was a good spot. Why is this walk so long? Most of the fucking stuff is empty. Plague Tale Requiem didn't speak to me like I thought it would. It's annoying.
Do you know what the... No.
Well,
Damn it. Fucking auto swing bullshit. Sata's so badly designed.
No, I understand. If you change your mind, I'll be here.
Ooh, it's good I didn't get caught. Oh wait, I could do that. I could do that. Yeah, I think I could do that. I think I will. But first, let's do all the incidental. That is actually. I'm thinking that I can't get rid of all this stuff I stole, but I can just send it to an alt. I think, or like leave it in the bank for an alt to do, and an alt can sell them.
Hear ye, card sharps and collectors. Test your wits and courage in a brand new card game, Tales of Tribute.
Okay, so. What is it? This maple shield.
Do you know how long I've been looking for you?
Okay, so no.
No one keeps that.
Why can't I sell that? It's like BOP. Fucking stupid, man. Alright, so let's go do that then. Oops.
Do you know how long I've been looking for you?
I'm rather busy right now.
In the bank.
Your valuables?
Bank's full, so I'll have to do steps. Bank's full, but the inventory is not. So the bank is full. I want to withdraw, I guess. Go to all. Yeah. What? Withdraw all. Yeah. Oh, can you not put that stuff in the bank? Yeah, I guess you can, huh? You can't put this in the bank? Are you fucking serious? That sucks. So now I'm gonna, like, I don't even know. That
Would you
sucks.
care to make a deposit?
I hate the inventory stuff. It's so stupid. Why do you guys do this stupid shit, man? What? Oh, my inventory's full, right? Do it, yeah, each by each, right? Yeah, and then we'll go armor, jewelry. Ugh, this fucking piece of shit. It's bound and I can't destroy it, so.
Welcome to the Hlalu Treasury. How can I help you? How can I help you?
If I'm all the way down, I'm like all the way down. Yeah, I don't need. This is all I can do anyways. So.
Do you know how long I've been looking for you?
Lord Vivek, protect me. That was Azura, the queen of the night sky. The Daedric Prince Azura possessed that woman and spoke through her. I've heard of such occurrences, of course, but to witness such an event... She said evil creeps through the land.
Damn it.
Lord Vivek, protect the Daedric Prince. We sought guidance in a matter that concerns Lord Vivek. Vile creatures from oblivion. You hear about an odd ghost or a nest of vampires, but never Daedra. Please, if...
Damn it. I wish I had hide.
Lord Vivek, protect me. The Daedric Prince. We sought guidance. Vile. The buoyant armigers comprise one of the military orders of the Tribunal Temple. They seek to emulate Lord Vivek's deeds through actions and words. Lord Vivek, protect me. The Daedric Prince. We sought guidance. Vile creatures from oblivion. You hear about an odd ghost or a nest. The buoyant armigers comprise one of the military orders of the Tribunal Temple. They seek to emulate Lord Vivek's deeds through actions and words. Poor Ornsi.
$61. Damn annoying.
Lord Vivek, the Daedric Princess, we saw vile, the buoyant. Where are you from? Children learn of Red Mountain before they even taste Flynn. The mountain sits at the center of Vardenfell, periodically rumbling like a sleeping Nyx shaking its leg. Lately, however, it seems to be waking from its long slumber. Azura is the cruel but wise Daedric Prince of Dawn and Dusk. She's one of the good Daedra. Lord Vivek, protect me. That was Azura, the queen of the night sky. The Daedric Prince Azura possessed that woman and spoke through her. I've heard of such occurrences, of course. But to witness such an event, Azura is the cruel but wise Daedric Prince of Dawn and Dusk. She's one of the good Daedra, for what that's worth. But for her to speak through an innocent means something. Lord Vivek, protect me. The Daedric Prince Azura. Azura? What do they teach you? You don't know Lord Vivek, one of the living gods of the Dunmer Tribunal. You must be new to our land. Yes, one of the god monarchs of Morrowind. He's the warrior poet who lives in a grand palace in Vivek City. Lord Vivek sent us on this holy mission to request information from Canon Levoul's ancestor. It breaks my heart that I have failed him.
Fucking weird.
I only recently...
Purchase necessities here.
Red Mount.
Oh, my phone. My phone's in the other room. That's not good. sorry I missed your call earlier. I left my phone in the other room. Oh, that's okay. I'll make something. It's fine. Okay, well, right on. Sorry to bug you. Yeah. I have that heater that you gave me, and I used it for a couple hours today, and it's warmed it up enough where I could just leave it off.
Okay, Jerry wants to talk to you. I know you would.
All right. Well, I'm sorry. What's that? Oh, I have that heater. The heater that we've had. The electric one, I used it for a couple hours today, like 3 o'clock until 5, and then I turned it off because it's warm enough in here. The gray cube on the wall. You know what I'm talking about? Like. Oh, the extension cord that is there. Hold on just a second. Turn the light on in here. Yeah, okay. The extension cord is currently, no, it's, that is the yellow extension cord that's coming in is going to my main power source for the computer. Is that bad? Okay. I don't know if it's good or bad. Should I switch it up? Oh, the yellow cord's supposed to be where the heater is, and then the computer should go on the gray cube. Okay, yeah, I'll do so. I'm not trying to cause any problems. You know, I don't mind switching over. It's fine. Yeah. Oh. Okay. What is the gray thing on the wall then? I thought that was supposed to be the solar or something, isn't it? Okay. Right. All right. All right, thank you, sir. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, what are we doing here? Oh, God. Okay, so... Well, I set up this macro. I don't see why I can't use it. Right? We just come over here, and then we walk behind, and we go, da-da. That's a little bit better, you know? It's at least some damage. This thing's so tanky. I don't know why they have this much fucking health. Fucking ants. Okay, so good. And then, climb up. Okay, I'm gonna kill this light and drop it to blue light. Okay. nothing there. What the fuck? Huh. Oops. Oh, there we go. Big potato. I guess I could do this, but this might actually be a real problem in terms of the crime, though. That's where they want me to go. It's weird. I don't know what this is.
An outlander.
Why is that damage so bad, man? Viper Bite at 40 was never as low. Never, ever, 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 ever low as 300, especially with fucking 60 dex or whatever. No. Like, fucking low, man. Like, really low. Yeah, back up where it started. Yay! God damn it. Fucking latency is so bad. Whatever. Nothing. Fucking stupid.
Those monsters. It's too dangerous. What am I going to do? Did Canon Valasar send you? Oh, she did, didn't she?
What is all bound to? It's driving me crazy, dude. Character windows. Shouldn't that be C? This is the character window, it's just weird.
Did Canon Valasar send you? Oh, she did, didn't she? That means she made it to Seydanin. Vivek be praised. Will you help me complete my mission? It would be sacrilege if I don't enter my family's tomb and make Lord Vivek's inquiries.
Pauldrons are good with Thief, though. Oh my god, what are... Wait, whoa. What? Oh, damn it, man.
As the saints declare, the tribunal always provides. We'll need to be cautious, however. Daedra invaded the tomb. Makes us like ancestors while monsters tried to eat you. I'll also need your help when we reach the summoning chamber. Take this scroll with Lord Vivek's inquiries. While I summon forth my ancestor spirit and concentrate on maintaining the connection, you must ask the questions. He insists we use the exact phrasing. We can go inside when you're ready. I've already lost precious time due to the buoyant Armiger's wounds, but I suppose a few more moments won't make the volcano erupt or the moonlit fall from the sky or anything. What else can I tell you, my friend? I'm not quite sure, and it wasn't my place to ask. When your living god gives you a task, you say, "Yes, my lord." The questions seem to involve the time before the tribunal, which I assume is why we must ask them of my long-dead ancestor. Few of my contemporaries can boast of a luminary such as Farina Andrano occupying a prime branch upon their family tree. Lady Farina studied at the feet of Sothasil and was counted among his companions before the tribunal rose to power. Who's Sothasil? It's like asking who are Vivek and Almalexia. They are the tribunal, the living gods of the Dunmer. Sothasil is the architect of time and the binder of oblivion. If you want to know more, we can talk after we've finished. Well, I can tell you why they weren't here the last time I paid my respects. Canon Valasar thinks they're some kind of Daedra, determined to keep us from fulfilling Lord Vivek's will. Until you showed up, I wasn't sure what I was going to do. Before we go in there and face those monsters, I want you to know how much I appreciate your aid in this matter. Just don't lose the scroll that contains Lord Vivek's questions. Now come, let's call forth my ancestor. I'll open the tomb door. Follow me, but keep an eye out for those Daedra. Careful. The creatures attacked as soon as we entered the Hall of Remembrance.
I don't know if I like the minimap that much. I don't like the placement of it. Maybe, oh, it's locked? Okay, so how do I... For, like, toggling in-game cursor? Yeah, I don't know about that. Cool. There we go.
This used to be such a peaceful place. I came here as a young acolyte to meditate.
Oh! God damn it, man. Man, I'm sick of getting popped and dying because I take away for 5 minutes. So I can't hear as part of it. Can't hear the fucking sound effects well enough is why. God damn it, I'm sick of fucking dying all day. I mean, I'm up, but I mean, not by much. Like I'm up. Like 4K XP, but god damn, soloing is so bad in these fucking games. Ooh, formula. These guys just ran past all this. Why? There's like really good money here, maybe.
Then we can summon my ancestor. The summoning chamber. I'll call forth my ancestor, then you can ask Vivek's questions.
Hasn't my rest been disturbed enough by those filthy Daedra? Why do you summon me, descendant?
My Lord Vivek has inquiries that only you can answer, my lady. My companion will present them with your permission.
The warrior poet? Very well. Ask Vivek's questions. warrior poet's questions, Outlander. Ah, Lord Vivek always had a way with words. Tell him to rest assured. The heart remains safe. I wonder why that concerns him. Ask the remaining questions as my time here is short. An enemy of old, yes, but not the one that Vivek presumes. Sotha Sil imagined multiple scenarios and contemplated endless solutions. He even experimented with his divinity, drawing energy to study before returning it. Loss will come, he foresaw, but not until the collapse of the temple. Now, back to sleep.
I hope that's what Lord Vivek needed. Let's talk outside.
There was a sword on that fucking altar. $69.81. Two hours and 36 minutes.
Oh, hey, I didn't see you there. This is gonna be a long video, probably the longest one that I've made to date. If you didn't know already, I write scripts for 95% of the videos that I've made on my channel. I'm not naturally this articulate, trust me. I stumble over my own words worse than Joe Biden stumbled on the stairs of Air Force One. Point being, I like to present this information to you guys in an essay-like
What is it with presidents
I
in,
do
that, in
always
those
have
stairs?
timestamps in the description of my videos for people that do want to skip ahead to a point that they'd like to learn more about. If you find this method of delivering information unacceptable conduct, then I'm sorry, but you're really not gonna like my content. Listen, man, these videos are about making virtual money in an online video game. That's not exactly an exhilarating topic, okay? I'm doing my best here. But yeah, without further ado, let me drop some more knowledge regarding trading, and in this case, trading mistakes in ESO. Something that can be agreed upon by all members of the ESO community is that a lot of concepts in the game are not clearly explained from playing the game alone. Hello, animation canceling? Never heard of her. Fortunately, there are a lot of really amazing ESO content creators that create guides that can help point us in the right direction and lead us down a path to discovery and better understanding the game. Regardless, I can also see the appeal of not wanting to rely on someone else's advice and simply playing the game your own way so that you can learn through your own trials and tribulations. And while it's true that ultimately you are free to play the game however you'd like, there are a couple situations where it truly would benefit you greatly to at least consider going out of your way to ensure that you're being more efficient and optimal with your playstyle. You may be able to heavy attack your way to flawless conquer, sure, but...
Was that ES? That was Snoop Dogg playing ESO? That's Snoop Dogg playing ESO. He is a gamer. Look at that. He's got like 7 fucking TVs and shit in there. Wow, that's a gamer. I never would have guessed him to be like a full-blown gamer like that. I've heard stuff like that, but yeah.
Going out of your way to ensure that you're being more efficient and optimal with your playstyle. You may be able to heavy attack your way to flawless conquer, sure, but you'll like...
Fuck! That's actually funny.
To flawless conquer, sure, but you'll like going out of your way to ensure that you're being more efficient and optimal with your playstyle. You may be able to heavy attack your way to...
Guy's like 60. What the fuck's he doing playing goddamn ESO? I mean, I don't know. Sure. I mean, when I'm 60, I'm hoping I'm playing ESO too. Kick back like motherfucking gangsta lean. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Sure, but you'll likely never be able to get any VDLC hard mode trial clears by just pressing down your left mouse button. I can tell you that. You may be able to make some humble earnings by purchasing furnishings from the furnishing vendors found in various zones in the game and relisting them for slightly higher, but you simply aren't going to make nearly as much gold as you would if you put as much effort into some other All this to say that the scenarios that I'll be discussing in this video I'd consider to be mistakes when it comes to trading, simply because they're inefficient and unreliable ways to make gold. But again, to each their own. I'm not going to try to convince you to trade any other way, but rather attempt to shed some light on why these trading practices aren't optimal. If you're doing these things yourself, either unintentionally because these kinds of things aren't easily learned from playing the game alone and you simply weren't aware, or on purpose knowing full well what you're doing, you may want to consider doing something else. Judging from the messages that I see in guild chats from...
Thank you for helping me complete my task. Now, I need to return to Vivek City. Have you been there? It's amazing. Ziggurats rising out of the water, the moonlit hanging in the sky above. Yeah, you should meet me there so I can introduce you to Lord Vivek. Just between us, I understood neither the questions asked nor the answers received. Not that I expected you. Some things aren't meant for mortal minds. That's another reason for you to come to Vivek City, to help me explain what my ancestors said. Excellent. I just need to make a quick stop in Saint-Denis to check on my original traveling companions. When you get to Vivek City, head right to the palace and I'll meet you there. I know that Lord Vivek will. I'll be along shortly. When you get to Vivek City, head directly for Lord Vivek's palace. Once there, I'll make introductions and we can tell the warrior poet everything we've learned. Of course. As I said, the tribunal consists of our 3 living gods, Vivek, Almalexia, and Sothasil. They lead us in spiritual matters and rule over Dunmere society as god monarchs of the Dark Elves. I serve Vivek, but honor the entire tribunal. Unfortunately, no. The Dunmer houses bow to the tribunal, but the savage Ashlanders refuse to acknowledge their divinity. The heretics never allowed themselves to be assimilated into the great houses. Instead, they hold to primitive superstitions.
Tonga Jungle. I don't want to do that whole run. Man, there's so many of those around here. Damn.
Keep your money.
So much to do.
God damn it! Fucking timing is so fucking bad, man. What is it? It's Oh, that's right. It's that. It's that.
Time to time, it's clear to me that there are more than a few people that are simply unaware of the fact that certain items can be purchased from various NPC vendors in the game. The most common request I'll see is one of guildies looking to buy a specific enchanting rune, for example. Many people don't know that you can actually buy all of the potency runes needed for crafting writs from the enchanting NPC themselves. Likewise, there are a lot of furnishings, especially plants, that can be bought from furnishing vendors in the major cities of each zone. You can also purchase default race-style materials from any crafting NPC, like a blacksmith or a woodworker, just to name a few examples. What sellers do then is attempt to capitalize from this unawareness by effectively flipping these kinds of items that can be bought from NPCs in the game. They'll pay the standard price for the item in question, and then relist the item or items for significantly more, hoping that some poor fool will be none the wiser and purchase their wares for much more than they really were, because they simply didn't know that they could even purchase them any other way. While I am aware that this little trick has been known to work on occasion, I also know that it doesn't happen all that often. I think it's fair to say that it's not a particularly clever trading strategy to have your customer base consist of players that are not aware that they can buy your items for much less. There aren't too many players in this situation as it is, and these players are bound to eventually realize that they're being ripped off at some point. Heck, I used to buy most of my trees and vines from the guild traders for my homes, until I realized that I could get them for a fraction of the price from furnishing vendors. Needless to say, when I found out I was being duped, I demanded to speak to the manager because that was some bullshit. Plus, the amount of profit that you make doing this is pretty marginal if you ask me. And it's not like these kinds of items are flying off the shelves either, meaning your precious guild store slots are arguably being wasted as your wares sit there day in and day out without being purchased. You may think that you're being big brain here by debating people, but at the end of the day, the only person that you're debating is yourself. If you enjoy the notion of flipping, I'd recommend doing so by flipping items that can't be purchased from NPCs instead. If you ever see an item listed on the traders for less than it's worth, go ahead and buy it to relist it for a price that you're confident you'll be able to sell it for. I guarantee you that you will not only sell these items faster, but you'll make much more gold from these kinds of transactions as well. And if you had no idea that these kinds of items can be purchased from NPCs, now you know. If you're looking to buy them from the source, unless someone lists an item for cheaper, I suppose. And if you had been selling these kinds of items without knowing where they actually
God damn it! Why can't I get that kind of range normally? All the time I have to be like this close to hit him, but when I'm like fucking 15 yalms away, fucking melee from fucking, you know, seriously 8 or 9 times longer than my arm. Fucking stupid.
Unlikely that the item will be purchased, or because you'd make more gold doing something else with the gear. These items serve no purpose other than to be sold to a merchant for gold. Players have literally zero use for ornate gear, so if you list them up on the traders, especially for a price that is more expensive than what you'd get if you did sell the item to a merchant, you can count on it never selling. Like ornate gear, random pieces of gear that aren't part of any set will also not sell well. Again, players have virtually zero use for gear like this, unless they're looking for a piece of gear with a specific trait so that they can research it. But even then, a player like that can easily ask a friend or a guildmate to construct a piece of gear for research purposes, or they can research the gear that they passively pick up from playing the game themselves. It would be a waste of a guild store slot to list an item like this. Some gear is better off deconstructed than put up on the trader. I made an entire guide on how to better tell which gear you should decon and which gear you should upgrade to sell that I'll link in the description if you'd like a more thorough explanation. The too long didn't watch of it all is that some gear that's in a bad trait, like invigorating, but is of a certain style, like Ivory Brigade, is better off being deconstructed for a chance at receiving valuable style materials. You're better off selling those style mats. I've created an image that I'll also leave a link to below that fully showcases all of the valuable style materials and the gear that yields them. These style materials are valuable because they have secondary uses besides just being used to craft gear that's in the same style. Secondary uses like being an ingredient for a consumable or a necessary component of a furnishing plan. So the next time that you get a crappy piece of gear, take a look at what style it's in. If it's in a valuable style, go ahead and decon it, instead of listing it for super cheap on the trader or straight up selling it to the merchant. While most maps in the game are so cheap my characters likely wouldn't even so much as wipe their asses with them, there are a few maps that are worth much more. And this is because upon finding a treasure chest associated with the treasure map in question, there is a small chance that you could find a lead for an ancestral motif. As of recording this video, these are the following treasure maps that have a chance to yield ancestral motif leads. Because these motifs are so rare, they're worth quite a lot. So naturally, the maps that have a chance to yield them are also worth more than usual. To give you guys an example, most maps on PCNA go for around 500 gold each. Western Skyrim maps, which can produce ancestral reach leads, currently go for closer to 20k. Blackwood maps, which can produce ancestral Akaviri leads, currently go for closer to 50 or 60k. Be sure to stay in the know, and see if other future DLC maps follow this ancestral lead pattern. Be sure to sell those maps for lots. Imagine a world where you go to Costco and buy up stacks of Mountain Dew in bulk, but then end up paying more per unit because of it. That's basically the ESO market. Unlike the real world, you can actually charge more per unit if you sell something in bulk on ESO. This is because, well, simply put, buyers are pretty lazy. Most rich motherfuckers don't want to browse GTC for the best deals, which is why they just stick to shopping in the most popular cities with the best trading bills, since those bills will usually have what they're looking for. They also don't want to go around buying 5 bug gloss here, 10 view gloss there, 17 boot gloss over there. No, they'd rather just buy 200 butt floss all at once for convenience so that they can get to crafting their tri-staff potions to go get packed up in Cyrodiil in a timely manner.
Do you know?
So as a seller, take advantage of this notion by selling your wares in bulk. I'm in some pretty elite trading guilds, right? Well, I always sell my items in bulk, and I've consistently witnessed my stacks of items being sold over my guildie's items, even though we're selling the same item and we're all listing them at the same price. I mean, shit, sometimes I list mine for even higher and they'll still sell first. The only difference is I'm listing my items in stacks of 200 and they aren't. Something to consider. 99% of the time, you're better off using your materials to craft an item and sell that item as opposed to just selling the materials used to craft that item, seeing as the crafted item is worth more than the crafting cost for that item. This model always made sense to me. I think it rewards crafters, as it should, since being a crafter requires an investment of time and gold. You should be rewarded for this by being able to sell a crafted item for more than the crafting cost of that item. And as I mentioned, this is almost always the case. So if you're a crafter yourself and have the ability to craft valuable potions or valuable food, go ahead and sell those items instead of selling the materials needed to craft those items, since you'll make more gold that way. I should just point out that while this notion is still applicable to the sale of furnishings and gear, in the sense that it's definitely possible to sell both of those items for more than their crafting cost, those items simply don't sell as quickly as materials themselves. So if you get an excess supply of mats, it would make sense to sell, say, a stack of 200 heartwood, as opposed to using 200 heartwood to craft furnishings and then sell those furnishings. The former would sell much more quickly, which would provide you with a sum of gold that you can use to reinvest in another item to make more gold in a short amount of time. I guess it just depends what you're looking for. Fast gold so that you can reinvest it as a means to make more money, or a slower stream of gold, but you get much more out of the materials that you're getting rid of. If you noticed, I did say 99% of the time, not 100%. There have been instances in the past, on my server anyways, where crafted items sold for less than their crafting cost. This doesn't happen very often, mind you, but be sure to compare the crafting cost and selling price of an item before you go about making a decision regarding what to do with your materials. I can't stress enough how important it is to price check your items before you sell them. Even absolute nerds, absolute Sigma traders like me that don't use trading add-ons because I don't even need them to be absolutely filthy rich, still partake in price checking to ensure that I'm getting the most out of my wares. My preferred method of price checking is using the TTC website because I can see what the most current listings are for any particular item, and I've always found this data to be more important than sales data because it allows me to spot trends. This kind of information allows me to spot amazing items to buy for super cheap and sell for crazy high amounts. But I could spend a whole video talking about this notion, so I will spare you guys for now. Point being, you may think that you know the price for an item when in reality you're dead wrong, and the item that you're listing for 20k is actually now worth closer to 120k because there aren't many instances of that item up on the market at that current point in time, and some fucking tryhard like Artea is buying up all of your items to try to create a monopoly or some shit. Even in less extreme cases, items experience increases in price in light of supply and demand all the time. It can be hard to keep up with. So it's in your best interest to at least be sure that you're getting the most out of your items. It takes no more than 10 seconds to price check, usually, and it can save you upwards of hundreds of thousands of gold. Conversely, price checking can prevent you from listing an item for too high and having it so that it doesn't sell. You really don't want this to be happening, since the item in question will be taking up a precious guild store slot. Plus, you lose out on gold every time you relist an item, since you lose the listing fee. On the topic of price checking, this reminds me of another common mistake that I see from newer traders that haven't quite gotten the rhythm of things yet. This mistake revolves around events on ESO. While we may have all different kinds of events on ESO, there are a few similarities between them, the most noteworthy one being that each event yields an event-specific style page, or 2 or 3. If you ever want to play a good prank on your guild master, drop all of your style pages into the guild bank during an event. Just kidding, please, for the love of Oriel, do not do that. These style pages only drop during certain events, upon completing event-themed tasks, or opening event-themed reward boxes. What ends up happening then is that as a new event begins, people will take a look at their add-on data and think that the style pages that they're getting are worth ludicrous amounts of gold, since the add-on data is looking at how much the style pages in question were worth prior to the event, when in reality, style pages that drop during an event are not going to be worth much at all while you're in the midst of an event because, well, you can just receive them from playing the game. The reason why the add-on data suggests that they're worth more is because people were indeed paying more for them at a time when they were not dropping at all. Take the Maelstrom style pages, for example. Prior to the Year 1 event in 2021, those style pages hadn't dropped since 2018. Once they were reintroduced during the event, the prices naturally faltered. Not all style pages experience the same increase in price either. Style pages that are related to events that happen once or multiple times a year, like PvP events or seasonal events, are simply never going to be worth as much as style pages related to events that happen once every 3 years, like zone-specific events, so invest in them wisely. And above all else, the point to take away here is to hold on to your event style pages. Selling them at the same time that they're dropping is when you'll get the worst return for them, since the market will be the most saturated with them. It's also generally a bad idea to sell the gear from the zones that the event takes place in for the same reason. For example, while Briarheart and Pariah are both valuable sets that have a solid track record of being great sellers, it would be an awful time to try and farm for and sell these gear sets during an Arsenium event, when there are double drops and crowds of people in Rothgar spamming dailies for event tickets. If you happen to get a valuable piece of gear passively just by completing event tasks, you're better off hanging onto it to sell on another day. Conversely, if you're a big brain trader like myself, you can go about buying up cheap and valuable gear at the end of an event that you know you'll be able to flip for much more later. Do you have any idea how many precise Briarheart daggers I bought up during the Year 1 event that I'm gonna flip for profit? I'll tell you, I bought a f***ing shit ton of them. While it's not necessary to be a master crafter on ESO, there are some bare minimums that I think all players should strive for when building their main character, and that would be maxing out your potion passive so that you can have better uptimes on your critical buffs for PvP and PvE, and maxing out the crafting passives that allow you to upgrade gear for less materials. Once you have the latter passives maxed out, you really don't have any excuse to not upgrade valuable gear that you find from playing the game to at least purple quality before selling it. I suppose you could chalk it up to laziness, but I mean, you're this deep into a fucking ESO trading video, so something tells me you guys aren't that lazy. Upgrading a valuable piece of gear to at least purple quality will increase the likelihood of it selling dramatically, seeing as sellers will be keen to equip and use purple gear, not green or blue gear. Like I mentioned back when I was talking about Mountain Dew, buyers are lazy as fuck. They don't want to have to hop on their crafter to upgrade the gear that they just before they put it on. No, they want to slap that sucker on immediately so that they can get back to 12v1ing ESO streamers in Cyrodiil, or wiping in a trial for 2 hours. Don't be the type of person to get your gear flipped from me, okay? Just take that extra 10 seconds that it would take you to upgrade your gear to at least purple quality before you list it. I guarantee you will get so much more gold than the upgrading cost, trust me. Those, to me, are the most glaring mistakes that I see happen in ESO when it comes to trading, although I'm certain that I could have very well missed a few others. Have you guys ever made some kind of mistake while trading that I didn't cover in this video? If you ever have, or if you've heard of someone else doing so, you should definitely let us know about it in the comments of this video to help others and hopefully spare them from making the very same mistake.
Do you know how long I've been
If you enjoy this
looking
kind
for
of
you?
sweaty ESO trading and gold earning content, you should definitely join our Discord server. I even have a social and trading guild over on PCNA that you can join via our server if you're interested. Otherwise, I'll see you guys in the next video. But before I go, I'd like to end this video a little differently than usual. One of my created an extra special outro for me that I'd like to use this week. For those of you that unironically like to tell me that I don't know what I'm on about and I make all of my gold on ESO from selling feet pics, this one goes out to you guys. Enjoy.
YouTube. Today we're going to be continuing our ESO Explain series where I kind of go over another topic on ESO and help explain it to you guys like with the pre-existing knowledge that I have, and that today is going to be how to appraise items on ESO. A very tricky topic, but we are going to process it through together, and we're going to have that discussion in the comments below, and hopefully you guys learn something. But before we get into it, I just have to let you guys know that we are still doing the giveaway for the month of April. All you have to do is enter, is leave comments on any of the videos that I have, basically stating anything. The only thing is I just ask that you don't spam, like don't just comment on every video. That wouldn't be helpful. I mean, it probably would be for the algorithm, but I don't want it to be a contest of who can spam the most comments. You know, I want to try to keep it productive, and you guys have been doing so great with that so far. So that brings us to the question of the day. Which zone storyline of base or DLC is your favorite? For me, that is going to be Somerset. I think that the quest line in here was absolutely immaculate. It tied in the Sijic Order. It tied in 3 Daedric Princes. I don't want to spoil it, but it was absolutely amazing, and I highly suggest that you do it. But let me know what your favorite zone quest line is. It can be DLC, non-DLC, and then put that in the comments below. So now let us talk about how to appraise an item. And this is a very tricky topic.
Well,
we are going to talk about all the facets of it and how you can start doing it. So to start off, what we are going to do is we are going to pick an item, and I have actually picked an item that I have purchased earlier today for very cheaply, and that is the Night Hollow boots. Now we are doing this during the Jubilee event, and that is going to kind of make the prices all wonky, but that is a good learning experience for us because we need to consider things like this. We need to consider when ESO events are going on and how those ESO events will affect the market, so that I know I can go in and snipe these motive books and then use them for myself. Or if they're doing double drops,
motif, you idiot,
like in the DLC zones like Vardenfell, that's going to plummet all of the stuff that drops from there. So it's important to consider those things, and that's why we're talking about an item that is dropping randomly from an event. So you saw 30k there. We're going to continue to go around. Now, what am I looking for? Just the price? I am not looking for just the price. Another important thing to consider too that I'm doing is seeing how many are listed. Now, you might be thinking, well, there's probably more listed outside of Mournhold, and you're probably correct. However, you see also the other thing too we're looking for at here is time. How long has it been listed for a certain price? Now, 5 days ago still takes us during the event, so likely what could be happening too, this could be worth 35k. However, people like me who just sniped it for cheaply might be thinking to themselves, well, I could probably get a better deal during the event.
No,
this might be a fair price in 2 to 3
If
weeks,
you
but
change
not
your
right
mind,
now.
I'll be here.
But we're still thinking to ourselves in the back of our head, okay, we've seen 2.
Great,
There's
another
2 up in Mournhold right now. You know, the pinnacle of guild trading. And I think I've gone too fast. Oh, no, we haven't. So there's none in that one. Oh my gosh, I don't know how to judge me. Okay. This takes us to a perfectly good example right here. So this is 30 days. That is the normal time. This means that this was just listed. It not listed within the last hour, because that would say 1 month, just as a fun fact for you. So this means 16.3 gold. Very weird way to say it, don't judge me. This is going to ask us an important question. Is this a fair deal? Probably. If I wanted to list this item right now, should I list it less, equal, or more? Think that to yourself right now, and we're going to go check the last skill trader over here, and I'm going to answer what I would do in just 1 minute. So this is back to the beginning. We're back to the 30k that we started with. If I was going to list this up right now, I would list this up for 30k. Why? So there's something important to consider too that I think a lot of people fall into this pitfall of. You don't need to be the cheapest listing. And we'll talk about other situations that will cause cheaper listings like stack size, traits, quality, etc. We'll get to that in a little bit. But you don't feel the need to undercut everything, because you're not trying to sell in the next 30 seconds. Like, you're not trying to, these people who are running around, buying things, your goal is not to sell to them in the next 5 minutes. Your goal is to make a decent chunk of profit within your 30-day window. Now, something to consider too is how immediately do you need that gold? And this is something I ask people when they're listing items. Because for me, I will list it, and then if it gets brought back to me within 30 days, I will then relist it for like 25% off. And then if it's still, again, I'll start taking off 10 to 25% depending on what the item is. I don't need gold immediately because anything I could buy, I have enough liquid assets to purchase immediately. And I think that's the mindset that you want to go in, because if you're farming, and you're undercutting yourself, you're taking more time to get less money, but you're getting the gold faster. But again, unless you want to sit and look at your gold, as long as you have what you need, as long as you can buy what you need in time, I would say that that's not the optimal way to do it. Let's talk about something else. Let us say we are going to look at Bewitched Sugar Skulls. This is actually one of the items that I used to make my first million on ESO, basically cornering the market on these. This is a very interesting item, and I highly encourage people to consider selling consumables, because for me, consumables are the way to go. You can be playing on a wholly different console than me, see vastly different prices, or you could be playing on a different console and see almost none. When I was playing ESO like 3 years ago, when I actually first started to want to not be broke, I noticed that there was a severe lack of consumables being sold, specifically consumables. So I started selling Tristat and Sugar Skulls. That's how I made my initial money on ESO. That was able to let me afford to be in 4 kill traders at once. And then I went out and farmed overland gear, kept those 4 kill traders full. That was 120 items. I was farming Mother's Sorrow. I was farming spinners. I was trying to convert my AP into Deadly Strike, if I'm Elfbane, or Elysian, and keeping those traders full just to keep that passive income coming back to me. But this is also very interesting, because I would argue that the person who's listed this up for 30 days doesn't fully appreciate that generally less stack sizes sell faster. So, like, for example, more people are going to be likely to purchase these individual ones, or people will be likely to buy a stack of 5 over a stack of 30. The expectation is if you're buying in bulk, that you're getting some sort of deal. So here you can see, this is more accurate. You get 10s, 700, 5, 800, 800, 800, 2, 1200. This is important to consider. So if you're like me, and you're in a situation where you want your guild slots to be full, but you don't want them to be wasted, you might want to consider selling in a decent bit of bulk. If I had to sell consumables right now for food, I would consider a stack size of 5 to 10 for Sugar Skulls based on what I've seen so far. Yep, so you're seeing here, I would probably go into a realm of 5. That way I could ask for probably at least 800. As opposed to the 700. Or I might even consider a stack size of 3, although likely if I'm seeing all of this being sold at once, you can see there's so many listings, I'm probably going to consider not selling Sugar Skulls at this current time, just because it doesn't seem like, I mean, look at all these stacks of 10. They're actually probably sold. Yeah, they're all actually, oh no, they're not sold on by the same person. Some of them were sold by the same person. I'm going to be saying, wow, there's a heavy market for this, and that's important to consider. Another thing that we're going to look at right now together is we are going to pick a Mournhold trader, and we are going to go into to see what is selling, when, how, why. So you see that this Akaviri chest just sold for 23k, and 805 was paying taxes, dirty taxes. So why is this important? And this tells us two things. It tells us how frequently things are being sold, when things were last sold, about how much the obviously is going for. Now there is a. You also have to consider too a couple things when you look at this. This is sold. This doesn't tell you if the deal was necessarily good or bad. What this tells you is if someone was willing to pay 20k for a Moongrave Fane shield. That's what this tells you. So don't overthink it too much, because you could still get more money from it. You could get vastly less money from it. The person who bought this might not have any clue to what they're doing in regards to prices. They might have thought, this is a deal, I need to go in there and snipe this right away.
Welcome.
And in reality, every other trader around them had this offer half off. So consider that, but also consider too that this is a sold listing, which means that you're not guessing what something is going to sell for. You're physically looking at what is selling. These health essences sold for 29k, which is absolutely insane because I believe that's over market value. This also doesn't necessarily tell you how those potions were made, so there's a couple things to consider too. Another thing I want you guys to also keep in mind is what specifically body pieces usually sell for more. And generally, your bigger pieces, like your legs, your chest, will sell for more. But there are exceptions. Like the Minotaur helmet is a helmet of a Minotaur. It's not some rinky-dinky little hood that you throw over yourself. So it looks cool. Therefore, it's able to get 120k. Whereas like an Assassin's League shield also is good, but that's because the shield itself looks good. The Minotaur staves, 40k, which even I would argue that's probably very high in this market right now. Let me see if we can find some more motifs. Worm Cultist, people are buying Worm Cultist pretty highly. Other thing too, I want you guys to consider, this is not a physical rule of thumb, but this is something I want you guys to consider, is that the longer that the motif has been out, so the lower the number, you can see the number here is 94 versus 57. Generally, the higher the number, the more value it's worth. Now, there are exceptions because some of these will only drop from dungeons. And those of you guys have watched my video on how to find all the motifs, you know that where you can go to look to see where something specifically drops through the trick is you can just go over to the crafting station. You'll know that there are some that drop from pretty ridiculous places. So those are obviously going to be worth a little bit more. And then there's going to be ones too where people are more likely to complete the book because it's tied to an achievement.
Hey everyone, it's Artea. Not too long ago, the Elder Scrolls Online's Twitter account posted this tweet about how respec scrolls are on sale in the Crown Store. For those who don't know, the Crown Store is the premium currency store. You purchase crowns with real-life money to be able to spend on certain items in the game. These items are primarily cosmetic, but there have been a few services that you can purchase now that offer convenience, like skill lines, sky shards, and likewise skill points, and more. You can also purchase DLCs through the Crown Store. This tweet caused quite the commotion in the ESO community, the hashtag ESOFam as some may call it, because respecs can actually be done with in-game gold, and hardly any of it to be honest, rather than premium currency, aka real-life money. In fact, with the introduction of the armory system, respecs can arguably be done for free in some instances. All you need to do is port to one of your homes, place the free armory furnishing, and interact with it. This has honestly been a blessing, especially for those of us that like to PvP and PvE on the same characters. Now to be clear, I'm not here to shit on Zos or add my take on this whole situation. I feel as if this conversation has since been terminated anyways, and a lot of people have already voiced their opinions on this predicament. Advertising a means to pay real money for a service that can be done for free, that is. I know that Sawman likes to be a bit of a shitter with his content, but he honestly was speaking straight facts in his video addressing the situation. Go check out his video if you want to hear an opinionated rant, because every time I share an opinion on here, I get destroyed in my comment section and in various Discord servers. So I'll live vicariously through him. But something that was glaring to me from watching Sawman's video was how the creative director of ZA suggested in one of his streams that, and mind you, I am paraphrasing here, players of course didn't have to buy the respec scrolls if they didn't want to, but that they're there on the Crown Store for convenience. He went on to suggest that finding out about the possibility to respec for free or for gold is very simple to do, and that people just don't read. I totally get what he means when he says that people can't read, man. Like, I run a Discord server, okay? Enough said. But truthfully, a lot of information about ESO really isn't readily available in-game. I remember when I was a new player. This is the first MMO that I've ever played as well, so this was all very overwhelming for me.
Oh god.
A lot of the information that I came to learn, I learned from friends that I made while playing, or ESO content creators. New players may not even be aware of the fact that there is a possibility to respec for gold or for free in the game, so how would they know to look for it? Seeing a respec scroll in the Crown Store or on Twitter may be the first instance that they've ever even heard about the notion of respecing. It took me a solid month of playing the game at my own pace before I even discovered a capital city, let alone the rededication shrines located in them. Furthermore, the creative director suggested that for some people, making a lot of gold is really difficult, which is why they aim to implement these alternatives that cost real-life money in the Crown Store. Of course, I'm hoping to try to fix this whole gold is hard to make mentality by helping people find ways to make gold in the game that work best for them and what they enjoy doing when they play ESO. But regardless of how you choose to make gold, or even if you choose to put any effort towards making gold in ESO or not, it is important to take note of the fact that a respec at a shrine costs actual peasant change. You'd pick up enough gold to respec just from playing for a little bit and selling your craft to the merchant, no sweaty trading required. And again, you can respec for free via the armory system. So the suggestion that some people may not be able to afford these respecs in-game was pretty misleading. Gold ain't that hard to come by, and this service in particular is technically free in some cases anyways. This entire situation made me consider just how many players may not know about these items and services that can be offered or attained for free. And by free, I mean it would literally cost you nothing, or at worst, it would cost you some gold, which is the in-game currency of ESO that you earn from playing the game and selling things to merchants or other players through the trading guild system. So I figured I would try to do my part and use my platform to try to educate players on the kinds of items that you can buy for real money in the Crown Store that can be obtained for free through the game. Without further ado, let's get into it. Starting with the hot topic itself, respecs can be done at the rededication shrines in any major city. Oftentimes, these shrines are located in a church-like building or in ESO, you can occasionally get your hands on treasure maps upon looting mobs and opening chests or containers, among other things. I can see how, to the average unsuspecting player, these maps look like a pain in the ass. You open one up and the visual that greets you looks only marginally better than the drawing your 4-year-old cousin drew for you the other day, and even if you use add-ons or consult an online resource to help you locate the treasure location, you may think to yourself, upon digging up a treasure chest and receiving a worthless piece of gear, man, that was really not worth it. I'm just gonna list my maps up for 77 gold on the trader and get rid of them. Hold on there, partner. I wouldn't do that if I were you. So I've talked about this notion in a couple of my videos that I've made in the past, but given how freaking easy it is for me to get my hands on some severely underpriced maps, I figured that the message hasn't really reached enough people. On my platform anyways, this has kind of been a gold making method that has been slept on, so I'm sorry to those of you that had previously been taking advantage of this predicament. Chests that are associated with treasure maps for base game and a handful of DLC zones have a chance to drop leads for ancestral motifs. For the longest time, the base game ancestral motifs, that's Ancestral High Elf, Orc, and Nord, hadn't really sold for all that much because of how cracked their supply was, and because a lot of players had already acquired these motifs during their initial release oh so long ago. I've started to notice a peak in the prices for these base game ancestral motifs on PCNA in recent times though, so definitely keep an eye on that. Don't be fooled by your add-on data. check out what other people are listing their motifs for. The ancestral motifs that drop from treasure map chests for the following DLC zones have always been worth a lot. On my platform, however, I'm noticing not only a drastic increase in the prices of these items, but an imbalance in the prices of the maps that can yield them. I'll return to this thought in a second. The main takeaway is that if you have one of these treasure maps, especially one for a DLC zone, I highly encourage you to actually go ahead and dig the treasure map chest up to try your luck at getting one of these incredibly valuable motifs. If you have a successful dig, you also have a chance at receiving additional treasures, such as valuable style materials or pieces of gear. And even if you get through the entirety of this video and still think, Artea, I don't give a fuck that I could potentially get an epic and valuable motif, I'm not gonna do that treasure map, nothing you say can change my mind, then okay, fair enough, I'm not your mom, do whatever you want. To be fair, there are a lot of players out there that get their hands on a DLC map but don't own the actual DLC itself, or maybe they don't have access to the antiquity system because it is, at the time of recording, still locked behind a paywall, so they'd have no choice but to get rid of their map. But you probably don't want to be a two-head and underprice your map, right?
No,
Thanks to the nerds in my Discord
If
server
you
who've
change
all
your
been
mind,
very kind and
I'll be
resourceful with their sharing of knowledge, we've been able to come to the conclusion that the drop rate for ancestral motif leads is roughly 1 out of 3. For approximately every 3 treasure map chests that you open, you'll receive 1 motif lead. I feel a little silly saying this, but in case it's not clear, it's worth mentioning that you aren't guaranteed 1 lead for every 3 chests. This is just an approximate drop rate attained from hundreds of test cases. Sometimes I'll get 3 leads back to back, and sometimes it'll feel like I've opened over 10 chests without a single lead. It do be like that. Don't mistakenly think that the devs have decreased drop chances. It's also worth mentioning that leads of any sort do not drop on cooldown, thus leads for ancestral motifs are no different. You don't need to wait for a certain amount of time to pass before attempting another treasure map chest. I've gotten motif leads back to back all the time, and as I've previously suggested, I also one time opened 20 treasure map chests without receiving a singular motif lead. RNGesus is not kind to me sometimes. Let's refer back to that roughly 33% drop chance. When it comes to pricing your treasure maps for DLC zones that yield valuable ancestral motifs especially, I'd highly recommend considering this drop chance. I think it's fair to suggest that your map should be worth roughly 1/3 of what the average price is for the kind of ancestral motif that can drop from said map. Or perhaps only slightly lower to further tempt those players that enjoy the gamble. Be mindful of the fact that sometimes there's a noticeable range in prices, with styles like chests and legs being typically worth considerably more than, say, maces and swords. A similar notion is observed when we take a look at the prices of raw versus refined materials. Whether you choose to refine your stacks of raw ancestor silk for materials to sell, or sell the raw materials themselves, you'll get roughly the same amount of gold. The prices for the raw mats and the refined mats make sense. Otherwise, we'd all just be buying up raw mats at market price to refine and make gold. At the moment, the cheapest Ancestral Ekaviri and Ancestral Reach motifs go for around 60k on my platform, with the more expensive variants being worth upwards of 300 to 400k. There is no reason why I should be finding Blackwood and Western Skyrim maps for 10k each, or less. I mean, yeah, I've really been enjoying making gold from buying up these ridiculously cheap and easy to get maps to then dig up for ancestral motifs to sell for gigastonks, but I just had to say something. Now, I get it. We all make oopsie-doopsies sometimes, it's understandable. I've mistakenly priced items before in the past myself. But a more sinister plot that I've seen unfold more often than I'd like is the following. You know those zone chat willing to buy spammers, right? My mortal enemies? Well, another one of their coy little scams involves asking players in zone chat to send them their maps, and that they'll pay for them via the COD system in the game. They offer to pay a small fee, something like 1k per map. These 5 heads hope to receive mails with valuable maps in them, and if they don't, they merely return the mail, and don't pay for any of the maps, of course. I've seen other iterations of this scam as well, where people will just outright advertise in zone chat that they're willing to buy maps for the DLC zones that can drop ancestral motifs for something like 500 gold apiece. What's worse is that they tend to do this in starter zones, filled with players that truly wouldn't know any better, and really need the gold. So that's about it for this video. It may be worthwhile to check up on guild traders or TTC from time to time in case there are any super cheap maps for valuable zones available for. Hey everyone, how's it going? I thought it could be neat to show you guys what an average time spent playing ESO looks like for me. I'm currently working on a video that details a few gold earning tips for those of you that may not have a lot of time to play ESO all the time. It's a pretty common sentiment that I hear actually, that people don't have a lot of time to play, and therefore the steady rate of inflation in the game has been pretty tough for them, since they aren't spending that much time making gold whenever they do have a chance to play. So if you fall into this category, I promise I'll have a video out for you guys in time. In many ways, I too can relate with being in that predicament, honestly. Despite what some comments have suggested about me, I am not actually a basement dweller, if you can believe it. There are many days where I'm so busy with real-life responsibilities that I barely have time to even do anything fun for myself, including playing ESO just for myself, as opposed to gathering footage for a video or what have you. But then there are, of course, times when I have a handful of hours to spare, and instead of spending them doing something social or respectable, something that would make my parents proud perhaps, I spend them in Tamriel. I know, I'm very cool. And a disappointment to the family. So without further ado, allow me to show you guys what I enjoy doing on ESO every time I log on and have a fair amount of time to spare. I'll be showcasing a lot of little daily endeavors that are quite profitable. I figured this info could be handy for those of you that are newer to the game and aren't fully aware of all the neat opportunities to make gold while you play. And experienced traders may be able to pick up a pro tip here or there. What does your ESO daily routine look like? I'd love to hear about it in the comments. Maybe I'll learn something that I ought to include in mine. Alright, let's get into it. When I first log on, the first thing that I do is take a look at my sales from the last time that I was online. Then I'll quickly check Tamriel Trade Center for deals. At any given time, I have a handful of items that I'm flipping for gold. I tend to have a bunch of TTC tabs open on my browser, and I'll just quickly go ahead and refresh each page. I'll scan through the first and the second page of each type of item that I'm flipping, and if I see any nice deals, I run along to the traders that are selling them and purchase the wares. I'll also quickly make a trip to the Dragon Guard Sanctuary in Southern Elsewhere to pick up my daily allotment of dragon materials and crappy furnishing plans. To be fair, sometimes you do get the odd purple plan from these. You can unlock this little loot box by completing the Elsewhere main questline, and I highly recommend doing so, since those dragon mats are no joke, man. They sell for a lot. Unfortunately, you can only loot this supply cache once per day per account, so no need to do the quest on more than one character. After I've gathered all of the cheap listings for the items that I'm flipping, I tend to list them on my guild traders, and then go ahead and do my writs. I used to only do writs on one character because I really don't find this kind of gameplay to be very entertaining, but I've recently gotten into doing them on all of my tunes now. Daily writs are just so profitable, it's really difficult to pass up on doing them, despite how monotonous they may be. To try to make writs more bearable, I tend to do something else at the same time. There are a lot of load screens that you have to endure whenever swapping characters, so whenever I'm waiting to load into the game on a new tune, I'll usually just take the time to respond to some comments on YouTube or in my Discord server. Whenever I get to my main PvP tune, Volanway, I'll also quickly make a trip to the Imperial City after I finish up her daily crafting writs. I have these weekly PvP events where I take the Tamriel Trade Secrets guildies to IC and Cyrodiil. These events usually start with a quick round of Imperial City dailies. Since you can only get one Siege of Cyrodiil merit from these dailies a day, I make an effort to come down here and turn in one quest each day to get my merit, and then I deposit it in the bank. You can use these merits to buy really neat and exclusive items, like the Siege Master's helm and uniform, or the best in slot ERP costume in the game, so I highly recommend doing these dailies whenever you can. Fortunately, they are quite simple to complete. After each set of writs is done on each character, I'll drop off any surveys that they may have collected from doing writs into my bank. Once I've finished doing all my writs on all my characters, I'll go ahead and log back on with my main. Something that I'll do from time to time as I play ESO, especially whenever I have a break or I'm waiting for others to log on or be ready to run some content, is I'll constantly check up on those TTC tabs that I mentioned earlier, to spot if any new deals have since been listed. If they have, then I go ahead and purchase them to relist for higher, since I know I'll be able to sell these items for more, and likewise profit from doing so. So at this point, when I log back in with Artemis, I'll do a round 2 of scouring TTC. and I'll frequently check in on these TPC listings for the rest of my time spent on ESO, whenever I have a moment to do so. At this point of my day in Tamriel, I am more or less free and available to run any kind of content. Sometimes I'll group up with a friend for some PvP, or sometimes I'll run pledges with guildies, or prog a DLC dungeon hard mode with the besties, or join a base trial in Craglorn, I don't know. Despite being a pretty introverted person in real life, I really do enjoy the social aspect of the Elder Scrolls Online, but sometimes people aren't available to play right at any given moment, so I oftentimes find myself waiting for them. Even if you don't really play with others, you may still be able to relate if you've ever waited around in a dungeon or a battleground queue. Sometimes I'll AFK in the RP tavern and read some spicy roleplay to pass the time, but most days I try to be productive with my time, and I'll do a handful of endeavors that I find to be fairly profitable. These particular endeavors are nice because you can pretty much stop doing them at any time, like whenever your queue pops or your friends are ready to run some content with you. These endeavors include the following. As I mentioned earlier, I tend to get a handful of surveys after doing daily writs on all my characters. If I've got time to spare, I'll go ahead and find these survey locations to collect a bunch of materials at once. If you ever have two of the same survey, you can always run a fair ways away from it after initially harvesting all of the nodes, and then return to it to see that all of the nodes have repopulated themselves. You can do this to change the outcome of your alchemy surveys as well. I enjoy finding the occasional treasure chest map from time to time, especially if they're maps for DLC zones. If you didn't know, treasure chests have a chance to drop leads for special ancient or ancestral motifs, and the ancestral motifs from the following DLC zones are worth a pretty penny to say the least. Like surveys, you can also run out of range and then return to the treasure chest location indicated on your map to reset the chest, if you have more than one of the same map. Mind you, you can't have more than one of the same map on you at a time, but you can have one particular map on you, one of the same kind in the bank, and an infinite amount of the same map in your mailbox. Kind of annoying, but it is what it is. I tend to store a bunch of the same kind of map in my mailbox to be efficient when farming maps for those rare motif leads. Whenever I dig up a mound of dirt, I'll retrieve another of the same treasure map from my mailbox or my bank, run away, and then run right back to dig once more, and rinse and repeat. If I collect any leads for motifs, I'll usually go ahead and scry and excavate them shortly afterwards. Make sure to take out your Bastion every time you scry to get +5 social credits from him. The same can be said with Miri and excavating. I think I finally understand those Facebook moms that are hardcore Candy Crush players, man. This shit is honestly pretty relaxing. Though I wish Cinemax would buff the scrying minigame. I feel like I could complete it successfully if I was legally blind. I try to make an effort to do a handful of master writs each day, especially when our guild bank is nearly full of them all the time. I'll definitely have a master writ FAQ video in the future where I can go into more detail on how to best convert your writ vouchers into gold. To reward myself for my time spent doing these master writs, I usually will treat myself to a random furnishing plan to sell for gold or to use in a guild raffle or giveaway with some of the writ vouchers that I earned that day. I found that this is one of the most profitable ways to convert my vouchers into gold, especially when I buy Morrowind plans, but there are definitely other methods out there. I also enjoy doing world boss dailies in the most profitable zones. At the time of recording, the most profitable zone is the Reach, since the 3 motif styles that can drop from the 3 kinds of dailies here are fairly expensive, so I find that I get a good return on my investment of time spent here. Plus, the world boss mechanics are kind of fun, and the zone is beautiful, so I enjoy chilling here for a bit. If I manage to get through all of the activities that I've previously mentioned and the homies still aren't online to run any content, I'll usually just spend the rest of my free time working on my video projects or doing some guild work, like updating our guild raffle sheet or writing up event posts on Discord. But more often than not, guildies and friendos are online to run content with me, and I don't even manage to get through everything that I've previously mentioned. I usually try to run pledges if I can. They're a great source of transmutes. I enjoy collecting gear for my sticker book, and I could always use more Undaunted keys. For the most part, I'll usually do the first 2 non-DLC pledges, unless one of them is Tempest Island. Fuck Tempest Island, man, that dungeon is so unnecessarily long. Honorable mentions include City of Ass and Banished Incels too, not a fan. And if some homies are online, I'll even do the DLC pledge, including the hard mode, especially given the fact that the hard mode guarantees you a motif upon completion for a majority of the DLC dungeons. One of the last things that I tend to do with my time on ESO is a bit of PvP. Converting your AP or your Telvar into gold is a super profitable and fun means to make gold after all. Saving PvP for last is also a strategic move because when I start to get a little peeved at the game's performance, or when too many gamers slide into my whispers to tell me that my mom is fat and I'm bald plus L plus ratio, I'll usually call it for the night.
What is with these fucking people, man?
And that's about it. That's how I spend my time on ESO. It's a combination of making some smart investments that will pay off sometime down the road, flipping items for profit in the meantime, and selling all of the items that I collect from playing the game, like materials, motifs, and items that I buy with AP and Telvar, that allow me to earn a very comfortable living in Tamriel. I'd like to say a quick thank you to all of my YouTube members for going the extra mile and supporting my content creation initiatives. And of course, thank you to everyone else. We recently hit 12k subs, which is pretty epic, not gonna lie. Alright gamers, see you guys in the next video. Cheers! Okay, so before we delve into this topic, let me give you guys a quick rundown of what the master writs are for any new players in the chat. You guys know about daily writs, right? Those crafting chores that every content creator and their mother insist that you do in order to get guaranteed easy gold, right? So those have a chance to reward you with master writs upon completion, among other valuable things. So if I turn in a daily woodworking writ, I could get a woodworking master writ. These master writs, much like regular daily writs, can be consumed to receive quests that require you to craft something. Only instead of some shitty white piece of gear with no trait, you have to craft an item that meets these specified parameters. As a newer player, I find that completing these master writs are not really a top priority because you likely don't even have all
on your feet, you louts. We're going back in.
Learned or your upgrading passives.
We must press on.
That being said, you may still be able to complete some simple writs here or there, like if they're meant to be crafted in a default race style, or some other cheap motif style, or if they are alchemy writs, because most everyone that plays ESO seriously will have their main character's alchemy skill line maxed out with a juicy potion passive. It's worth it to be able to do these writs sooner rather than later, even if you couldn't give two shits about making gold in ESO. These vouchers are essential for getting yourself some storage offers without taking over a standard amount of all money or Telvar. All caught up now? Cool. Let's get into the meat of this video. I'm gonna be honest with you, Chief. I'm not really a master of writs. Granted, these days, these special writs that have a chance to drop from completing daily crafting writs are easier to complete than they've ever been. Yes, even without writs. I've really enjoyed the implementation of the quest content over the correct crafting stage feature into the game, but I'm still not super keen on doing these writs. So if you're looking for advice on selecting which writs to complete, or how to be the most efficient with your materials in order to maximize the amount of writ vouchers that you receive and all of that, I'm not really the most qualified to answer that, and I'm not going to pretend to be. Plus, the answer would vary according to what server you play on and how much server materials are worth. All I can offer in advice is to be mindful of your crafting costs. It's worthwhile to do some quick mental math and get an estimate for how much completing a particular writ is going to cost you in materials, and comparing that number to the amount of writ vouchers you receive for doing so. I believe there are even add-ons that help in regards to this, but I would just be mindful of not being too reliant on add-on data. Oftentimes, people like me who are pretty comfortable with the ESO economy will take advantage of the fact that players are blindly into add-on data instead of doing that in market trends, and end up making oopsies because of it, like listing items for later. And by taking advantage of it and buying up wares on the traders, you don't see trap scam stocks, just makes sense. Oftentimes on PCMA anyways, the gold woodworking blacksmithing writs are the ones that give you the most bang for your buck. The purple clothing and blacksmithing writs are generally a pretty good means to earn vouchers as well, although only a few at a time. And the jewelry crafting ones are the ones that you should be checking your guild for. This video is going to primarily focus on how to spend your vouchers after you set your fire. Now that is something I'm efficient at. So, what is the best way to convert your RIP vouchers into gold? Well, that depends on how you would go about defining best, to be fair, as that will differ for each person. Don't worry, this isn't going to turn into a philosophical discourse. Some factors to consider when looking to define the term the best. In this context, how quickly the item can sell for. Obviously, the faster the sale, the more ideal. That way you can get your coin in for your guild save slot to be able to list some more items to make even more coin. How much the item can sell for. The more gold we can get, the better. How reliably you can get a good item. Some items in the Master Writ Vendor's inventory are just static items, like crafting stationery material. When you spend your writ vouchers on set
ablaze!
With other items that are Master's furniture, that's various seasons, random furniture items, you don't exactly know what to do. Some of these brands can be worth a whole bunch, while others can be worth a call. So I think it's fair to say that the less of a chance there is to spend your RIP vouchers and receive crap or something that isn't too valuable.
Light it up!
Alright, with this criteria in mind, here's what I find to be the best way to spend your RIP vouchers. If your intention is to go ahead and sell the items you purchased with vouchers for gold. And mind you, I'm not going to provide you with the gold ratios because the economy in PCNA is more turbulent than our last relationship, so I hope you'll understand. The general rule of thumb, though, is that you want to at least receive a 1 to 1,000 ratio of RIP vouchers to gold. Those are PCNA values, by the way. So if your conversion method is at least doing that, I'm sure you're doing something. Every year, there is a new DLC zone Master Furniture stock that gets added to custom curios inventory, which means that with each passing year, there are more and more of these folios to choose from when looking to gamble with a bit of your RIP vouchers. I found that on my platform, the Morrowind furnishing plans in particular are the most scarce, while the Markarth furnishing plans are the most abundant on the ESO market. This would suggest that the older the DLC, the more scarce the plans for that DLC zone are, generally speaking. I think that this lines up pretty reasonably with the argument that players are far more likely to be hanging out and running content and questing in newer zones than the older ones. The more people that actively run content in the zone, the more likely they're going to possibly pick up a furniture pack and kill all bosses or complete questing, which would mean that for that particular genre of plans would be more saturated. More saturation means more competition, which means lower prices to compete with all the other sellers. I personally like selling items that are scarce on the market because it allows me to be less restricted by competition when I assign a value to the item in question, and I can list these items on any trader more or less and resell. That's one of the main reasons I've recently gotten into flipping items on ESO, actually, because certain collections of them are super rare, so I can list them for pretty bonkers amounts of sales. Literally, everything as an art collector over here. I've been able to sell a fair amount of rare plants on my own social boost trader in Eastmine as a result. Just think about it. There's only one of these furnishing items in the entire game. I can basically list it for the right value. And if someone happens to be interested in buying it, they'll have next to no choice but to go ahead and buy it. And they have to use TPC to even start listing for it, so it doesn't really matter where I list the item. The interested buyer is going to sniff it out one way or another. Console players that don't have access to Kingdom Trade Center may still have to list this item in popular cities to guarantee a fast result. So I find that a lot of these Morrowind furnishing items are scarce enough on the market that you can price them at a really high value. They sell fairly quickly because they truly are nice plans, and there aren't a lot on the market. Plus, there are a lot of dumb role players in this, and the chances that I get a valuable plan are incredibly high. Of all of the DLC zone furnishing documents, the one from this zone has got to be my most favorite. It's my personal go-to favorite way to convert vouchers to gold. The other furnishing documents are pretty solid options as well, and occurrences such as zone events could influence the prices of furnishing plans across zones, like if furnishing plans happen to drop from event reward boxes. So be mindful of which zone has the most valuable plans at any given time, whatever zone that may be. Try your luck when you're buying the Master Furnishers document from that zone. Another common RIT conversion method that I hear of involves purchasing attunable crafting stations with RIT vouchers to then sell for gold. This is a very reliable conversion method since there's no chance involved, the way there is with purchasing those furnishing plan envelopes. In this case, you get what you pay for, and what you're paying for tends to sell rather quickly, I'd say. In my experience, much faster than a furnishing plan would, although I find that I need to list these in my more popular traders in order to get that quick sale. Everyone is always in need of these attunables, and they fly off the shelves every time a new DLC with new craftable sets comes out. That's when they experience the highest demand. However, I do find that I get much more gold per voucher spent with the Morrowind furnishing plans, so while these stations are a surefire way to reliably convert your vouchers into gold, I can't help but be drawn to the aforementioned conversion method. If you're an average PvP enjoyer that likes to convert their AP into gold, this dilemma is kind of similar to the one you face when you convert AP. Should I go the safe route and just buy Essence of Spell Power Draughts to convert it to gold, or do I risk it and buy some gear coffers for AP and hope that I get a super expensive weapon? While you don't have the potential to get an insane return on these scrolls the way you do with the previously mentioned items, I figured I'd still recommend these for those of you that may not have a ton of RIT vouchers to spare at any given time, but are still interested in converting some for gold because you're finding yourself a bit strapped for cash after your run-in at the ERP tavern from the night before. Not that I'm speaking from personal ease, like the attunable stations also sell fairly quickly, as a significant proportion of the player base is interested in speeding up the trait researching process. I found lots of luck listing these scrolls in stacks of 10. What is your preferred RIT voucher to gold conversion method? If there's anything else worth considering that I didn't discuss in this video, by all means, let us know about it in the comment section. This has been a fairly requested video for quite some time, but I was reluctant to make it because I figured that the advice would be pretty straightforward. However, after seeing a lot of questions about it in my community Discord server, and after giving the topic some thought, I figured it would be worthwhile to make a video on this topic, not only to serve as a means to answer a frequently asked question, but there were more than a few opportunities to briefly discuss a couple of other trading tips and practices along the way. I hope that this video was of use to you. Thanks for watching, thank you to my YouTube members for the additional support, and I'll see you guys in the next video, or on Discord, or in-game. Cheers!
Oh! God damn it, man! I'm sick of coming back 5 minutes later dead! I'm sick of it! God damn it! Fucking annoying. Fuck.
Hey
I'm like,
everyone,
oh man, oh well.
Not too long ago, the Elder Scrolls Online's Twitter account posted this tweet about how respec scrolls are on sale in the Crown Store. For those who don't know, the Crown Store is the premium currency store. Hey guys, it's Artea. So I was doing a bit of light farming in Deshawn, and I came across a truly blessed drop. That's right, the ever-coveted Mother Sorrow Inferno staff, in the precise trade at that.
Nice.
So naturally, what you're going to want to do whenever you're in possession of such a highly sought-after piece of gear in ESO is to go ahead and upgrade it.
We don't need the help of this outlander.
Oh hush, Archcanon Tarvis. Outlanders have their usefulness, and this one intrigues me.
As you say, I'll be in my office if you need me.
Why am I still using a level fucking 9 sword? I'm double that. Oh my god. You and your weird shit. I don't know. That's Vivek. Let's go.
Canon Level says you helped him in his mission. As I have written, the one who helps my ally becomes my friend. Despite the Archcanon's concerns, I greet you with sincerity and pose a simple question. Will you assist us further, Outlander? I have ordinators and armigers at my disposal. Vast armies of followers and dedicated priests. What I don't have, however, is a fresh perspective. Will you set aside your personal goals for a time and become the eyes and ears of a god? Good. I need assistance to investigate a strange phenomenon that the Ancestor confirmed may indeed be a problem. We'll start with a simple divination ritual. Archcanon Tarvis can tell you what we need to delve into this mystery.
You seem to really like the word delve.
The situation that troubles me has taken a toll on my Archcanon, but he's a faithful servant. Tarvis will do as I say, and I say we need your assistance. Find the Archcanon in his office, and he'll tell you how to proceed. The Daedric Prince. I suppose the same events that concern me might interest Azura, though she could just as easily be the source of these troubles. Red Mountain, strange Daedra, and then there's... well, we'll talk more about that when you return. Levoul's ancestor assured me that a source of power remains safe. As for the rest, let the guess ripen in the mind, and only speak when the fruit grows certain. I require more information on these matters, hence the need for the divination ritual.
What? What number? I've never even been there. I don't know. Oh yeah, Pauldron Nightmare is heavy shoulders with. Oh look, that's a big upgrade. Yep. That's it though, huh? Yeah, I think so. Well, shoulders are good. Head could be better. Let's go through all of it, yeah. Heavy belt with the better score. Glad I checked. I'm not getting rid of that. I need to train that Iron Girdle, actually, the Veiled Inheritance, yeah. Iron Pauldron, Intricate Iron Linen, Rawhide, Spelunker's Belt, yeah. Yeah, I believe we're good. Jewelry. Ooh, Ring of Agility. Yeah, level 17 ring. Yeah. And a pewter necklace, which is a Ring of the Twin Sisters and the Amulet of Ivey. Is level 14. Maximum out by 778. Matchbacks. It's a nice neck, but I want a higher level one, yeah. Got a lot of stuff here. Ooh, Dremora helmets. Wait, lava burst, bud. What was that? Still good. I'm out of signet now. Oh, damn it. See, that's like kind of death right there. The any spider by an ant is bad. I gotta watch that. Like, I gotta stay away from anything. I've been so bad about this. I could have avoided like 5 deaths today if I just, you know, chilled. Oh, I should have sneak attacked, son of a bitch. Oh. Alright. Rude Evans watch again. I don't think I stole anything, so.
Do you know how long I've been looking for you?
He still mourns his wife. Have you seen him in the evenings?
He takes flowers to the Akaviri War Memorial. He talks to the stone.
Ogre's feet. Another common criminal. These petty scoundrels should be flogged in the street. These petty criminals are such an irritation. Ogre's feet. Another common criminal.
Halt, damn you!
I'll move hot goods for you.
At least I pay for most of it.
The way I see it, I'm doing you a favor. No
This is a better camp over here because I can just singly pull the spider. I can singly pull the ant, and neither of the two mix. I should have been thinking about it. If I just stayed here and not fucked around all day, I would have been fine. I would have been fine. It's always about like wanting more. Like I had to balance my desires a bit better about like how greedy I get. Like I get so greedy about just like, oh, I'll kill it all. I'll live somehow. Final Fantasy isn't like that. You won't live somehow. You'll fucking die. It's fucking annoying. Yeah, oh, I got the whole... Oh, yeah, I got a lot of stuff, yeah. Wait, why am I not wearing my belt again now?
Anything interesting happened to you lately?
Saw a mud crab the other day.
So what? Those things are everywhere. Rats.
Oh.
This one was 3 paces wide and eating a guar.
Hear ye, card sharps and collectors. Test your wits and courage in a brand new card game. Tales of Tribute.
March into the great houses.
Fuck, man. I was like, there's no way he saw me. Son of a bitch, man.
You know how long I've been looking for you.
Keep it low. Run back to the fucking thing. Run back to the fucking thing. It's so annoying.
I see it. I'm doing...
Well, that's good. Oh, but I can't launder. I can't launder. Oh, so tragic. God damn it. Just gonna fucking... Yeah. God damn it, I didn't do that.
Halt! You don't look like you can afford to pay your bounty. No way you have enough gold. I doubt you'll try anything like this again.
Hear ye, card sharps and collectors. Test your wits and courage in a brand new card game, Tales of Tribute.
My prices can't be beat.
What am I wearing on my belt right now? See? Piece of shit.
Do you know how long I've been looking?
See, look at the way she turned. The second that I was gonna loot. Crazy. Always a crappy potion +1. It's so annoying. Oh, I didn't do it. Oh, that's okay.
Do you know how long I've been looking for you?
There it is. Yeah, ding, bitch. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Run it around till I get it. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah. All right. Finally, I got that ding. Oh yeah. Why is this guy hurting me so bad? What the fuck?
Huh? Ever served on the front lines?
By the 3, no. That's for lowborn like you. No offense.
valuables. This is... Welcome to the...
What? The fuck is that doing in there? Ooh, I have 22 iron ingots. That's good.
How can I help you?
Nope. I've been trying to pull you out so many times. Will you let me do it this time? That's like the 5th time I pulled that weapon out. I swear to God it is. I like keep seeing that weapon, I keep pulling it out, and it keeps putting it right back in. It's so weird. Like fucking what? Okay.
Do you know how long I've been looking for you?
Damn it.
I'll move, hot goods.
No, I understand. If you change your mind, I'll be here.
No.
Welcome. Shall I?
Damn it.
This place is nice, but it's not a home. Feels like I'm hiding down here. People like us, we need powerful friends if we're gonna make it in this world. Don't play coy. I see it in your eyes. You've killed people. Or you will. You've got this...
Are you here about the job? To forestall any confusion, yes, we split the proceeds equally. And no, I will not budge on that point. You mean you aren't here about the notice? Well, allow me to explain. I need a partner for a difficult job. It pays well, but it involves travel, and there is some danger. Does that sound like the sort of thing that might interest you? I'm so glad you came along. I've chartered a ship. When you're ready, meet me there. Here, I'll mark your map. Bring some lockpicks. They sell them here if you don't have any. Oh, and wear something warm. I've never had a partner. I mean, on all other big jobs I've done, which I did alone, quite successfully, and most of the people I interviewed thought the rendezvous was too far away. Well, I paid for a ship in advance. I didn't realize how far I'd have to look to find a suitable partner. For the job, I mean. But we can talk about this at the docks. Let's talk about details when we rendezvous. It's not that I don't trust you, I don't think I've made a good impression in this place. That is, if you're still interested. You are, right? Of course you are. I'm only joking.
You look capable. I could use some help. If you aren't afraid of a ruthless, dastardly scoundrel. Let me start again.
Motherfucker. I've unironically done that before. Not with the Mother Sorrow staff per se, but I know for a fact that I've definitely deconstructed items that I've meant to upgrade. I've seen people upgrade items to gold in an attempt to sell them when they really shouldn't have, because although the item in question may have been from a sought-after set, it was in a less than ideal trade. This often results in the seller having to list their item for lower than the upgrading cost just to get a sale. This is so sad. Alexa, play Dispa. So the purpose of this video is to hopefully be able to serve as a kind of reference for what items should be deconstructed, what items you should upgrade and or sell in one of your trading guilds, and what items you should just straight up sell to a merchant. I'll also briefly discuss a pretty based and rich-pilled strategy to make gold by going out of your way to buy gear to decon. As always, I'll have timestamps in my description if you don't enjoy all of my excessive theatrics and just want to get to the information. I was inspired to discuss this topic in a video thanks to a few epic gamers on my server that were talking about the notion of upgrading and deconning gear. If you'd like to join the Discord to participate in some more 5-head ESO economy discussions, or to share your endgame fashion or enter in a few giveaways, go ahead and click that Discord invite link in my description as well. Alright, let's get into it. Just to briefly bring everyone up to speed, when it comes to deconstructing, understand that by deconning your gear, there's a chance for you to receive style materials, upgrade materials, trait materials, and crafting materials. You can improve your chances at receiving material.
Let's see how I do before I fucking fail, but I don't care. Oh yeah, so let's see, weapon. Yeah.
We'll show those pops a thing or two! Those milk drinkers, they have the relic!
We must get the relic back!
Protect that relic!
The relic has been dropped! They took the relic! Those milk drinkers, they have the relic!
They have secured the relic!
They've lost the relic!
Somebody grab the relic back!
Wow. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god, it's so many people. That's a sea of red. There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. Oh god. Yeah, I don't know about that. Let's see if I can get this guy, I guess.
Steal that relic back!
What? What? How come these guys do 10... How come every time I ever go PvP in the last, like, 5 fucking years, everybody else seems like they do 10 times the amount of damage I do, and it drives me crazy? Like, what's with that, man? Like, what's with the 10 times the damage or whatever? You know? Like, 10 times the fucking damage or something. It's so fucking stupid. Like, why is it like that? Every game, doesn't matter where I go, whatever guy I'm fighting, he does 10 times the damage I do. What is this? Some kind of fucking statistical anomaly? Dick, dude.
They captured the relic!
Ah, can't move. Kill the pet. How's the pet living through my damage? Why is my damage so fucking bad? God damn it, man. Fucking kill the annoying ass pet. Oh shit, that's not good. Yeah. Oh. Fucking annoying. Oh. I don't believe I received the heal all game. And this guy hits for 6,400 or whatever. I feel like I'm doing 1,200 damage or something. Fucking stupid, man. What, like, I guess it's the level difference. I'm 17. Some of these people in here are like fucking... I don't even know what the button is for... Oh, shit. Gotta be careful. Oh, damn, this ant has taken like 15 fucking minutes. You don't think that might be kind of like, you know, a little excessive? Jesus. It's a decent challenge. Why would a decent challenge take 15 fucking minutes? I don't care what level you are. There's NMs that are 10 levels higher that don't take as long as that to solo. The fuck is that, man? Why is this decent challenge fucking take 15 minutes to kill? Fucking stupid.
Unfathomable! They've secured the relic!
Fucking dick.
Somebody grab
Oh,
the relic back.
come on, man. Come on, man. I don't know. I got away, I guess.
They seized the relic.
Ugh. Killed him. Nice. I can't swing on him. The fuck, man. These guys are doing like 10 times the damage I am. It's stupid. It's kind of stupid. We have 0 points. We got nothing all match. 0 points all fucking match. I don't understand how that's possible. I've killed like 5 fucking people. I don't really get that. Like, what? Like, how do we get 0, though? I think, like, I don't think they balance this. I better stay out of the battlegrounds. I don't think they're balanced at all. This doesn't seem fun or fair or even... Like, it's kind of like a mindless XP grind, like, initiative that has nothing to do with winning or losing. It's just doing something that pays you XP. It's fucking stupid. Ugh. Fucking kill him. How is he, like, just tanking this? How is he doing it? Ugh. Ugh. I better get out of here. I'm going to die. I'm like 1v4. Yeah. Nice. So, on the, yeah. Let's come out of everything somehow. Whatever. I mean, it pays if you win. I don't think it pays if you lose. And this is that old WoW Battlegrounds. I gotta stay out of the PvP in these games. It was good 15 years ago, but now they've let it... They've let it go so fucking long. Ah. What? Whoa. What? Oh, shit. What? Okay. Nice. So I hit that guy 7 times. I don't believe I did 1% damage to him. He hit me once, and I took 95%. What is that? You guys don't balance your fucking PvP? I guess not. Not in these theme parks anymore. It used to be, if it, like, I don't know. It didn't used to be, though. Your level used to really matter in this. But, I mean, like, I guess 17 in Battlegrounds is way too low. I think 40-something could do it. I don't think fucking 17 is anything but basically a condemned loss for whatever team I fucking join. Fucking stupid. Yeah, this is over. Ah, that old PvP toxicity. I missed you. It's been a few days. Where everything sucks, everything's unfair. 0 kills, even though I know I knocked 5 fucking people. I know it. I get 0 kills all the time where I'm like, nah, I think it was more like 10. Do your math there. I know I killed at least 3 people. I watched them kiss the ground. Instead I got K0. Sure. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Look how mad this makes me. It's so fucking stupid. So fucking stupid. What level was he? They don't say what level they are because, like, they can't. All of these guys are 60. There was no chance I was ever going to do any damage to these people. I can't come into a level 60. I suppose that's my fault. I came into a level 60 thing expecting something else. It wasn't going to be that. It'll be fun at 60 or whatever when I actually get a heal the whole entire match. You know, and I can do some damage because I actually think I probably would have rolled all those guys. I didn't see anybody there that worried me at all. Fucking stupid, man.
Outlander. Lord Vivek trusts too much to put his faith in one such as you. But who am I to question my god? I suppose he sent you to me so I could put you to work. Did he say which task he wants us to accomplish first? Ah, yes. We do need to perform a ritual to reveal the nature of the phenomenon that vexes Lord Vivek. Now listen closely. I hate to repeat myself. Despite my objections, Vivek believes you were sent to help, so I'll do my best to assist you. Go to the ziggurat that's still under construction and tell the overseer that Lord Vivek requires the blessing stone. Then bring it to me in the palace.
Oh, cool. At least I lived. Again. Jesus. So close. 60 fucking 5. So, I didn't like that experience.
You receive a simple errand in the service of Lord Vivek, and countless questions for...
Yeah, first we're going to take a look at the inventory, which is good. So then we're going to go to group, and we're going to queue up for this, what is this, like, endeavors? What I know about endeavors. Destroy 10 flame Atronachs endeavors, reset 23 hours. 1,250 gold for 10 flame Atronachs. Charred ruins in the fiery depths of oblivion. Wait, what? No, 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 no. Which way is this back? Oh God, I think I aggroed. Of course, why wouldn't I? I linked. Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I have? I think it's best to just take this sprint and do what I can with it. Fight my ants on the way out, compared to fight the ants on the way out compared to fighting them, like, I don't know. I was so lucky when I'm like, all of these are warriors, I think, and that's I was so lucky about that. I was so lucky with that. Yeah. Going to lose my TP. Am I even aggroed? Oh yeah, I'm aggroed. Go, 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 go. Oh, a little bit safer now. Is it one ants? No, 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 no. At least I am not red anymore, you know? That's a ranger? I've never seen a range before. No, he leashed, so I guess I'll just kill it. I mean, if you leashed, all I needed was heals. I mean, it's fine. God damn, Final Fantasy stressing me out way more than I needed to. This is so fucking annoying. So, back to group. Endeavors, daily and weekly. Complete 7 battleground matches for 12,500. Oh, wait, 12,524 seals of Endeavor. 2 days of it. 5 public dungeon group events. Complete 2 arenas. Oh, wait. Why am I facing a different direction now? That's really weird. Okay. Wait, I can just loot that? Yes, I can. Why am I not like a thief in Morrowind? It's weird. Alchemy 3. Nice. Alright, blah blah, and then blah blah. Yep. And then I like this game. I think it's a good pastime. I don't know if I like how old it is. Like, I'm excited to move back to New World and take a break from New World because I did it solid for like 3 weeks and stuff. But I'm excited to go back to New World after, God, like 3 weeks solid of just nothing but New World every day. And I'm looking forward to playing the Fresh Start server for the whole month of, November until Dragonflight, which is great. The MMOs are really good this season. The best it's ever been in my life, I think. There's a lot to do.
Materials from deconning gear by upgrading the relevant crafting passives for each skill line. The way I see it, the unbound gear that you can collect in this game fall into one of 3 categories. 1. Absolutely worthless gear that should just be sold to a merchant. Absolutely worthless gear that should just be sold to a merchant. 2. Gear that's kinda worthless, but should be deconstructed. And 3. Gear that's worth something and should be sold on your trader. It may be worth considering upgrading this gear as well. Allow me to briefly discuss how to differentiate between the different kinds of gear. Worthless gear that should just be vendored will always be of white, green, or blue quality. I'm not saying that all green and blue gear is absolutely worthless, but just that truly worthless gear is not ever going to be of a rarity higher than blue. Deconstructing gear that's green or blue may give you a chance at receiving a green or blue style mat, sure. But those style mats aren't valued at a price that's higher than what you can get from just selling the gear to a merchant. On PCNA anyways. This kind of gear will also not be a part of any kind of set, which is why it would have no value on the player market. No one's going to want to wear it. Well, besides the average roleplay enjoyers, maybe. It will also not be of a very expensive style. In fact, it'll likely be in a default race style, like Breton or Nord. Just like I said earlier, deconstructing gear that's in an inexpensive style is not the move, since the style mat, in conjunction with the upgrade mat, will just not be worth more than what you would get if you vendored the item instead. Ultimately, you'll get more gold from selling these items to a merchant than you ever would from deconstructing them or trying to sell them on the guild store. Some of the gear that you receive may seem worthless because it's part of a set that no one really uses or it's in a bad trait, but you still may be able to decon it to get valuable items to then sell for gold. If the gear in question is from a poopy set or has a poopy trait, but it's of purple quality, then go ahead and decon that sucker for a chance at receiving a valuable purple upgrade material. These materials are worth significantly more than what you'd get if you just sold the same piece of gear to a merchant. Moreover, if the gear in question is undesirable but is made of a special style, then you should also deconstruct it for a chance at receiving that style's material. Prices for style mats are quite different across servers, and they differ a lot in price depending on how
The water is really good.
But it's
Better
safe
than
to
most.
say that the following style materials are valuable and can be sold for a decent amount. Style materials that are required to craft furnishings or consumables will be worth substantially more than other style materials because
I'm
the
living a
demand for
little
them
bit
is
easier.
substantially
I
larger.
don't know. It's like a whole level
This, of
didn't
course,
seem like it
being
mattered.
because there's a greater use for them besides being used to complete master crafting writs and the like. Depending on the availability and the hype that may be influenced from events or new furnishing plan drops, some of these style materials are worth upwards of 5 to 10k on PCNA. During the beginning of the Witches Festival, for example, I've always been able to sell Dragon Bones, the style material that comes from Fang Lair gear, for upwards of 30k each, because they're required to craft a specific consumable that's associated with an event-themed achievement. That is, before the hordes of undercutters decide that they would much rather be party poopers and receive 1k for their Dragon Bones instead of 30, and I just can't compete with those prices. So pay attention to the style that your gear is in. If you're planning on trashing it, consider deconstructing it for a chance at receiving those valuable style materials. So, how do you know whether or not your gear is valuable and should be sold or even upgraded with the intention of selling it? Gear in ESO becomes valuable when it serves a purpose in PvE or PvP, and even more so when it's considered a meta set. Some sellable sets can help you do more DPS in PvE, like Mother Sorrow or Deadly Strikes, while others help you stay alive in PvP, like Mark of the Pariah. It usually isn't too difficult to stay on top of whatever is meta, and likewise valuable, by watching PvE and PvP content creators and participating in chats with guildies and the like. As a general rule of thumb, sets that are brought up often, either in PvE or PvP builds, or in general set discussion videos, are usually worth quite a bit. Some sets also become valuable because they're
Hear
low-key
ye, card sharps and
overperforming,
collectors.
either because
Test
of
your
bugs,
wits and courage in a brand new card
or
game.
because the
Tales
set
of
simply
tribute.
isn't balanced. You'll have to dig a little deeper to find this kind of information, so I suggest joining ESO community and guild Discord servers to stay informed. Like, for example, did you know that Undertaker was recently broken and overperforming? When word of this got around, prices for this set absolutely skyrocketed. I made several million gold selling Undertaker pieces before it was patched. I also lost several million brain cells in Battlegrounds when I had to face pre-made teams that were all wearing Undertaker and just would not die, to be fair. My website has a reoccurring segment called What's Hot that discusses the new popular sets for each patch. Maybe you'd like to take a look at that for reference, or join the Discord server to stay informed. So let's say you've acquired some piece of gear that's from a desirable set. Is it worth it to upgrade it to the gold legendary quality to then sell on your guild trader? Well, that depends. Set pieces from valuable sets are infinitely more valuable in the ideal traits. If your set piece is in an ideal trait, then that's one more reason to highly consider upgrading it to gold, since people will really be wanting to buy it.
You bring
But
it,
hold your
I
sorrel
buy it.
horses. Before you finally go ahead and upgrade it, be sure to double check the price. If you play ESO on the PC Master Race servers, then you can use trading add-ons or the TTC website to double-check the price for the
I
golded
can
out
buy your
version of your
goods,
item.
or I
If you
can
play
make
on
sure other
Xbox, you
merchants
can
don't
use
kick
our
up a
price
fuss
check
about
bot
them.
in our
Your
server,
choice.
or anyone else's server that has the bot, to get a rough idea. Sorry, PlayStation gamers. I see you. Be sure to compare the going price for your purple quality meta-traded item and the same item only golded out. Be sure to double check to see if the price difference for the gold version of the item is more than the cost to upgrade that item. For example, let's say RNGesus blesses me with a purple reinforced pariah chest, which I could probably sell for around 125k in my traders at the time of recording this video. Just from browsing TTC, it looks like I'd be able to sell a gold version of this very same item for around 250k. It would cost me an additional 72k to upgrade my purple cuirass to gold, but I'll be able to add more than 72k to the price tag of my newly upgraded piece of gear, so for me, I'd say it's worth it. Ultimately, it'll be a matter of personal preference when it comes to determining what profit margins make upgrading a worthwhile endeavor. Like, for example, I probably wouldn't bother upgrading something if I was only able to make like 10 or 20k more than the upgrading cost. Just because the market can be volatile sometimes. Who knows, maybe the item in question's value will suddenly plummet because of undercutting, or a lack of demand or excess in supply. For me, that 20k isn't worth the gamble. But as a starting point, you're definitely going to want to at least make sure you'll get your money's worth when upgrading an item to sell. If you aren't, then forget about it. Alright, I promised a Galaxy
I would
Brain
expect
gold
the name
making
Devate
method.
Fear to carry more weight with these priests. It's beyond belief that the temple keeps me waiting. Don't they realize that it's a courtesy that I'm here? My twin and I are apprentices to the great Devate Fear. I'm here on his behalf to report to the priests about an incident which occurred near the growth site of his new tower, Tel Fear. A rift opened when we were shaping the workshop below the tower. Master Fear believes there is a connection to the living gods. He's sure to explore the rift once his expedition is assembled. My sister could tell you more if that interests you. You may take this boat to Tel Fear. Dania will be there assisting our master. She always was the lucky one. I must stay and wait for my audience with the priests. I didn't see much myself. I was evacuated well before the threat could reach me. Many weren't so lucky. I regret I'll be reporting that most of the Telvanni working on the tower died. Not while she's with Master Fear. He would never let anything happen to her. He's very protective of us. I can't speak for the rest of you. There was some confusion on that point. The things coming out of the rift appeared to be constructs, but like nothing anyone had seen. Master Fear's theory, which is assuredly correct, was that the rift converged with Clockwork City. Master Fear said about a dozen seasoned adventurers would do. Maybe less if they had extensive experience with planar travel, but he thought that unlikely.
That's the whole thing. Halls of Fabrication, Penumbra. How long was this fucking queue? Like, what? Are you actually... Oh, no, you're not queue. That's why. Yeah, just queue. Okay.
Selling, buying, trading, right here.
Only the finest merchandise. card sharps and collectors. Test your wits.
So many strangers.
Tales of Tribute.
God damn it. Oh, I have Somerset on PS4. Damn it. Damn it.
Stop thieves!
Damn it. You're annoying. Fucking cops.
I'm sure we both know what service.
Great.
Most merchants are picky about what.
It's beautiful sometimes. Like there, that's really beautiful. Wow, are you still healing? Yeah, you are. Jesus. Just... God, it takes you so long to kill this shit. It's so weird. It's just... like 180 melee strikes or something like that. What in existence can withstand 180 dagger stabs? I don't think anything. It's sort of weird.
Aren't? Then forget about it. Alright, I promised a Galaxy Brain gold making method, so here it is. Actually, to be fair, it's relatively straightforward, but I'm surprised by the amount of people that clearly do not partake in this practice, and the amount of people that, evidently, don't even grasp the concept of deconning gear for valuable style mats. So hopefully this video can help change that at least a little bit. Besides acquiring gear that belongs in that second category that I previously mentioned organically through questing or farming chests, or doing world boss dailies and what have you, you can also go out of your way to buy cheap gear from the traders with the intention of deconstructing it for a chance at receiving a style material. The community suggests that with max deconstructing passives and what have you, there is a roughly 50% chance at receiving the style material for a piece of gear after deconning it. This can help you determine what would be a good price range for the kind of gear that you'd be buying with the intention of deconning. For example, if Ivory Brigade clasps can sell for 6k a piece, and you're looking to buy up Frostbite gear, since deconning Frostbite gear has a chance at dropping those clasps, you'll want to make sure that the gear that you're buying is a fair ways below 3k in price. I had personally looked for Frostbite gear that's listed for under 1k gold to truly ensure that I'm making a profit here. So now you can add certain kinds of unwanted gear to your recent searches so that you can go ahead and easily browse guild traders for these kinds of items. If you're big into flipping an ESO, or even if you're just trying your hand at it, it's good to have a list of items that you can quickly search for to be more efficient when flipping. So go ahead and add unpopular gear sets that yield valuable and highly sought after style mats to that list. And that's all for this video. Hopefully you learned a thing or two when it comes to deconning and upgrading gear. Personally, it took me well over a year of playing ESO before I realized that I should have been deconning my unwanted green and blue gear from World Boss dailies for those valuable materials. I would have really benefited from listening to some basement YouTuber telling me these facts. So I hope that at least you guys can. As always, thank you guys for boosting our Discord server, buying me coffee.
This project has been nothing but one disaster after another. How am I expected to get this ziggurat built on time when things constantly go wrong? Don't mind me. I'm just having one of those days. Our blessing stone? Do you know what happens if we give up our blessing stone? Well, neither do I. But I'm sure it won't put us back on schedule or end our string of disasters. I'm not one to disagree with the Archcanon, but that's a terrible idea. Lord Vivek, why didn't you say so? But I'll need your help before I can turn over the Blessing Stone. The passage that leads to the consecration chamber collapsed, trapping some of my workers. If you can clear the way, you can borrow the stone. I appreciate the help. Just remember that you're only borrowing the stone.
Oh, this is in here? Oh, hey, my dungeon. Hey, cool. Spindle clutch.
On your feet, you louts. We're going back in.
Kill them all. No mercy.
Let them see her wisdom.
Light it up!
Aid me.
Set it ablaze!
What is this yellow shit? I don't know.
Heal me!
Come to me and to my web. Join me forever.
I need healing!
Light it!
Healer!
Earn it! Must obey the wind. I'm hurt!
Incorruptible creatures. You dare to
Welcome
defy
to our
me?
parlor.
I'll kill
I need
you
healing!
all.
Set it ablaze!
Looking for a deal? You came to the right crow. Big trades, small trades, good bargains, bad but wait, forget that last one. All good here.
Wait, what? Sell? Yeah. Good to it.
You're not crazy. You can't be corrupted by the Whispers either? All these people you just put down, they were my comrades until we came here. This place, the Whispers, it drove them all mad. The few of us that didn't lose our minds were captured and strung up. Speaking of, can you help me down now? Seed and spleen that was uncomfortable. I can barely walk, much less fight. I suppose there's one thing I could do for you. For blood, for glory, for power and might. We of the guild will always fight, for good or evil, day or night. We of the guild will always fight. Just so long.
Don't exit me. Oh my god. Why can't I go back here? Please give me a little more time. Please give me a little more time. I'm gonna teleport out as I reach it. It's so fucking stupid. Why do you guys do shit like this? It's so stupid. Well, at least I got that. Oh. Why couldn't we do that quest? It's so stupid. It's when do you think I have time to do it? These guys fucking speedrun so much that, like, when do you think I have time to do this? Because it's, I don't know. I don't, like, you know. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Where did you come from? I didn't even hear it. God damn it, dude. Ugh. Whatever, just kill him. That's good. Upgrade. Well, didn't really get anything here, but that's alright, you know.
Thank you. I'll go tell the Overseer what you did for me.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I was gonna die under there. Oh, thanks for saving me.
That's a goer right there. Yeah. Not looking too interested in that. Okay, so got a bit of inventory stuff to deal with, but I don't see why we can't learn Vivek. Yeah, so over there, yeah, that's just south, is it? Okay.
Coffees, donating gold and goodies to our PCNA guild, watching my videos, and supporting me in any way. And I'll see all of your beautiful faces in the next video, or on Discord, or in-game. Cheers! I've got a question for you gamers out there that aren't in trading guilds. Have you ever been playing ESO and seen an item that you really wanted to get for yourself, but then you took one look at its price and realized that there was no way you'd be able to afford it without being in a trading guild? Did that price tag make you consider doing the unthinkable for gold? Well, fear not. It doesn't have to come to that. There are a handful of ways to make gold in ESO without ever participating in trading or trading guilds. So put your clothes back on and sit with me for a moment. Let me tell you how you can make gold without having to trade in ESO.
Once you recover 3 runes, one each.
Wow, this guy's here?
Hey guys, it's Artea. If you've been following the channel for a while now, you may have taken one look at the title of this video and realized that this is pretty off-brand for me.
Thank you so much for the follow, Alex Crazy. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's good to see you guys. Fuck yeah. And that spider.
A lot of the gold making videos that I've made on my channel revolve around acquiring items to sell in trading guilds, as well as trading practices that can help you earn some massive stonks. But what I've come to learn from responding to comments on my videos is that there's a sizable amount of players that are looking to earn gold but have little use for my particular content. The reason for that being that they're not interested in participating in trading guilds and the greater trading culture that ESO has to offer, or that they are newer players and aren't quite at the point in their ESO career where they're ready to engage with big brain trading strategies. And hey, to each their own. Some people log on to ESO every day to engage in explicit vampire roleplay. It's not my thing, but if that's how you want to spend your time on ESO, I can respect that. The same thing goes for making gold. While I highly recommend joining a
God damn it, man. God damn it. I've been trying to get rid of that bell for so long. This game seems kind of glitchy to me a little bit.
Very important part of the game. You need gold to repair your gear after you've wiped in a trial for 2 hours, or to buy and upgrade PvP gear so that you can go to Cyrodiil and 10v1 an ESO streamer with the boys, or so that you can acquire some new drip to impress the e-girls in the roleplay taverns. It's a fairly essential part of the game, but it can seem like a daunting or grindy task for some, especially newer players that are still trying to learn the ropes of the game and don't yet have the means to teach themselves the ins and outs of trading in ESO. So without further ado, allow me to show you a handful of ways to make gold without having to be in a trading guild or do any kind of trading at all. Something worth noting when it comes to these gold making methods is the fact that you're able to actually work on improving other aspects of your character while you're actively earning gold, which makes these particular gold earning possibilities all the more worthwhile. Do you enjoy doing chores in real life?
Nope.
Great, because now you can do chores in a video game as well. In all seriousness, while writs can be monotonous for many, it's no secret that they are a very financially rewarding endeavor. After being certified, you can pick up crafting writs once per day from these writ boards. Writs require you to craft some kind of item, like pieces of gear or a potion, depending on the kind of writ that you have. Once completed, you can turn these writs in for reward coffers that can yield crafting materials, upgrading materials, master writs, surveys, and gold, among many other things. The higher the level of your crafting skill lines are, the higher the chances are at receiving very valuable drops from writs of the same skill line, like gold upgrade materials. Surveys are special maps that direct you to special clusters of nodes that contain more materials than your average nodes, so I'd recommend doing those as well. The raw materials that you can get from them can be refined to create upgrade materials, which you can use to upgrade your gear. And of course, just completing a writ, regardless of your crafting skill line expertise, rewards you with a sum of gold. So doing writs regularly enough can be a pretty solid source of income. If you are a new player, I highly recommend that you start doing your writs as soon as you can. And if you don't mind the grind, you can even do writs on multiple tunes each day. This is such a throwback for me. When I first started playing ESO, stealing items to sell to a fence for gold was my go-to massive brain gold making strategy. Back when I was still a noob, I used to run around this particular route in the Rift that was littered with plenty of lockboxes to loot and NPCs to pickpocket. Back then, this tavern used to be a huge role-playing hub, so there was always some spicy in-character and out-of-character drama to eavesdrop on while I committed theft. And the occasional murder. You can use your pickpocketing skills to swipe items from NPCs, and you can use your locksmithing skills to break open safe boxes and loot gold and more sellable items. If you've unlocked the Dark Brotherhood skill line on your character, you can also use the Blade of Woe to stealth